credit and the market risks which are faced by the banks, but it also has underwriting risks which are faced particularly by insurance institutions, right? So to manage all these risks, and plus the regulatory compliance is always there. So to manage all these risks, we need to now increasingly start to look at non-traditional forms of data as opposed to the regular traditional forms of data. And that's where the insurance companies and the industry is evolving to figure out how to use tech, as a newfound tool to be able to manage these risks in a more effective manner. Because gone are the days that you could just bundle everybody in one go. We need to have specialized underwriting and pricing for individuals and entities. And for that, the more data we get, the better it is, and not just from traditional sources, but also from non-traditional sources. Yeah.
Well, thank you. And we'll come more to the non-traditional forms of data later in the conversation from you. So now I'll open it to Jyoti and Kishore if they want to add something.
Yeah, sure. If I can just build on what Sunil said, just to the audience here, just a quick guess. Can you guess how many UPI payments happen monthly? How many lakhs? Yeah, so in 2024, the UPI payments were close to 17 lakh crores monthly. So that's the extent of digitization that has happened. So if we look at risks today, it's really, this whole fintech disruption, which is actually going to lead the way for the future. So whatever risks we're talking of, traditional risk management won't go away. I mean, that's definitely going to be there. But the fact that the volume of transactions today is such a crazy number, with all of us doing everything digitally, that's actually going to really change the face of risk management across the entire banking sector. Or for that matter, any of the payment related sector, whether it's banking, whether it's insurance, whether it's the fintechs at large, whether it's the underwriters. I think across the board, we're going to see a huge change in the way risk gets managed.
Oh, definitely. I think the rapid digitization that has taken place, it has all its boons that are always there. But yes, risk management has become much more important, especially with I think the entire cybersecurity threats which are there, and the daily you're seeing new people are coming up. Everybody's showing their innovation when it comes to, new fraudulent schemes which are there. So yes, I think that becomes even more important. Kishore.
Yeah. Actually, banking sector is in India faces various challenges in today's context, particularly financial and regulatory landscape. And this is significantly influencing credit challenges for the credit borrower. Key concerns includes like asset quality deterioration and credit adequacy pressure, like Sir said, and exposure to stress sector. When we are assessing the proposal or project, we are not looking at sectoral concentration or exposure to stress sector, which is the stress sector. And with my next this thing, I'll come out with what is going to happen in IMF has come out with one report recently, and they have listed out certain sectors in India. And financial risk usually stems from sectoral concentration, NPS, and existing market dynamics, while regulatory risk arises from stringent regulatory compliances, Basel III capital regulation, correct, and evolving supervisory expectations. Nowadays, supervisory expectations are so high. Every day meeting is happening. Yesterday also we had long meeting with supervisors. What are the challenges in infrastructure lending? I am into infrastructure lending, and we have got 5-6 NBFCs, only 5-6 NBFCs.
Correct.
But target, if you see the target, where none of these companies are going to achieve that target. So that's what my submission is.
No, thank you so much. So so just to jump into the questions, I think Akshay, because you are the sole representative of the insurance sector sitting amongst us. So why don't you start with how, given the evolving regulatory framework in the insurance sector, how do you see risk management strategies adapting to comply with the new regulations while ensuring business sustainability?
So thanks for that. So basically, insurance is going through a barrage of changes over the last couple of years. So the IIDA, the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, has taken a goal called Insurance for All by 2047. and I think they really mean it, because to enable that sort of target, they have come up with a slew of regulations over the last few years. And just to give you a perspective, the insurance penetration of India is half of what is there in the developed world. And the second thing which I would mention is that not just the penetration, the insurance density, which is the premiums paid divided by the population, considering we're the most populated country in the world, is abysmally low. So to reach that insurance for all by 2047, it actually means that there's lots to do, and the regulator, being at the forefront, has come up with a lot of regulations. So we've had product regulations over the last year. We've had risk-based capital, which is being discussed at the moment. We are implementing IFRS 17, which is the global insurance reporting standard. We are freeing up now budget. Maybe we've got an announcement of 100% FDI in insurance sector. So a lot is happening, even so at all levels of the government. So that means that, for example, the insurance companies have been assigned. Every insurance company has been assigned a state or two states where they have to ensure that the gram panchayats are covered. So the insurance regulator is really going all out to meet the needs, and when that happens, obviously what is important from the insurance sector is that we adapt both our strategies as well as our risk management tools to be able to deal with this slew of changes. Obviously, regulatory compliance is one thing. Insurance sector is heavily regulated. We have a very robust regulatory framework, and we have to ensure complete compliance from the regulatory perspective. So that is one thing is there. But the other aspects which are opening up, which we need to ensure, so our risk framework has to become from a reactive framework to a more proactive framework, where we are identifying what could go wrong in the future in terms of underwriting risks, in terms of investment risks, in terms of how to tackle cyber security is a huge issue. So the insurance companies are constantly trying to figure out how to take this regulatory framework as a strategy and a tool to grow business sustainably and profitably, as well as figure out how to manage the risks which come with it, so that in the long term, the interests of the policyholders are protected, because we are in a very long-term business. A policy will go up to, I have priced policies which go from 18 years to 100 years of age. Right. So we are very long-term in nature. So we have to really ensure that that our risk management things are constantly evolving to meet the needs of the new regulations and the new dynamics of the industry itself.
So, there's this increasing focus in different financial institutions to have a more forward-looking risk analysis system, which is there, not just see somebody's credibility today, but to take in account all the different factors which are there, to have a more forward-looking approach to it. So it's the same with the insurance sector. How is that dealing with the entire
Absolutely. So we have a lot of predictive analysis tool which we use, where we're not only just looking at the risk of the person as we speak, but how is the risk of the person going to change once he has the policy, or once he or she moves ahead in his life. So the risk of claims, the risk of the ability of the customer to be able to pay the premiums, all these things are now being judged rather than what is currently the situation at hand. So that is happening. We have developed models to be able to do this at the underwriting stage, but also at the claim stage, at the pricing stage, as well as at the liability valuation stage. So a lot of these things are already happening, and I think they will continue to. For example, we're using a lot of data. Data obviously is the new oil, as they say. So, and insurance cannot work without data. So for us, data is being used not from traditional as well as from non-traditional sources, to the extent possible, to be able to manage these risks and leverage the opportunities which lie ahead.
So it's interesting you mentioned the non-traditional forms of data. So what are those non-traditional forms, if you can just...
So for example, when we look at the way the UPI payments, as Jyoti pointed out, we'll see if there's a person who's got too many visits to the pharmacy, too many payments to pharmacy, alarm bells will ring. Is there something which is missing? how if he or she is saying on his proposal form that I don't do any of the dangerous sports, and you see on his Facebook profile lots of pictures of bungee jumping, then that will ring alarm bells. So social media is really a new place where we're looking at data, and that will help us price risks much more sharply and to the T, so we'll be able to get the things in place.
So parents are not wrong when they say you should be cautious about what you put out on social media.
Yes.
That goes right. That reminds me as a banker, if somebody who was sanctioned alone, sorry guys, I'm jumping for a minute, just a relevant point to make. And if you were, if bank sanctions you a crore rupee limit, and in the evening you were found partying hard, you're on the pubs, obviously be sure the next day your disbursals are stopped. Yeah, the money is not given to you for celebrating the disbursement, but for the purpose for which you have taken the loan from the bank.
So, just Sunil, to carry forward on that, there's this obviously, if you see the latest numbers and figures which are there, obviously there is a decline in the number of NPAs which is there over the years, but still there is a lot of argument that that is happening because a lot of write-offs which are happening, and that the NPA risk is still there, and it is still something that banks need to be very vigilant about. But, the question to you is that given the entire scenario around it, how do banks navigate the credit risk while ensuring financial inclusion and lending growth?
Well, that's true. Statistically proven, which RBI data also suggests that over a period of 10 years, if I were to just share the numbers with you, in last 10 years, close to 16.35 trillions is the amount which is written off, which is obviously the taxpayers' money. For whatever reasons, we are not getting too much of a dissection of saying for what purpose the loans would have gone bad. But banks have always taken a cue from what kind of lending they've been doing. And I personally as a banker would do is, or the lending institution, the technology is actually helping you, right from AI to machine learning to your big data, which does give you some indication, and also the predictive analysis, which to a fair degree of assessment does give you an information or an indication out of 100, which are those 4-5 cases may go bad. And then you become proactive in reaching out to them. Don't wait for their interest and installments to be repaid within 1 week of the interest application, which happens every month, every quarter, as the case may be. But in the earlier cases, that you would enough information inside available. To give an example, just one or two, a data point that we used to capture quite a few years ago was while I was heading SME in Axis Bank for some time. If a medium enterprise is delaying the salary payment to his employees, or the vendor book is, or the debtors book is increasing, which is not realizing, or for that matter, his tax payments are delayed, EPF is delayed. So those are the early stage indicators that are available for a bank to really take a call much more proactively than ever before. RBI as an institution, as a regulatory body, also has allowed banks to create a lot of digital testing on their sandbox, which is a regulatory sandbox, which RBI started in way back in 2019, which allows the fintechs to come and test their model, which includes from the early stage indicator, EWS as we call it. At the same time, what can add more convenience to the consumer, right from cross-border remittances or early stage disbursement, those who do not have credit score, how do we reach out to them? What kind of initiatives the fintech should take to do much more financial inclusion that has been the talk of town for almost 8 or 10 years. So RBI nudging the organizations, including big banks, to the financial institutions and the NBFCs to come and test on their model. At the same time, more proactive approach has resulted in the reduction in NPAs year after year. So out of the 16.35 trillion that I spoke about in 10 years, imagine from 2023-24, the numbers have come down from 2.36 in a year, 2.36 lakh crore if I say so, to as low as 1.7. Now you may say that can it be reduced to nil? Obviously not, but every business has a risk. So no matter how accurate or sharp that you are in your running business, there are still an element of risk involved. In totality, the NPAs, which used to be around 4.5% on the overall banking scenario, that have come down to as low as 2.3 percentage, which does indicate we have been more proactive. Technology is helping quite a lot to really address those NPA issues in the last couple of years. Going forward is going to be much more sharper. So if you are an entrepreneur, be mindful of the fact that your not only the business model being judged twice, but the transaction that you do are also monitored on a real-time basis. Right? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And Jyoti, before we come to you, so because I think every panel discussion that you have is incomplete nowadays without talking about AI and the effect that artificial intelligence and machine learning has on everything. I think, Kishore, we will ask you to tell us also that, what from your perspective are some key challenges financial institutions face while complying with RBI's risk management frameworks.
See, RBI during last 2-3 years, RBI has come out with first important regulation is scale-based regulation. Entirely transform the regulatory ambit for NBFCs. Now, after that, they came out with fraud risk management policy and IT risk governance framework, and subsequently they have come out with one or two other. But aligning with this, see, NBFCs and banks, there are differences. NBFCs are not so such regulated that as compared to commercial bank. So they have to align with the new regulatory requirement, and regulatory requirement always say immediate or with immediate effect, or they give 6 month times. But in the process, and I'm talking from the point of view of government entities like IFC, Infrastructure Finance Company, these are entirely government owned. REC, PFC, IRFC, or IREDA, or IIFCL. So there is process. It is not overnight it is happening. So we have to go through our regulatory requirements, where is gaps, and that has to be got validated by the external agency as well. So that takes long process. In the meanwhile, RBI came out with not implemented such kind of thing. So regulatory framework so evolving. So we have to keep track of those things and immediately implement. It is really challenge for the NBFC sector.
Definitely, I think that challenge is there. One of the things, Kishore, which we were also discussing at the backstage is that, and something which you are also very passionate about, is the impact when it comes to, financial risk, climate change, the impact that it has on a financial risk analysis. So if you can just throw some light on that.
I'll give you a practical example, in fact. Of course, it is not overnight you can change entire your system. Because we are lending into consortium. There are certain banks and financial institutions of that consortium. If I implement something, other banks will have to fall in line, or other lenders will have to fall in line. So strategically, we first implemented ESG and sustainability financing framework. After that, we came out with our climate risk analysis module within IFCL. Third is what we implemented, ESG rating, internal ESG rating. And combination of that rating, one is financial rating, credit rating, one is ESG rating. We are also thinking of whether concession has to be given, and we came out with some financial concession as well. But green funding is not that concessional in today's context. In fact, one example I'll set here, when I was in Cape Town last month, I raised that question. If you lend me at a SOFR rate, and if I hedge and premium for that, it comes to around 8%. Indian market, I'm borrowing at 730, 740 maximum. So that is not practically possible to borrow from these institutions. But coming to challenges, one example, we are working on some proposal on hydropower project in Sikkim. You know what has happened.
Yeah.
So we presented to the board, and my team did mention after discussion with me, sir, there is challenge, and we have to mention this thing. What challenge? Riverine flood. Before we issue our sanction letter, that has happened. But it is not that we are not going to lend to such project. That has happened, it's happened. But we are considering all those aspects. And coming to your climate risk, what is that? Physical risk and transition risk.
Yes.
Again, within physical risk, there is acute risk, chronic risk. You will have to identify. All the risks are not maybe relevant for the particular sector or particular project, but you have to consider. So based on those parameters, we are having our internal rating model and we are considering how much risky is the project. So it is evolving, still evolving, and many of the NBFC sector, they are still far behind of that. So we'll have to fast on this, fast on this
Correct.
implementation.
That day, in fact, I was having some discussion and it came up that, even when you talk about transition risk in general for, when it comes to climate change, there is this whole talk that everybody is moving towards, and globally everybody was, in full force moving towards a carbon neutral environment. And that throws its own set of opportunities and risks which is there. But now there is this, because of the geopolitical uncertainties, there is this fear that maybe the US is putting brakes on it, right? And maybe they don't want to go in that direction. So again, how do you try to take into account all of those risks? The geopolitical uncertainties also start playing into it.
See, actually, people they are calling as Trump risk nowadays. I was in Cape Town and I was discussing with many development banks executives. So it is Trump risk. You never know what is going to happen tomorrow, or new regulation is coming. Still, we are still assessing what is the impact on infrastructure sector, because steel is most usable component in infrastructure projects. So steel sector may impact, and that steel sector may impact may come to the other sector as well. Again, I was mentioning IMF report. They say power sector is going to be stressed in a year or so, because our concentration is on power sector, particularly fossil fuel, and nowadays again renewable energy. But fossil fuel, we are not entirely taking out of that. Today generation capacity is around 50% from fossil fuel. So it is not overnight going to happen. But just see the requirement or government mandate, 500 gigawatt implementation by 2030. What is the requirement of fund? It is around 38 to 40 lakh crore. Whether these 6 agencies or 6 IFCs, infrastructure finance company, because there are no players in the market other than banks and NBFC. Now bank share has come down from 65% 3-4 years back to 45%. So they are also cautious on this, and infrastructure finance company, they have only mandate to lend to viable infrastructure project. So whether we are going to meet that challenge, we are going to have that financial capacity. What is the capital adequacy ratio for this institution? It is between 20 to 24%. So within that, I don't see by 2030, we are going to achieve this target, financial target. I mean, there may be some other requirement coming from the government or some concessions. So that may happen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Jyoti, thank you for being patient. So, the idea is that when we talk about risk management, and everybody is saying that, different parameters when it comes to risk management. But like I was saying, one important thread which is cutting across everything is that how AI, generative AI, machine learning, now all of that is coming into play when it comes to risk assessment and credit risk analysis. So what is your take on it? How integral has it become? And what are the challenges that it brings within itself?
Now that's a long-winded one. But okay, let's start with how it's changing. So if you look at AI and Gen AI, it basically rests on 3 principles. It's accuracy, adaptability, and efficiency, right? Now, if we look at each of these 3 principles, now from an adaptability standpoint, considering that we just spoke about UPI payments, etc., right? So roughly there are about 600 million transactions on a monthly basis. Now, if that's the kind of volume you're dealing with, you really need some tool to do a regular monitoring, right? You just heard Sunil, you heard Akshay talk about transaction monitoring, etc. That's where AI plays a very big role. We spoke of alternative data analysis, right? The data which is your profile, your social media profile, where you're spending more time on social media. And trust me, these are not theoretical examples that I'm giving you. JP Morgan, for one, actually has leveraged this ability extremely well. They implemented generative AI to actually do this for profiling the credit risk worthiness of all its borrowers. And they've actually seen a 25% reduction in loan defaults, which is huge. And that is simply by doing a lot of this alternative data profiling. HSBC has implemented, I think, close to about some 18 or 19 use cases early 2025 to experiment on a lot of how generative AI can help scan a lot of the market risks and put that into place. The other piece, of course, is on this whole preemptive and proactive risk monitoring. The second part is the detection. On fraud detection, AI actually helps a lot because it really, and I'm sure you can add, Akshay, you would have seen that in the insurance industry too. But what it really does is it helps a lot, with analyzing vast amounts of data, which we're talking about. And the second is doing a lot of the behavioral analysis, which is where, again, AI comes a lot into use, because that's where you can actually scan patterns, repetitive thinking, right? Because what is generative AI at the end of the day? It's really a large language model that gets trained, right? Now, depending on how is the data set you input, that's how you're going to get the output. So yes, there are a lot of challenges, and I'm come to it. But that's another use case of AI and Gen AI, which really helps in a big way. The third, of course, which I think, Akshay, you alluded to, is underwriting, where again, we are seeing a huge usage of Gen AI models across the world. And there are lots of models available. What I would urge a lot of people here, and I see a lot of young folk here, I think one of the things which I keep telling literally everybody who comes to me for mentoring is that, even after you've done like 1 degree in law or 1 degree in risk, it won't help you sail through. Please keep upskilling yourself, and please upskill with respect to technology. And that's one of the reasons why I think risk management go forward is going to get extremely difficult for all risk professionals, including me and all of us sitting here, because technology is evolving crazily. I can talk of one model of Watson, IBM Watson, that got done maybe 2 years back. Today, I don't know what Google is coming up with the minute I'm speaking to you. I don't know what's happening, right? So to understand what's in that black box and to understand how to actually address the regulatory challenge of explainability is going to become huge for all of us. Coming to challenges, as you mentioned, and it's a subject in itself, but I'll quickly touch upon 2-3 aspects. I think one big aspect of generative AI is the black box challenge. That's how it's really called. Because even the developers, after having developed the algorithm, can't decipher what's happening in there. The second big concern the entire regulatory community is grappling with is the ethical biases. It's the LLM that you're training the model on. It could be the input data. It has its inherent biases, and there are many cases. I'm sure many of us would have heard of the issue that happened with Facebook years ago, right? Where in a hiring engine, it ended up profiling only the male resources and not the female resources. And there was later on a suit filed to manage that, right? So a lot of these biases, etc., get built, So, and it's not 100% predictive analytics. So I think, to my mind, all these challenges that exist, and there are many, many more, but there is IP infringement challenge. There is this ownership battle that whose data is it, when you're inputting it into the LLM. So there are a whole host of challenges. But I think that's where I think the mix really of really using AI more as an augmentation and not really as a standalone tool will really help all of us really further the risk management cause. Where you're really going to the traditional models of stress testing, because that's essential. You can't run away from that. You will have to continue to do stress testing. You'll continue to do risk assessments, continue to do audits. But what you can augment it is with actually doing a lot of the horizon scanning using a lot of the generative AI tools.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Jyoti.
Sorry. I think it's very pertinent to add to the AI, what is going to really make your life easier, but at the same time, be mindful of the challenges brings along, right? Is easier to say, and I would obviously go by the data saying, most of the mundane work that is being done today, I mean, put it 3Ds. 3D you would have heard of. So what is dangerous? What is dull? And what is dirty? And most of us wouldn't want to do that. All of that is being taken away by the AI. Will be done. Call centers, for an example, what value add you do? Therefore, you will find the call centers would have 45%, 50% attrition. There is a script, you keep doing that on day in, day out. So those jobs are far more easier done by the AI, including the company which is into voice bots. And imagine an organization that I was part of does 1 lakh calls a day managed by AI. Voice bots, you create an art by saying 100, 120 such requests coming from general public. Say my debit card is lost, I need a new checkbook, I need an address change. All of those are already addressed by the AI, which means it takes away the jobs. Well, I must not make you scared here, because unfortunately we have created a scenario which does indicate that possibly the short-term impact of AI is exaggerated. But at the same time, we must be mindful of the long-term impact of AI is underestimated. So walk along that carefully.
Yes, it is a delicate balance that everybody has to find out. So, just talking about AI, Akshay, so from insurance perspective, if you want to add something to it.
Sure. I think before I add a lot of things Jyoti has already pointed out, but the explainability of AI is actually a significant challenge. For example, in my company right now, we are piloting a project where we are doing an AI model, which is also going to be doing parallel underwriting as compared to a manual underwriting. Yeah. Now, and we all, at every time the underwriting happen, we are checking the results are different or same and feeding that information back into the system. But, and the idea is that some stage, at least some portion of the data will be done completely by this AI tool. But, to explain to a customer that your policy is we're not going to be able to give you a policy because the AI tool is thrown out that you're too risky, is not the easiest thing to do, right? So for him, and so this black box thing, this thing about explainable AI is a huge challenge, and I think we have to ensure that we have to remain within the remit of the regulations. We have to ensure we remain within the remit of data protection, and also the biases which creep in, which again Jyoti pointed out. So I think for me personally, while AI can be used a lot to source information from a lot of data, but I think what we need to also ensure is that the explainability quotient remains high and the compliance quotient remains high.
There's one question, and I want to open it to everybody. When I talk, see about AI and data, when we talk about, and you talk about non-traditional forms of data, and when it comes to risk analysis. Now, in India, there is this growing class of people who have, say, there are families who have 4 or 5 people who are working. They may be doing menial jobs, but they are earning money. Now, they don't have what you say, the so-called financial history, or they don't have social media accounts which are active. But now they're coming into the system. You have the government initiatives which are happening. They're being brought into the system, but they don't have that kind of financial history that AI can pick out, or your predictive models can bring out all that traditional or non-traditional set of data. So how are those cases dealt with when it comes to risk analysis in general across? So that's just an open question for everybody.
So I'll go first from an insurance perspective. So I think all these people who are now getting into the remit of the financial inclusion, so we are increasingly using proxies, as we like to call them, to be able to pick up their financial, to do their financial underwriting. For example, what card do they own, or how much money they spend on various things and all. So instead of just focusing on the standard form, standard proofs of financial, financial stature, we're also looking at these non-standard proofs, and we use the word proxies a lot. And we've been doing that before the AI thing kicked in, because the idea was to expand the network of people who can be insured. And with AI, it's actually getting easier because an AI tool can scan all these things much more faster as compared to, say, a manual underwriter could. So for us, I think we are definitely trying both with AI and without AI, to expand using proxies to be able to get these people on board, and that's in line with the government's agenda as well.
Sunil, your thoughts?
Well, there are 2 points that I would add. One, that on the core topic. So credit risk and compliance should not be seen as a deterrent to what you intend to do. As a banker, I have always said that earlier, and I am going to make it known to the august audience here. The fastest cars in this world have the best brakes. Would you agree? I would repeat, fastest cars in the world have the best brakes. The best brake does not deter you from speeding, but does allow you to know your risk. Right? So if the understanding is very clear where my risk lies, and there are multiple factors that go into to evaluate, estimate, and take an assessment. So there are very clear way of saying that you please assess, monitor, and then control. Right? Coming to the AI piece of it, yes, it is a reality we must adopt as soon as possible basis. We must keep ourselves aligned to what is changing around us and be mindful of the data that you use everywhere. But that data is going to be used to do a credit analysis, and not for the large borrower, but for every individual. The NBFCs and also the banks put together are increasingly focusing on how do I customize the product for you. Gone are the day that I would have a common product available on the shelf, you buy it or you don't buy it. But now I'm coming to knowing your habits, knowing your sort of social, status. Accordingly, the bank would reduce their risk because they know you well. And last but not the least, banks also are into, or the NBFCs in particular, are also into lending business. They have to make money. Because the investors who are putting their hard-earned investments, government is looking at how professionally the organization is running. Therefore, the risk will always be dependent on, should I put in a lot of money on the large corporate or still do a retail business largely, which has happened, as Kishore mentioned. Over a period of last 10 to 15 years, if you look at it, the large corporates, the book in any bank would be around 2/3 of the book, which has typically come down to 40% from 60-65%. So therefore, this is also a method by which you reduce the risk, diversify the risk. And hence this method of organizations running after the AI, making their credit process far more stronger, is a reality which we must adopt.
Definitely. And, I'm conscious about the fact that we have run out of time. So I'll quickly ask, before I ask everybody to give their concluding remarks, if Sunil, you can also just throw some light on early warning signals and the role that play.
Well, so early warning signal has been part of the banking and the NBFC's process for ages. It has become sharper. It has become much more focused. And a lot of newer ideas are being invented and figured out, as he said, the data available in your social status or social media, or even geopolitical information is being added to, so that your ability to contain the risk, not taking risk, but risk what you have taken. Say, for example, the war comes up in between whatever, in our neighborhood or Ukraine, organization would preempt that, knowing that who are the exporters in our book who have exposure on these countries. Should I contain that? How do I hedge that? How do I mitigate that risk? And how do I really ensure there are much better security available to the institution? If there are payments stuck from a cross-border, how do we really ensure that money comes back? So every element that is happening around you on a local or a state or a country or a geopolitical level would have direct or indirect impact on the EWS that is being adopted by most of the organizations, every bank for that matter. How sharper are they? There is a process and there is an evolvement which happens almost every day or every month or every week, if I say so. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we'll just move to the closing remarks. So starting from you, Kishore, if you can.
I think today banking sector or non-banking sector requires robust credit policy, risk management culture, and governance structure. Once you put in place all three structure, all other things will fall in line. Coming to the point, AI may have positive impact on retail lending, but when you go for sectoral lending, like there are 30 sectors, 34 sectors, there are risks are unique. So AI, I think, may not capture all such. But again, some of the data are confidential and it is not available in public domain, like CEIB. Sir might be aware of that. Bankers have access to the government agency and they provide inputs on the proposal on directors or key managerial personnel. So that information may not be available in public domain. We have searched for those information. So these information may be made public so that everybody knows it is available in public domain and can make use of that.
Thank you. Jyoti.
Yeah, nothing really much to add, except that, yes, I think the whole governance piece goes without saying. But I think two things which are really shaping the banking industry go forward, and risk management in particular, is the whole digital disruption. And I think all of us as professionals need to be very, very well versed with what's changing and how it's going to impact the industry. And I think the other big piece is the whole regulatory framework, which is really evolving, and that itself is putting a lot of pressure on all the industries and banking in particular. One last point that I do want to consider, because I know we ran out of time and we didn't talk about the question on cybersecurity, but I do want to take 30 seconds in saying that that's really one of the biggest risks the industry faces, and in fact, every other industry faces. And one of the things that I have seen, because I used to work for a firm called Genpact, which services Fortune 500 companies across the globe. One of the things I see that work extremely well is making sure that you deploy the right technology for monitoring the threat landscape. And secondly is actively investing in blockchain technology, because blockchain truly helps you contain the risk, which is very important. So even if a cybersecurity attack were to happen, if you have blockchain implemented, you will be able to contain the risk in quarters, which is extremely important, because one, of course, is the whole part of assessing the risk. The second part is also of containing the risk and then mitigating it. So I think those are some of the things we need to keep in mind as we move ahead in our roles.
Thank you so much. Akshay.
Very quickly, I think the insurance sector is also similar in facing the challenges as the banking sector. And as the regulations evolve, as the industry evolves, as the markets evolve, it's extremely important that the risks which are being faced, which some of them may be traditional in nature, but increasingly these are getting affected by factors like geopolitical shifts, like cybersecurity, like climate change, and so on and so forth. So they are changing the nature of these risks, and it's important that we move fast enough from a reactive framework to a proactive framework to be able to deal with them, and the tech is going to play a huge role in it. And one last point, I often get asked that is my role going to get replaced by somebody, an AI tool? And I always tell them, I'm not sure whether your role will get replaced by AI, but your role will certainly get replaced by somebody who's able to use AI effectively.
Perfect.
So I think that is a very important thing we need to consider.
Yes.
Well, thank you. So enough has been spoken about. I will take a little bit of detour. We are a largest democracy and the largest pool of talent, the young, employable youth. I think I'm addressing to the right segment of people. And you are the guys who actually have to up your end to say, where am I? Do I devote enough time to really keep myself relevant? Please remember this word. Gone are the days that you're going to be me too. Gone. It's typically your investment in your own growth, whether it's technology or that you will continue to be relevant as long as you invest your time, your efforts to stay relevant. So please do that. All the best.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody. And I think, I was told time and again that the time is running up and I was conscious about it, but it's just been such an enriching conversation that I did not want to cut it short. So thank you so much.
Thank you all of you for that thought-provoking panel. I'd now request Siddharth to present a token of our appreciation to the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the second conversation of the day. Our journey through the realm of taxes is far from over. And this session promises to be just as enlightening and insightful as the first. In a sense, our panel discussion today will serve as a compass, guiding us through the intricate maze of taxation, both global and domestic. And to moderate the session, I invite on stage CNN News 18's Ananya Bhatnagar and our esteemed panelists to join him. Dr. Sachin Sharma, Managing Partner, KSV Tax Consultants; Rajesh Gusai, Head of Tax, Ericsson India; Amandeep Singh, Senior Vice President, Finance and Head of Tax, SBI Card. Over to Ananya.
Very welcome, everybody on the panel. We are exploring the taxation challenges, and this discussion becomes a very, very crucial one at a time when the memories of the budget speech of Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman, the Honorable Finance Minister of the country, remains to be, fresh in our minds. Very, very recently, that has happened. My first question would go to Mr. Rajesh. Rajeshji, at this particular point of time when we are hoping to be the third largest economy in the world, in such a dynamic economy, what are the challenges do you feel that are to be addressed by our policy makers at this particular point of time?
Sure. So I think the ones who are present in this room would know that the taxation legislations in the country are running for last many, many decades. And a couple of them have already been, gone off the books because we have seen new laws coming in. So if you see the evolvement of the tax legislations, I think they find their history not only the tax legislations, maybe even the other side of the story also. So now when we talk about India, targeting becoming third largest economy in next couple of years from now onwards, a pertinent question comes to our mind. Do we have the legislations in the country which will support we getting to third largest economy and move forward? So answer may be, to a great extent, yes. If we look back last couple of years, the developments in the tax legislations which are happening. So when we talk about tax legislations, I think we should not only consider that, I have an income, I need to pay tax on that, the treatment of, losses, income, this and that. Now we have graduated 75 years since independence as far as we as India is concerned. The buzzwords I think we need to keep into account as countrymen, that the sustainability of the system, taxes, efforts, countrymen, biodiversity, we should be, compelled to think about that tax is just not the number. That I have an income, this is the tax rate, I have to pay tax on that. Think about how the government can support the businesses, the country, the biodiversity of the country, the marginalized section of the country. These are the buzzwords I think we, the younger generation of the country, need to think about. Now you would think, why in the taxes we talk about all these things? But perhaps these are very pertinent questions. The country cannot afford to getting to the third largest economy then moving forward in the time to come unless we equally focus on sustainable goals also. So for example, the whole country is now talking about, global warming and the world also, a circular economy, a consumption pattern, the quality of the product. Do they have any bearing on the taxation? As a student of taxation, I would say yes. Because go back 15, 20 years or even more in the history, the country wanted to export more and more from the country to the rest of the world. What the government did? They got certain incentives that whatever you earn out of the exports, you don't have to pay any taxes. Then came SEG, Special Economic Zone. You go there, you have, exemption from the taxes. So now the time has come that we are constrained to think that not only the taxes, but let there be a sustainable, greener taxes. What those mean? That the country should imbibe in tax legislations, and for that matter, you would recall, we have a new law proposed to come in from next year onwards. Let us see, how it ultimately shapes up when it's implemented next year. Whether the new legislation gives a lot of inputs or incentives to the sustainable growth of the country. So these are a couple of questions. And as I said, also the marginalized section of the society, more money you put to their hands, the money will in any case come back to the economy in terms of their consumption. And you have already seen this year the government tweaking with the tax slabs and bringing down the tax burden on the common mass. So these questions, and third one, the pragmatic side of the law. When we talk about India growing to third largest economy, do we need to be living with the law which we believe are holding us back? Perhaps the answer would be no. We need new set of laws. And as I said, GST being implemented in 2017, now new law being talked about on income tax front, all these will make sure that we get to the third largest economy and even move forward with that kind of velocity in the time to come.
Well, you were talking about GST. I would like to bring in Sachin here. Sachin, GST has been, it's almost there for almost a decade till from 2017 it was brought in, and this is into something, a very, very crucial law. Everybody is a little confused also. There is a lot of lacuna also. But as far as being the third largest economy in the country, how important do you feel that the GST is, and how much of a challenge is there as far as the GST law is concerned?
So, GST has been implemented in India in 2017, and now we are touching the mark of 10 years within 2 years. So yes, obviously when a new law is coming, so a lot of challenges have to be faced by the stakeholders. But yes, government is working very hard to resolve those problems day by day and reforming the law as much as possible. And the only motive of implementation of GST is the simplification of indirect taxation system by subsumization of 17 type of indirect taxes into a one tax regime. Yes, there are challenges, but yes, there are so many reforms as of now government has done, like e-invoice system has been implemented that ensures the proper credibility of any supplier and eradication of evasion of tax. Then there are a lot of simplifications related to monthly returns which have been shifted to quarterly returns for the small taxpayers. Then yes, recently IMS system has been launched, that is invoice management system, in which a recipient can accept or reject its inward supplies, so that any supplier cannot play with such kind of thing that they have just raised the invoices and there is no receipt of goods, or the recipient is not accepting its purchases later on. So there is an invoice management system, and recently government has launched an MNST scheme also for 3 financial years up till financial year 19-20, in which most of the litigation should be resolved if they are not any kind of if there are no deliberate evasion of tax in those litigations. So yes, and there are so many upcoming reforms pending on the government's end, which we believe that sooner it would be implemented, like GST tribunal. It is soon will be functional. All the provisions have been notified by the government, as well as the rate rationalization. Government is working very hard to rationalize the rates and HSN codes, which is a very big dispute and litigation in India. Again, the only motive of the government is to simplify the taxation and to support government in its economic growth.
Amandeep ji, when we talk of the third largest economy, when we are into, a new age banking system, a lot of fintechs have now actually come in. There are a lot of companies like Cred, or, you talk about any company that is now coming. How would the taxation policies be there for the fintechs? And do you feel that there is a need for a new tax regime or a new, taxation policies to come in as far as these fintechs are concerned? Because they are the future anyway.
So you are rightly, Ananya, you are very right in saying that these digital banking units, whether it is Cred, whether it is Jupiter, whether it is Kotak 811, all these neo banks that we call, these are the future for the banking because they are reaching to the masses, they are reaching to the Gen Z, they are providing the support that they need. They are easy to open, easy to operate, they provide the best service. They can be hashed on to the traditional banks or they can be on their own with a piggy bank on a traditional bank. So these are the future that we have. And given the size of population that we have, it is important for these banks to come in play, plug the last mile connectivity, and then help masses as well as the Gen Z save money, invest money, which is going to increase the thing. As far as taxation policies are concerned regarding these, you might remember when Mr. Modi came to power in 2016, he started the launch, he launched the Startup India campaign. So as Rajesh was rightly saying, whenever government wants to promote a sector, they provide tax exemptions to those sectors. So they also provided tax exemptions under the Income Tax Act. If you are eligible startup having turnover less up to 100 crore rupees, you have started your operations between 2016 to 2022, then any 3 years out of the block of 10 years, you can claim fully exempt from income tax. So again, there was an angel tax till 2024, which was again exempted on these startups. Plus, there is another deduction which is available under the Income Tax Act. If you sell some property, you are individual HUF, and you under Section 54 GB, and you invest those proceeds in the buying shares of the startup, your capital gain is exempt. All these measures are helping bring all these startups into India. They are claiming these tax exemption, and therefore we see that so many new startups have come in. You name many of them. In fact, the Jupiter is one example. Kotak 811, I told you, is another example. All these banks. So when it comes to taxation policies, what more can be done is basically to provide a concessional rate of tax to these people, so that whatever profits they're making, because initially they are just burning cash, getting some customers and all. So if some concessional rate of tax can be given to them, and also more than tax benefit, if they can be given some exemptions in compliances, because the compliances are tedious, and with GST coming in, the FMCGs companies have gained a lot, but the service companies have been affected because earlier they were operating from a single centralized service tax registration. Now they are having multiple registration. So if some scheme can be given where these fintechs, neobanks can be provided a centralized registration, they have to deal with only one tax authority. They don't have to get audited at 20 different states. With that will help them a lot. And secondly, the procedural compliances of the regulator like RBI. You would have seen earlier there were many new credit cards which would have come, the one card and all those. They would have tied up with the bank and they would have been issuing. But of late, RBI made it mandatory that both the front end and the back end should be with the banks. And therefore, all these cards had to shelve up the customers and had to disappear from the scene. So those clarities, I think, are much needed in this time.
As we were discussing about Cred, Jupiter, all of these are classic examples of somewhere or the other make in India. Rajeshji, do you feel that somewhere or the other the make in India push also requires a taxation policy that is a little lenient towards these startups or these companies that are growing in India itself?
Make in India has been once probably the drive from the government in the recent past. And if you see globally, let me share some global perspective also with you. Around 50 to 70 economies across the world, ranging from US, Africa, Middle East, Asia, the incentives to the investments are given in the form of majorly four parts. One, that whatever you earn, you enjoy exemption from payment of tax upfront, which is the most prevalent one, which is, if I were to count out of 70 economies assuming, how many do that? Probably the answer would be more than 55. So the big strata goes to this segment. The second one would be, a tax allowance. So for example, that I incentivize the sector, particular sector assuming, or all the sectors, that you put capital expenditure and we'll give you accelerated depreciation on that. So if your asset were to be, depreciated over a period of 5 years, you do it 3 years. So this is how you incentivize them. This is the second most favorite. The third comes that I give you the benefit of reduced rate of corporate income tax. You would recall a couple of years ago, our country had 35% tax rate plus surcharge plus cess. Now it's 22% plus surcharge plus cess. And there are other schemes also for the manufacturing. And the fourth one is some tax credits. So which is the least one and the most prevalent across the world out of a couple of jurisdictions is the tax exemption. Now getting to India and giving a perspective how India do this. First, if you see, Amandeep spoke about a 3 years consecutive 100% tax exemption from payment of tax to startups. So this is the first form, that whatever you earn, I give you an exemption from the payment of tax, which is the most prevalent in the world, most economies, and of course we have also that provision in the income tax law. The second one, accelerated depreciation. If you go to the income tax law, probably you would find, if I put some money into research and developments, etc., they give me an accelerated depreciation there also. This is the second example. Third one, reduced rate of corporate tax. As I said, historically, the rate was 35-40%. 6 years ago, it was brought down to 25%, including certain cess and surcharge. But the government also gave you the benefit that if you are into manufacturing, you are established post 1st of October 2019, and you start your manufacturing by 31st of March 2024, then the rate of tax which would apply to you would be 15% plus surcharge plus cess, it would be close to 17% net. So as against 25% normal tax rate for other companies, if you are a manufacturing and you meet certain conditions, you pay only 17% tax. And the tax credits also, which we have in other countries also in different laws. Second one, the buzzword in last couple of years, the PLI scheme, Production Linked Incentive Scheme. It's not that pervasive for each and every company or industry. A couple of industries have been picked up by the government, and the schemes were launched, for example, to include manufacturers of mobile phones, IT devices, solar module panels, and then, telecom items, a specialty scheme, auto. So, couple of sectors have been picked up by the government. The scheme runs like this. You invest, you do some additional sales, and they give you incentives depending upon industry, upon certain percentage. It may be 2% also, 4, 6, 7, 10 also, depending upon the sector you are in. And then, otherwise also, the government gives you reduced rate of corporate tax, as I said, which is pervasive across all the companies, whether you are into manufacturing or not. So to run the economy, the government has done its bit for last many, many years. And if you read them closely and track them closely, you will yourself find that this country has a lot of good provisions, which are best in the world. Say, 6-7 years ago, we used to say, global average rate is 25-27% for the corporate taxes, and we pay 35%. Why so much higher taxes for us? But if you see, global still remains 25-27%, and we are 25%. So we are one of the economies which can be said to be the best in the world, averagely. Some countries may be having 15% tax rate also. But if we want to compare ourselves, I think let us compare ourselves at the average. Average is, if it says 25, 24, I don't know exactly, but it may be like this only. And we are at 25 only, so we are one of the best countries. So we are promoting Make in India and introducing a lot of stuff as far as the business is concerned.
Sachin, while we are speaking of Make in India, a problem that you and I were discussing yesterday also and before the session began was of the GST authorization, and how there were a lot of problems that were faced by businessmen because they had to go to a centralized place. And now I think the government has, if you could throw light on it, if the government has brought in a new system as far as local authorization of GST is concerned, if you could throw some light on that, and whether that is coming in order to ease the business in the country itself.
So, in this regard, government has recently launched a biometric authentication system in India. Earlier, this system was opted by so many states, so any promoter or a managing director of a company or an authorized signatory of the company has to present in that state and that jurisdictional authority to get his or her biometric authenticated. But now recently government has given this chance and given this facility that you can do this biometric authentication at your home state only and your home jurisdictional office only. So in this regard, first of all, this will boosten up this will speed up the registration system, which is held up sometimes in a very long days or months. So, and again, this will save a traveling expense of any company or a businessman if they want to open up their offices in different states. And in many service sector, if you are dealing in any kind of services related to immovable property, you have to open or you have to take a registration in that particular state where that immovable property is situated. And such scenario happens in many other business lines as well. So yes, of course, government is focusing in order to create an ease for businessmen so that there will not be any kind of lag in their business, and there should not be any kind of hurdle in running their business. Yeah.
Amandeep, when we talk of the fintechs, when we talk of the new banks that are coming in, a big challenge I feel that would have been there if you could throw some more light on it is that, some might not have their offices in India. How will they be taxed? What are the challenges when it comes to the fintech, when it comes to these new age financial systems or, lending platforms that are coming in?
So, Ananya, you must have heard about the fintech tax. It's prevalent across Europe. It is in Asia Pacific. It is there in India also. It used to be 6% earlier of the total proceeds that they generate from India. Now, recently, it has been reduced to 2%. So what happens is, if there's a fintech company who's operating from out of India and who do not have any presence in India, what these geographies have been doing is that they are putting a tax and a flat percentage on their total turnover, which is they are deriving from India. So that's what we call the fintech tax. Apart from that, you might have heard the Google tax also, which we generally say, where whatever revenue you generate from the ads, if you're taking it to a country which is a lower rate of tax, then again you are liable to pay taxes in India. So these type of taxes are being brought up by many geographies, many countries, because they know that although these fintechs are operating in our territory, but they are not paying any taxes. Them to pay their fair share of taxes to the government, these fintech taxes are being introduced across geographies.
While we are pretty close to the time coming up, Rajeshji, I would like to ask you one very important question while we are talking of foreign economies as well. One thing that, India can learn, especially that we were talking about Mauritius, that we can learn from, in fact, Mauritius or any foreign economies as far as taxation policies in India is concerned. And post that we can take the closing remarks from all of you.
Sure. I think this is one of the most interesting topics for the professionals in the tax field. Mauritius has been one country from where the FDI is flowing to the maximum extent in this country. If I say more than 20% average for last 15 years, it would be a correct statement. Now, the treaty between the two countries is you invest from Mauritius to India in shares, etc. You sell them off, you earn some money out of it, which we call capital gains. There's no taxes for you. So if you earn 100 out of your investment, you take back 100 plus your cost of investment, no taxes for you. This has been the law till 2016 when the treaty was a bit amended. Then it said, of course, whatever investments have been made before 1st of April 2017, you need not pay any taxes. So any investment which you make from Mauritius to India in shares of the companies in India, for next 2 years, they will suffer a tax rate of 50% of the normal tax rate. If assuming there is a tax rate on capital gains, assuming 10%, then you pay 5% as tax. Now there was a controversy. What would happen if you have done the investments prior to 1st of April 2017? Would there be a tax or not? The courts in the country held you need not pay any taxes because you did the investments prior to 1st of April 2017, and that was the commitment between the two governments not to tax it. But now, with the tax coming in, and a new development is also happening, which will, I think, a couple of months from now, you will hear another thing, because our Prime Minister has been to Mauritius, and there have been certain developments. So we'll get to know what is the fine thing which comes up in the public domain. But yes, this treaty is poised for another amendment, which is likely to be the case. It's going to be happening between the two sides. So it's a curious case. And as a student, in case you practice the taxation law, probably I think you should go and find the history and where we are today. Of course, you will see this is one of the classical case of reading into the international tax legislations.
Sachin ji and Amandeep ji, one by one, closing remarks. Sachin, I would also like you to take us through a little of this curious case of donuts that has now come up before the Bombay High Court.
Okay, so this is one of the highlighted case right now. So let me give you a brief facts. Like government is saying that donuts, it's a case of mad over donuts. So government High Court, government is saying that 18% tax is to be charged on the donuts, as this is just a trading of goods, because you have a centralized processing system and then you are getting that to your outlets and then selling it. Whereas the MOD has the argument that we are not just trading the goods, we are serving as a restaurant service, as we are giving, we have other facilities, also restaurant facilities, like they must be having cold drinks or other snacks as well. So it should be taxed at 5%. So yes, if they have a proper restaurant service, then it should be taxed at 5%, and so many other players in this field are also charging 5%. So, but again, government contention is this, so let's wait and watch for the Bombay High Court's decision, which is, the case is listed on 24th of March. Yeah.
Amandeep ji, closing remarks.
So just to add on this, this classification and valuation has always been contentious issues ever since the taxation has started. In excise, valuation used to be a biggest concern, whether post-sale discounts will get added in the value or not. After removal of first point tax, now with a multi-point tax, the valuation issues are largely sorted. But classification still is so contentious that after tribunal, the appeal goes directly to the Supreme Court, not even to the High Court. So that is the level of, that's the level where these issues are being dealt at. As he was rightly mentioning, the issue was whether a donut is a bakery item or whether it's a restaurant service, because the donut is put a melting chocolate on that, served with a cold drink or something. So this is really classic example of classification, and the courts will work on this and they will give us the right direction as to how it has to be classified. But given the fact, whatever be it, taxation policies have a large impact on whichever sector needs to be developed, whichever sector needs to be given priority by the government. The taxation policies of the government are play a very pivotal role in doing that, and that will continue to happen in future as well.
Yeah. So just to add on to what Amandeep just said, it is not only with this case, it is happening with every sector, even in auto sector. So many auto parts are to be taxed at 18%, and government always has a contention that it should be taxed at 28% straight away, even if there is a specific entry to that. And over and above to that, there is a FMCG sector. So I'll give you an example, like flavored milk. So flavored milk is taxed at 12%, whereas milk is exempted. Or if it is a branded milk or processed milk, then it is at 5%. So there are a lot of confusions in classification and then rate of tax. So government is government has to work hard on this rate rationalization in order to simplify the taxation system. Yeah,
Of course.
of course.
Rajesh ji, any closing remarks? The last.
I think I said enough, but just to reiterate, we are on the right path as far as country is concerned. We are moving in the right direction. Of course, we are a young country as far as the growth is concerned from that perspective. But yes, we have a long way to go, and we are on the right path. And the legislations in the country are supporting the businesses equally. Businesses are also supporting the government's initiative, for example, GST compliance and everything. So we are on the right path and good direction.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, Mr. Amandeep, Mr. Rajesh, and Mr. Sachin for joining us for this insightful discussion on the most hot topic, which not only goes to individual, but till the last corporate firms in the country as well, taxation.
So the most hot topic, I would say, related to the HSN classification, I would say this is the most important topic going on right now related to litigations. So many litigations are pending before the High Court, as well as over and above to that, input tax credit is a very hot topic, and that's the backbone of indirect taxation in any country.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us for this insightful session.
Thank you all of you for this insightful conversation. I would now request Ananya to hand over a token of appreciation to our speakers. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will break for 20 minutes. Do join us for tea and coffee. I am leaving you with this thought-provoking AV.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everyone to please settle down and put your phones on silent mode, as we will be starting the event shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to our next discussion titled Balancing Growth and Risk, the Future of Banking and Lending in a Digital-First Economy. Now, the banking sector is undergoing a transformative shift driven by digital innovation, evolving customer expectations, and regulatory changes. As financial institutions strive to balance growth and risk, the focus is on leveraging technology, enhancing cybersecurity, and ensuring financial inclusion. The upcoming panel will delve into the intricacies of banking in an increasingly digital-first environment. And to moderate the session, may I invite back on stage CNN News 18's Ananya Bhatnagar. Also inviting our esteemed panelists to join him on stage, please. Arijit Tyagi, Senior Regional Head, SK Finance Limited. Tushar Sehgal, Principal Associate, Lawman & White. Pavneesh Singh, SVP and Risk Head, SME and Branch Business, Credit Saison India. Over to Ananya.
A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here. And I would like to extend my welcome to, in fact, our panelists as well. Welcome, everybody. I think I'll first start off with the opening remarks. You know, we are into the new age of banking. We are seeing a lot of new fintechs coming up. Pavneesh, if you could start on with that.
So I think it's a very interesting topic of how do you balance growth and risk. So if it's about banking, growth cannot come only on numbers unless you solve for risk. And lending today, the way we are looking at macros, the biggest challenge is bringing the money back, ensuring that our lending practices are prudent. So I think this is a lot role of data and technology, which we'll talk about, but it's a very exciting phase from the perspective of banking.
Arjit, if you could give the opening remarks.
Yeah, hello everyone. Good afternoon. This banking and finance sector, not only the sector is indulged in giving the youngsters many chances in many sectors. Like I am in a corporate sector. We are also very much indulged in we are very much focused on the new transformations. The youngsters are very much competitive with the transformations banking sectors are. The major transformation being artificial intelligence, AI. And I think any of the transformation, may it be AI or anything, it has the positive and the negative aspects, both the sides. And we'll be discussing in detail afterwards. Thank you everyone.
Tushar, your opening remarks and what do you feel?
Yeah, I feel digital banking is a good opportunity for us to capitalize on. What I'm going to be covering later on is about the legal lacunas and challenges that we are facing in a realistic field. So, yeah.
Pavneesh, lending is one of the key aspects of banking. Without lending, I think banking somewhere or the other remains to be somewhere in the lacuna. How do you feel that, these new fintechs are coming up? There are a lot of new lending digital platforms that are coming up, which not only increases the personal risk of a particular person, but also is there somewhat a paradigm shift that is happening as far as lending is concerned?
So see, I've worked with bank, NBFC, fintech. So, I'll just share my experience, right? Long ago, when we used to underwrite or perceive risk of a borrower as a lender in the bank, it was like, you have to come to the branch, we will talk to you, and then we'll figure out. And it was 10 days, 15 days kind of a time. Then came NBFCs. NBFC says, okay, you don't come, we will reach out to you, our credit manager will come, ask you 4 questions, that's how we will lend. And then came fintechs, says nobody goes anywhere, we are digital, we'll speak over a video call and figure out, and we'll use all of the data we have. That's where AI took birth in terms of lending, and lot to learn from fintechs. Of course, there's a perspective of fintechs going aggressive, data being not used properly and all, which is where I think RBI is taking good care. Then everybody asked like, okay, how can technology be used in finance and be implemented rightly in lending, which is where we started learning from fintechs. Then the NBFCs partner with fintechs because they are flush with capital, but they want to learn on technology, which fintechs come with. And then banks said, okay, and there was a time when banks started realizing, oh, we are too conventional, traditional lending will not help and will not help scaling and all. And which is where the banks also started having their own AI labs, intelligence about digital lending, digital banking, and that is where they also started using. So a lot of learning is coming downwards to upwards in this system. Now there's availability of data which is making this really possible. We come from Japan. We have started our India business about 5 years ago, and we really, when we look at other countries, India is blessed with the availability of data, whether it is GST, whether it is tax related data, whether it is investment related data. And as a bank, think like, if I have onboarded a customer for banking, I have 100% visibility over transactions. And now you have account aggregator, so you don't even ask for a bank statement. Then GST is, it's sharing data to the lenders, saying, okay, if you have to lend to an MSME, not a consumer, you will get a 24 months data with a focus going so deeper, saying, okay, we can look at the quantum of transactions, parties that you're transacting with, their HSN codes, which is like, as an underwriter, what more I need to ask? I have everything on, as a data. And then triangulation becomes very easy when you use your scorecards, you develop those scorecards with intelligence. So a lot of credit related learnings are now getting kind of transformed to making scorecards, which are, kind of taking decisions. Having said that, there's a catch. We cannot be 100% there, because then as an Indian system, there's a risk of fraud, which can kill you one day. And you cannot ignore that. So humans are not replaceable at all. Even if we talk about AI, humans can be supplemented with availability of data so that they can take better decisions. Whether it is onboarding a customer through banking, whether it is about lending, we need to know to what extent we use technology in terms of taking those right decisions.
As we are talking about AI, Arijit, I would like to bring you in. We are into this new age. How do you feel that, a lot of data is coming in, as he was also pointing out that, what we call as alternative data that comes in. And now AI is something that is being seen. What is the future of banking, if I may ask you, with the advent of AI, and where can we see the artificial intelligence actually coming into the picture?
See, the future of banking is definitely AI, and as sir, I 100% agree with the views of sir, respected sir. Artificial intelligence helps in automate process, makes better decisions, and manage customer requests with less efforts. There is a common point here, which is advantage and disadvantage, both for artificial intelligence, and that is enhanced fraud detection and risk management. On one side, by using artificial intelligence, you will have less, or I'll say minimum percentage of chance of risk, fraud or data, if I'll speak to safety features. And on the other side, when there is less of human resource involved, there's a more scope of safety and fraudulent acts. Giving an example, a live example, like I'm from Indore, Madhya Pradesh. So we celebrate Rang Panchami there in MP and Chhattisgarh. So being a regional head of MPCG, I prefer to have a holiday on Rang Panchami. But on the other side, the rest of banking and finance sector, they were active. If here the decision making was with artificial intelligence, if the decision was not with management, there would be management I'll say there would be a clash between management and the regional managers.
Go ahead.
So there are positive and negatives, but yeah, again, supporting sir and you, the future of banking is AI dominating, giving some advantages to support it. A technology that has become increasingly prevalent in banking sector due to its ability to enhance operational efficiency, provide a personalized customer experience, and mitigate risk. If you are having a large data, for example, if you are handling a country or a zone, basically there are minimum 4 states in a zone and 2 states in a region in our corporate terms. So wherever there is a vast data or huge volume of data to be covered, then AI comes in force, and AI will always be better than human resource.
We are talking about risk, and that's where I would like you, Tushar, to come in, because there is a very big saying that, there is no safety in a lawless land. So do you feel that India is ready for the AI banking, or probably AI as well, because there had been a demand for a data protection bill, because data seems to be playing a very, very huge role as far as banking is concerned, and banking data is pretty sensitive.
Correct. Thank you for the question. I think I would start my answer by giving you a quote. The quote is by this gentleman known as Klaus Schwab. He's the founder of the World Economic Forum. So in the context of digital banking, what he says is, it's not, in today's world, it's not the big fish who will eat the small fish. It's the fast fish that will eat the slow fish. So in my opinion, this perfectly describes what the diaspora of digital banking is in India. This is not just for financial institutions and banks, it's also for India as a country. India as a country competing with other nations across the world. Right? So we've all seen a massive shift towards digital banking in the recent era. If I may give some statistics, UPI transactions for the month of December 2023 spanned out or was to the tune of around 17.4 lakh crores, which is around $210 billion US. Keeping that context, I think it's safe to say that the Indian community is completely reliant on digital banking as a means for conducting their day-to-day businesses, right? So while I'm talking about the rapid expanse and development of the digital aspect of banking, it's also very important to note that laws have to keep pace with it. As of now, in my own respectful opinion, it's not the case. We have a long way to go. I hope for a positive Indian future on this aspect, definitely. So digital transactions in today's era has come up with different kind of problems and issues that we are facing today. They could be cyber frauds, they could be identity thefts, they could be loss of personal data, for example. Yeah. So now I think briefly I'm going to touch upon certain rules, regulations and laws which govern digital transactions. I'm just going to briefly touch upon each and every one of them.
Go ahead.
The first one, I think it's but obvious, Information Technology Act 2000. In my opinion, it needs a major overhaul. It was enacted at a time when we were still going through the age of computerization. We were still learning what things mean. When you're comparing it to different jurisdictions across the world, they have specific enactments and legislations covering each and every aspect of, be it fraud, be it data theft, or whatever the case could be. So, in my opinion, Information Technology Act needs a complete overhaul. The second one that I would like to touch upon is Banking Regulation Act of 1949. Again, as the year suggests, it's 1949. We need to update the law, definitely. Also, as the name suggests, this law is essentially governing the functioning of banking in India, but it's completely silent on fintechs and digital banking sector. So we need to rethink this and probably come up with a new enactment. The third one is Payments and Settlement Systems Act of 2007. This gives RBI the power to regulate digital transactions. But it does not clearly define the liability aspect of it. When I'm talking about UPI or mobile banking, who's liable in a case of fraud? So that there is still big question mark over that. Through jurisprudence, we're going to find answers to that. The last but not the least that I want to cover right now, which is a recent law, is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act of 2023. This is a new law. I think we are entering into a new sphere. We're still yet to see whether it's going to be really effective in protecting consumer data or not. I think another one, taking cue from Sir, there's another guideline which was enacted by the RBI, which is digital lending guidelines, right? So even though we have these enactments, proper usage of that, effectiveness of that is under question today. So we need to, as a country, rethink and come up with the entire solution towards solving this problem.
Pavneesh, digital lending is something that's the future of the country. We are come from the age from computer learning to now machine learning. So how do you, reimagine lending in India, and what is something that is missing in the Indian banking system or the RBI's regulations or the RBI's powers as far as this is concerned?
See, we often drive and see, trucks going ahead in front of us and say it's speed thrills but kills. I think it's about speed. We are among all the countries in the world. We have seen subprime, we have seen those crises and all, and we have come up really well. The only reason behind it is our regulations are strong, our banking system is sticking to its principles, it's not in the race of running so fast. When you're talking about digital lending, right, there's a lot of thought and there are a lot of leaders in banking fraternity which are conventional, which is not wrong. They are holding us right? But now we are at the stage when we are going with time and we need to understand how do we implement the same conventional thoughts in a digital way, which also consumes some of the concepts of UPI and other aspects, right? Imagine, I'll just give two examples. Like one, if I have to lend as a person of credit, I would ask certain questions. Last time you took a loan, that's not where the transaction is ending. Where did you invest? What is the end use? What is the purpose of this loan? This defines what is his mind, why is he taking loan. Lakhs of apps have come where RBI had to, pick up a stick and say, you're just distributing money, loan in 10 seconds, loan in 20 seconds. Why do you need, right? And who are the people who are taking these loans? So when I am underwriting a consumer personal loan, I see people have ₹1 lakh of salary and they're investing that exact 1 lakh of salary on the other day goes to poker, my Dream 11 and all of those things, right? Which is speculation. And because loans from these apps have been made so easy, people are, if you see the recent trend, right? Why SEBI is around so much of influx of money in FNOs? Because getting money is easy. It is not salary. It is not equity. It is debt. And I take 50,000 today in those 10 seconds, invest in FNO, wiped off, and then I'll not pay the loan. So this is why these loans in small segments are going bad, because everybody is solving for quick loans. Now we have to be like really prudent. There's lot, and as I mentioned in the opening remark, right? Lot and lot of data available. Now, let's say the same example, if I'm doing personal loan, I don't need to ask for salary slips and all. Maybe, you know, if we want to be like really digital and all, I have an access to the EPFO. I know whether this person is salaried, he has footprints on EPFO or not. What kind of, you know, what is his pie of spends? If he gets 1 lakh of salary, is it like 10,000 on food, 20,000 on groceries? A salaried customer will have a fixed pattern, both on the left and the right. Now, if it's MSME, it's very difficult because it's not as straight as salary, but then you need to read their cash flows. Where are they getting money from? Whom are they paying? Are they investing into real estate? Are they spending, you know, into speculation purposes and all of that? Which is where now you have a lot of intelligence, one on fraud, second, like I mentioned, right, GST and other things, right? And if the customer is my bank customer, 24 hours I can monitor, right? And I can withdraw lines, I can, you know, do all of that. Which is where I think is the future. And I think just one last point. I think it's like, you know, we have to understand to what extent we need to go, which is where a lot of intelligence is coming from RBI on, particularly on DLG. What is DLG? It doesn't say don't do digital lending. It is not restricting us. It is saying do it right. Don't outsource credit. Don't outsource risk. Be quick. Use data. Take prudent decisions and make scorecards and monitor them. Monitoring is like really, really important.
Arjit, that's where I would like you to come in, because, you know, at a time when AI is the future, we are somewhere or the other, you know, going away from that personal touch of banking that used to happen, where, you know, a relationship manager, still it happens, but in the near future it might not, that the relationship manager used to call you or to see your finances, and now AI would be doing everything. Do you feel that in in the era of AI, we are also in the era of high risk and digital frauds as well?
This is where, you know, the disadvantages of AI will come into being. Lastly, I spoke about the advantages. So I think I have some points. AI can learn and improve, but it still can't make judgment calls. Like I said earlier, like if we have a management, they are both emotional, they are thinking emotionally as well as with ethics, the moral ethics. AI will not do so. AI will definitely, you know, enhance unemployment, which is the biggest disadvantage, I think, of the artificial intelligence. We can see the, you know, faster growth and faster positivity in our legal fraternity. We three of us, we know that we are we are being called, or we are being pinned for, you know, legal interviews in corporate or in any sector. Being in a legal fraternity, this is the biggest setback, I'll say, of artificial intelligence. And concluding to your question and to my point on artificial intelligence, as we move into 2025 and beyond, embracing AI as a case element of banking strategy is essential for financial institutions aiming to thrive in a competitive landscape. By aligning AI initiative with business objectives, investing in technology and talent through comprehensive AI training, causes, and adopting a customer-centric approach, banks can significantly enhance operational efficiency and customer experience. If being done, if the management calls for a balance in both my advantages and disadvantages, and this was my research, but I think if the management calls for a balance in this, the artificial intelligence will always be a productive approach.
Tushar, artificial intelligence is definitely learning. But what is the learning that we need as far as, you know, lawyers are concerned or judges are concerned? Because I was speaking to Justice Chandrachud in the last few months, and he was of the view, I asked him a question that, you know, somewhere, one day, do you feel that AI can actually replace judges? And his clear answer was that, you know, a human mind which has empathy cannot be taken away by a machine itself. But whether or not this machine actually needs some kind of regulations, because AI at this point of time is resulting into a lot of chaos more than it is actually advantageous to the people.
I think in today's time, there are a lot of question marks over what AI is all about. The general common folk, the layman as such, doesn't know how AI works. So banking is an institution where it's running by an idea and element of trust. So until and unless proper safeguards and stringent methods are put into place, I think that trust is not going to come. When there are so many question marks when it comes to how data is being processed, where it is going, is it staying in servers in India? Is it going somewhere abroad? How is that being utilized? So I think all these answers need to be given to, and proper redressal mechanism needs to be put into place. Because again, we're going into uncharted territory. At this point of time, we are definitely going into uncharted territory. And definitely, I am all in for development of new technologies to make human lives better, but it has to go hand in glove with certain safeguards. Yeah.
Pavniji, you know, lending and risk are two terms that are the coin of the same side, or that is something that goes hand in hand. And very categorically, the risk mitigation becomes much more as far as lending is concerned, because that personal touch definitely goes away in digital lending. How can that be mitigated? You've been a banker for decades and you've seen lending grow. So how do you feel that it would be taken into account, and how would risk mitigation actually come down when we enter into the new age of banking?
So I think personal interaction and that touch, I don't think it should not completely fade away. I think it will always be there. And as I mentioned earlier, like it will only supplement us taking right decisions. Again, as an example, right? As a bank, I need to fund a restaurant or a food chain. Now, today, I'm blessed with players like Zomato and Swiggy. For a borrower, they're only ordering food, or for a restaurant, they are listed on that Zomato or a Swiggy. But as a banker, if I work in collaboration with these aggregators, there's a lot of data on back of it, which today I use even their ratings by customers for a restaurant on Zomato while giving a loan to a restaurant. Why? Because it shows how stable or how long this restaurant can run, because customers like their food. What is the presence of these restaurants on social media? How do people look at them? What are the level of transactions? What is the seasonality? Whether they don't do business in hot summers, they pick up in winters, or something like that. So I get to see the scale of cash flows through the transactions only on Zomato. And then we'll have to understand, this personal touch. Again, there will be a human looking at this. There will be an eye of policy looking at how these things are running. And of course, when we say AI, ML, it's very aspirational term. But then what is ML? I think AI starts from ML. ML is building those data subsets which are actually showing how the nature of the customer, the nature of the transactions, different subsets, different customers, different industries, different borrower types. AI is applying algorithms on these data sets or these machine learning data subsets to give an indicative decision to a underwriter or a credit or a banker, saying this is high risk, medium risk, low risk. Then again, you have your own policies saying, okay, how do I treat the high risk? How do I treat the medium and the low? But it cannot run without a personal touch. Personal touch can be digital. Today, when I speak to a customer for 10 minutes on a video call, I have on the background, I am capturing their coordinates of latitude, longitude. And then I have a software which shows what exactly is the location. Then I double click on it. It gives me a street view. I am even able to see the board of that business where I'm just speaking to in 10 minutes, and I don't need to personally visit and see how it looks like. It's giving me a satellite view, right? So this is how deep we have now kind of dived as a technology, and then collaboration with the aggregators is key. I think next, and this has been for last 5 years, but it needs to mature. Next 5 years would be lending a loan to a trucker, collaborate with delivery. Lending a loan to a restaurant, collaborate with Zomato, Swiggy. You're lending a loan to a customer who invests in mutual funds and stock, collaborate with IndMoney. right? Cred. So I'm just naming a few. Like there's so much of aggregators and digital platforms which are specialized in some way or the other. The ecosystem of lending and banking has to work in collaboration. I cannot solve problem and think only as an NBFC, how do I do? As a fintech, how do I do? Otherwise, banks will struggle, right? Banks are huge. The cost of capital advantage is only with the banks, with nobody else. With the kind of customer base, with the level of monitoring that they can do, nobody else can do. But then they are learning from the technology, from the deeper technologies, which fintechs and others in the ecosystem can help with.
Arijit, this is also advantage of AI, or at least digital banking, I would say, that somewhere or the other, when transactions come on a digital, just like we do a UPI transaction, everything was on record. You don't lose those records. So somewhere or the other, I think we should discuss some advantages of digital banking as well, if you could throw some light on that as well.
Advantages of digital marketing or
digital banking?
AI?
Digital banking.
Digital banking. Already, I think these points are already said by colleague panelist. I would conclude that both digital marketing and AI, I'll give some live examples. I'll throw some live examples. We must go to, like in our past, when we were training, we were doing internships, junior internships, summer internship, winter internships. We were not given chance for client management directly. We were not able to draft any of the petitions directly. And if you all see the current scenario, what I am seeing in Indore and MP, Gwalior High Court, may it be Jabalpur, Gwalior or Indore High Court. And I am sure that you all must be seeing the current scenario is the juniors or our interns, they are directly drafting through AI, using artificial intelligence, which is skipping a very important learning phase of which we have gone through, but it is being skipped by the current juniors. Also, the draft which is being ready, as already said by my senior and my colleague panelists, there has to be a human touch when we are handling some serious cases. There are some serious cases. Not all are the agreements or not all are the contracts, but there are some serious cases which are to be handled by a human touch. So I'll agree with my colleague panelist, and concluding that as I earlier said, that both the positive and negatives are with the management's hand, but there has to be a human touch forcing from behind, giving a back support.
Tushar, your closing remarks, and also where do you see the future of Indian law as far as AI and digital bank is concerned?
I think we have a long way to go. It's so AI as a technology is definitely going to help us make things more it'll streamline a lot of things. There will be faster resolution to disputes and problems and issues faced by the common public, with of course a helping hand by human intervention. But AI is still a technology which is primitive, and all of us know how AI works. AI is all about getting as much resources as possible. The number of years we spend developing AI will help us build a stronger framework for the future. So with respect to the legal aspects of things, we should be definitely welcoming AI and the onslaught of digital banking in India with open arms, but still have a very pragmatic and realistic approach towards it.
Bhavani, closing remarks.
I think I'm in a legal summit with most of the audience on the background, right? So I think too much of banking and risk that I've talked about, but just to touch it, this aspect, I think when it comes to digital banking, lending, we are seeing the regulations and circulars, compliance guidelines are very, very dynamic these days. So, of course, there's a biggest role of the legal fraternity to step into the banks and the lenders, support them in terms of interpretation. So, if I work in one company, I interpret law in one way. There's some other person who is also right, interprets in some other way. if that interpretation is implemented at a scale, it's always, we'll be very late to realize, there's no looking back. So I think all of us have to come together to ensure that the way RBI and Ministry of Finance and government and the legal system is giving these guidelines, there's a equal and a similar kind of interpretation when it comes to lending practices.
Thank you so much, Pavneesh, Arjit, and Tushar for joining us for this insightful session on the future of banking, AI, and how digital transactions would be in India in the next few years.
That was a power-packed discussion indeed. I would now request Ananya to hand over a token of appreciation to the speakers. Before we move on to the next panel, let's have a look at the AV, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next discussion titled The Future of Electricity Law in India, Balancing Regulation, Innovation and Sustainability. Through this conversation, we aim to focus on how India's electricity sector is at a pivotal juncture with evolving laws and policies shaping its transition toward a more sustainable, efficient and innovation-driven future. Striking the right balance between regulation, technological advancements and sustainability will define the future of India's energy landscape. Calling Ananya Bhatnagar back on stage to moderate the session and also our esteemed panelists. Hemant Singh, founder and managing partner, Charter Law Chambers. Are our panelists in the room? Tushar Goyal, Vice President, Regulatory Affairs and Policy Advocacy, ACME. Shri Venkatesh, Founder and Managing Partner, SKV Law Offices. Saurav Roy, Advocate on Record, Chambers of Saurav Roy. Can somebody from Legitquest please check where the panelists are? I'd like to introduce the panelists once again. Hemant Singh, Founder and Managing Partner, Charter Law Chambers. Tushar Goyal, Vice President, Regulatory Affairs and Policy Advocacy, ACME. Shri Venkatesh, Founder and Managing Partner, SKV Law Offices. Saurav Roy, Advocate on Record, Chambers of Saurav Roy. Over to Ananya.
Welcome everyone. A very, very warm welcome to all of you on the panel. We're talking about the most important utility in the country, electricity, without which I think this whole the gathering could also not function. So I would start with you. What would be your view as far as electricity and the electricity regulation in the country is concerned, and how it is evolving in the recent past as well?
Actually, if I have to speak my mind out, then I would like to tell that the core problem lies at the regulatory commissions level, because they are the people who are framing regulations, they are the people who are governing everything. And what is happening is that the people who are appointed, they are all ex-utility. So they are used to taking orders from government. So there is, the reforms are not happening, and then there is, the business mindset is not there. So they should start with that. They should have a pool. They should have someone from, at least from the business, the investors, because Electricity Act was introduced as a reformatory mechanism, so that private investment should come in. But this is, because of this, there is lack of investor confidence. And until they improve this, the regulatory setup in the country, it will not happen. And we have seen various examples where there is a very big conflict with what the central government says through its policies and what the regulators are doing. So that is what I would like to say, that it has to start from the regulatory commission level, because all utility people are there. They are just used to taking orders. Even though there are umpteen judgments which say that they are independent courts, you should not be guided by what the government says.
So your opening thoughts as far as electricity law is concerned?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. It's really an honor for me to be a part of this panel discussing the future of electricity laws in India. So, as per my view, the current regulations are more towards the conventional power generation source, but in the last decade we have seen how the renewable energy capacity addition has happened in our country, especially in solar and wind. The regulations are also have been also frequently changed to adapt these new technologies. But in the recent last couple of years, with the government coming up with the National Green Hydrogen Mission and decarbonization, the entire world is going through energy transition. So it's important to have the dedicated regulations for these new technologies like energy storage, green hydrogen, because one really cannot have the same dispensation for the mature technologies like solar and wind, and the new technologies like energy storage and green hydrogen, which are in the nascent stage. You cannot have the same penal provisions of all these technologies. So I feel that these new technologies must be given a special dispensation and more promotion at the regulations, at the regulatory commissions level, and that's the only case these new projects with these new technologies will actually come up and will be able to lead this energy transition phase.
What are your opening thoughts, Saurav, as far as this is concerned?
First of all, thank you for having me on the panel with some very esteemed electricity practitioners. I don't think I deserve to be here. But just to answer the question, I completely agree with what my earlier speaker said. When I have done a fair range of regulatory and litigation matters, and I think what is unique about the electricity sector as a lawyer is, if you look at the kind of disputes that we have in the electricity sector, when they're some of the biggest disputes that you can have in terms of scale, volume, stake, nature. But at the same time, unlike many other commercial disputes, what you also need to have is a very clear understanding of the business, the financial principles, the economics of how the sector works, and also a working knowledge of the technology and the scientific side of things, the emerging technology. So it's a challenge. And what compounds the challenge is the fact that you have to implement all of this through a very seamless coordination of the state, the central government, the various authorities under the Act, and of course the regulatory commissions and the appellate tribunal. I think what Mr. Hemant Singh said is absolutely right. The work has to start at the regulatory commission level. And I also agree with the idea that the regulatory landscape, there are two aspects to it which are very important. One is you can't keep tinkering with regulations, come up with something and then have to change it. You must have a long drawn out process of thought in the first place so that you're able to draft something which lasts at least some test of time. Your regulations can't really vary much from one state to another, because that really creates a lot of incongruity unless you're looking forward to incentivizing some in some states. And more importantly, for the emerging technologies, you must have a very well thought out plan in which promoters, companies are also a part, so that even before they start working on it, they are aware of what the government is thinking, what the landscape is, and how it will cater to the needs of the public at large. So I think those are the two areas where I think my earlier speakers also spoke. The third thing which I think is very critical in this sector is, because the kind of investments that go in, whether it is regulatory matters or disputes, speed is of essence. If you wait 2 years for a tariff adoption, and then you reject bids because in the course of 2 years the tariff has changed. If a dispute resolution at the commission level takes years, and then at the APTEL level it takes years, and then at the Supreme Court level it takes years, then a lot of money is stuck with uncertainty for a very long time. And we can do a great job as lawyers, come up with the most sophisticated arguments, put in the hours, but unless the clients really want clarity, they want to win their matters, they want to get their bids done, but they also want that certainty and clarity. So I think, other than what the others said, I think speed is of essence at all levels of this hierarchy and infrastructure.
Venkatesh, your opening remarks, and also, we see a lot of, I was reading a research which says that there's a large chunk, in fact, of electricity law cases that are pending in the country. What is the need of the hour in your opening remarks as well?
He's making the most of it, so I don't know if we'll complain about it.
Thank you so much for having me, and this is a very nice group of people you've gathered together, because all of us know each other for many years, and therefore all of us would share a lot in common. Let me start by saying that there is a baseline issue, and that baseline issue transcends beyond what the Electricity Act provides or what electricity business provides. It's the Constitution. See, electricity is a concurrent subject. State government and central government both have the power to legislate as a subject over it, because it ultimately affects from the most marginalized and poor to the richest in the country. Therefore, that's the foundation we began with. Having said that, the Act itself was a very big step, and a lot of things have progressed therefrom. I agree with all my fellow colleagues sitting here that speed is a problem. the appointment at the commission level is a problem, and the way the act is structured, that the central government is at a policy level and its implementation is to be done by the state commissions and the state government, while state governments don't have a role to play, but the state commissions have a role to play. I agree with that, and there's a gap there. The way I see this sector, the biggest challenge that I see in the sector is, to begin with, would be that the time taken in deciding a particular issue. So, for example, there's an issue for a tariff for the year 24-25. It could be a generation tariff, it could be distribution. The time taken to resolve that in the 3 layers is more than 10 to 11 years. So all of it gets lost by the time the matter gets decided. That's on the adjudication part. My personal view is that the policy framing is one aspect, but regulation to apply to that policy is another aspect. For example, what Tushar started off by saying, and which I endure that, I completely agree with that point. You have a policy for battery storage. You have a policy for green hydrogen. Now, what regulatory steps are required to be taken to ensure that you achieve that policy is in complete limbo right now, or is being worked upon as we go along. This itself creates a big challenge for large-scale investors, because ultimately one has to not lose sight of the fact that 1 megawatt of power requires at least a few crores to be deployed, and we're looking at 1,000 megawatt projects. So the gap between what the policymakers envisage for the country as opposed to the regulation of the country, there's a huge mismatch, and this is what leads to most challenges that we are facing in the sector as lawyers or as clients. I think that's the common theme you'll hear today when you discuss this issue. So that's the problem, according to me, it's major, largely. And in addition to that, I think one specific issue which I find quite troubling is that new projects are all dependent upon connectivity to the grid. Now, connectivity itself is not as regulated as it should be. There's a lot of room for gaming the system. There's a lot of room to mismatch. That is a problem. That's more of an implementation level, but that's what I see as a challenge in the next 5 or 6 years. That's what I see to begin with.
Even, another big problem is the sorry state of affairs of the DISCOMs at this particular point of time. How would they change? What is the need of the hour? What is to be done as far as these DISCOM comes out of the sorry state of affairs, or the kind of affairs that they are in?
So it's a very good question. By the DISCOMs, because DISCOMs are a revenue neutral entity. They have to take power, they have to supply, and then collect revenue and give it back to the generators, and keeping a bit of return on their own. Now, the biggest problem is that the regulators, they set up, as I said, they are used to taking orders from government. They're all government officials appointed. So then the central policy says that cheaper power you can't give any free power. Cheaper power has to be 20% lower than your cost. Right. So what they are doing is they are giving it much cheaper, and they're charging, they're building cross subsidies into the tariff of the other consumers. So which is leading to a scenario where, the Act says subsidy has to be given by the government. So government should give subsidy, but the DISCOM should collect its entire revenue. There can't be any free power. Until that happens, so that is why I said it is at the regulatory level, regulatory commissions level. They have to reform. Until that, if DISCOMs improve, a lot of things will improve. Because they are the entities who pay off the transmission licenses, who pay off the generators. So they have to, once they improve, then only the things can move forward. And this is the biggest obstacle in that free power. So they are not able to collect their own revenues. Then regulatory assets, what is a regulatory asset? It's accumulation of, amount, the recovery of the DISCOM which has got stuck. Even after judgments, the commissions are not implementing that. Just because there's a pressure from the government that it will lead to a tariff shock. So that, that cost, and then that carrying cost also adds up. So that is the biggest issue.
Tushar, another big problem I was reading about, and if you could throw a little light on, is the banking of the grids and how, the storage of electricity actually happens, and we kind of do not have a particular mechanism or particular legislations as far as this is concerned. Do you feel the same, or if you could throw some light on that as well?
So this is a very relevant question in present scenario, because with the integration of more renewable energy in the grid, so actually unlike conventional, which is planned and firm in nature, renewable is infirm and it causes fluctuation in the grid. So you need to have a storage mechanism, which can cater to this informed nature and provide reliability to the grid. Because one cannot really keep on adding the renewable energy sources without having a stable grid in place. So that's the reason Central Electricity Authority of India has envisaged a capacity addition of 175 gigawatt hour of hydro PSP and 250 gigawatt hour of battery energy storage system, which is required to ensure that the grid is stable. As far as banking regulations are concerned, what I feel is every state has different demand supply scenario. Banking cannot be uniform across different states because actually electricity cannot be stored. Grid is only a way of transmission from generation to a buyer. So the banking is really, if you ask me, it's a accounting. Like if a generator has supplied excess power and if there is a demand on the buyer side, then that excess power can be banked and it can be utilized when the supply is less. So this depends upon the state's actual demand supply scenario. So to my mind, the real solution is to have more energy storage solutions like BESS and hydro PSP, which can really store energy and meet the requirement of peak power demands, which really presently the states are facing challenges.
Saurav, the Prime Minister visited Paris a few years ago, had a mission for a greener country, for a more sustainable country to come in. But are the laws really aligned as far as the electricity law per se, or the energy laws as far as we are concerned, are really aligned to actually facilitate that kind of a green energy to come in the country itself?
Thank you for the question. I think there are two things when it comes to the Paris Climate Accord that comes to my mind. One is, of course, there is a genuine push towards renewable energy. The question is how much of that push will actually account for the stable power demand that people will need. Can you, for instance, envisage a situation where how significant should the power demand from renewable sources, what is the trajectory that you're looking at? And there have been enough studies on that. The point that I want to get at is you will eventually need some sort of a critical supply of electricity which is not in the form of renewable energy. And that you can't ignore. So you will always have issues from traditional thermal or other sources of energy. You'll always have those which supply to the critical load or the base load. But I think in terms of the push, there has been a significant push at policy level. I don't think we are lacking in regulation as such, except maybe areas where we can iron out some of the issues. But what we are really lacking in is speedy resolution of issues that arise even in the context of renewable energy. I can give you an example. For instance, in the state of Uttar Pradesh, the tariff adoption for renewable power projects, I think for the year 15-16, is actually still pending at the level of the Electricity Commission. So they adopted a tariff, it came up to the APTEL, it was set aside and remanded back. So you can actually have as many policies, incentives, regulations to push a particular a form of power generation. But unless you follow it up with a landscape where speedily issues are resolved and there is clarity, it breaks the back of people who are actually in that sector and dissuades them from investing. And that then will have an effect on your critical infrastructure. So I think I would say that there has been a tremendous push at the policy level and regulations level. But at the level of those who implement those, I think there's a lot that deserves to be done. I also wanted to just add to what Mr. Hemant Singh said earlier about the DISCOMs. They used to say before the Electricity Act 2003 came, that political power actually flows from free power. So that was the mindset. If you could give people free power, chances were they were happy and they would vote for you. And that, for instance, I think that for some reason has still remained, in the psychology of distribution licensees. And the only people who can actually correct that are electricity commissions, because they, in first instance, can actually make sure that payments are made in time. You don't linger a payment matter for a very long time. But unfortunately, in many cases, that doesn't happen. And then they have ingenious techniques where if a party has not been paid for 5 years, 6 years, whatever, there are late payment surcharge issues, they actually end up foregoing, waiving dues so that they can have some sort of settlement. So I think unless that stops and unless the commissions really put their foot down and say, this is how you're going to have to pay because these are solemn agreements, I don't see how you can really find a panacea to that problem.
Venkatesh, we are in the AI era. We are in the times of machine learning. Electricity becomes a lot more important at this particular point of time. What is the future of electricity in India and the renewable sources of energy as far as this is concerned?
So, the way from what I've seen at the policy level and at the ground level, there are two realities that we are grappling with. One is the reality of the aim to be a greener country. So therefore you need to promote solar, wind, whichever the renewable technologies that are available at a mass scale. Having said that, there is an inherent problem which Tushar also referred to with this renewable technology. It is not base load. So while you can have 60 or 70 gigawatt of solar generation, you still need capacity to supply power to you at night when there is no sunset, there is no sun available. So the future that I see is a mix of everything. I see a mix of battery storage because that's the future. No doubt they're expensive and therefore there is a lot of hesitation. But having said that, that's the future. I see a lot of renewable and I also see a lot of thermal. That is the dark horse which people are not looking to, not looking at right now. If you've seen the recent trend, a lot of state governments are looking to get into thermal. State discoms are getting into thermal contracts because they know that thermal is what will help you meet the peak demand at night. So this is what as in the future years, I see it's going to be a mix of all. So there's going to be opportunity at all levels, at renewable level, at hybrid level, as well as at conventional level. But having said that, again, these challenges of pendency, disputes, which all of us are referring to, if these challenges are not resolved, then all that investment the investors will find it difficult to come into the sector. And again, this point, the first question you asked, Hemant, is actually a very important question, that why are discoms, failing? And I just wanted to add one sentence here. See, a yardstick to measure a discom, because I have the pleasure of appearing for both the private discoms as well as the government and the private generators, is that what is the AT&C loss that you are, you're suffering. The AT&C losses have come down fantastically across the country, except probably a few handful states, which is less than maybe 4 or 5. Every state is doing fantastically well to bring the loss level. Then still, why are the discoms suffering? Discoms are suffering because lack of political will. Electricity is such a commodity which affects your day-to-day life. And therefore, as long as society we're not willing to accept that the cost of generation has gone up and the political will is not willing to convey that message to the masses at large, this problem will persist. So that's one thing I wanted to add to what you asked, Hemant, that discoms, the problem is actually we are not able to accept the fact that the cost of generation is going to go up and therefore the cost of your electricity bill is going to go up. That's one problem.
Hemant, I would like to pull you in here because we are at a time and we are approaching summers where we have a lot of demand for electricity and we see the kind of power cuts that happen. What is the way forward? What is the solution that one could actually derive for or the governments should actually look into?
They have to plan well, as Venkatesh said, that it has to be a good mixture of thermal and renewable. Now what is happening is a lot of renewable push. Blind push is going into renewables. Then we have also seen reports that so there's a central agency called SECI. It conducts bids. Then a lot of megawatt capacity of solar, wind, they are coming up. But then discoms are not willing to sign it. They have set up the projects. So they have to find a proper balance how to address this problem. And unless that is found, and the major reason is it is cheaper, you take it. Because of the mentality of free power and the discom load has to be reduced. But ultimately the base power, it comes from a firm source, which is electricity, which is thermal, and then battery. So until and unless pragmatic approach is adopted, that it is a reality that prices would be up. You have to pay. The coal prices have gone up. Imported coal prices have gone up. Captive generating plants, thermal plants are shut because they can't procure coal. You have initially when that coal block everything happened, that cancellation of coal blocks, then linkage was not given to captive sources, and imported coal prices got up. So all these are contributing to this, that today DISCOMs do not have base load covered. Now they are going to renewable, but renewable is not base load. So unless you cover the base load, this problem of load shedding and higher prices, and then you are subjecting cross subsidies to high-end consumers and giving free power, that until this stops, nothing will improve much.
I would like to
go
add to
ahead.
what Hemant has said. So I personally feel that as a country we have focused more on the generation side in the last decade, but a lot has still to be done on the transmission side. Because if you have let's say 500 gigawatt of capacity, but the transmission capacity is less than that, the transmission grid is actually required to supply the power from the generation source to the consumer who will offtake that energy. So unless there is a alignment in the transmission capacity and generation capacity, we will see curtailment and load shedding across the states, because presently many states does not have a adequate transmission network which can really transmit the power from generating source to the consumers. So this issue we need to deal, and we need to spend a lot on the transmission system augmentation, so that we have a robust grid which can cater to the generation as well as consumption.
Soren, Venkatesh, I think you can also add one pointer to this. This seems to be a very, very crucial aspect.
I think because your question was that you still have, although not as persistent as before, some issue of power cuts, and especially in the summer ones with this peak demand. I think it is very important that we do two things right. One is plan better and forecast better. And that's where I believe AI also comes in to a great extent, because the kind of forecasting tools that we can now employ are better than what we've ever employed. And if you plan and do your forecasting better, then probably you will be able to meet the expected demand that you will have. Because it's not as if that you don't have prior experience of what the peak demand is. And unless there is something which is out of the ordinary, it is not a completely unpredictable graph in a manner of speaking. So if you don't do those things right, you should not be in such a terrible place that people face persistent power cuts. The other thing is you need to achieve a perfect balance when it comes to government intervention. Earlier we were saying that the intervention that happens from the government on commissions and distribution licenses, where the perception is that sometimes they may be joined at the hip, is of course the sort of intervention that we don't want. We want that there should be a level playing field, and we want that it should be run commercially. But at the same time, there are some areas in which you need government intervention before a crisis unfolds. Unfortunately, the history of the electricity sector has been such that the government intervention comes after a crisis has actually played out, and then we try and stop the bleeding by doing some small repair job. That sort of an intervention, I think, comes very late. It's too little, too late. And Hemant gave the example of the coal issue, for instance. We've had issues on coal policy which have been persistent for a very long time. We had the new coal development policy in 2007. Then the government felt that it would not be able to meet the commitment that was made then. Then you had the cancellation of coal blocks. Then you had a situation where people had to import coal, but you didn't know what sort of relief they would get, whether they would get compensated by means of force majeure or change in law. But they had to, of course, they had committed to supply, so they had to get the coal from somewhere. And unfortunately, if you say that in such situations you should be left at the mercy of the regulatory commission and sort of play it out, then you leave them to the hounds. So maybe in some crisis scenarios, you need the intervention early so that you can actually end the woes before they begin.
Venkatesh, your views and the closing remarks as well,
Yes.
along with
So,
that.
I mean, I think from my perspective on your question of load shedding and just general on the closing as issue on this subject, see, in the last 2 decades, it is not nobody can dispute the fact that load shedding as a phenomena as it existed in 2002 is not there anymore. The country is electrified, most people have got electricity connection, and there is power made available to them. Now, on the specifics of, so we have seen 2 cycles. The cycle we were power deficit in 2003, we became power surplus in 2010 because the industrialization did not keep up pace with the way the projects came up in the country. We are in 2025, we are again power deficit, not for the entire year, but for you during peak months, which is summer here, and in the southern part, it's different months or adjacent months. So we have now, our problem is now limited to, at least on the question of supply and availability, is limited to a few months in a year. I think as my panelists, my friends before have said, that problem can easily be resolved by proper planning. Now, but that planning is not only at the DISCOM level, it's also at the regulator level. If regulator is able to foresee what his problem is going to be for his DISCOMs in months to come, it can start the process a lot earlier. So planning can solve that small gap that exists now. And going forward, if we add more capacity, that gap is bound to go away. That's really on the issue of load shedding and how we can, is it really a problem anymore or not? According to me, it's not such a big, serious problem anymore. Whatever it is can be resolved. Having said that, as generally on the closing of the issue, I would only want all of us to apply our minds and think that how we can solve the gap that is there between policy and regulation and implementation. That's it all of us are saying the same thing, I think in different words. That ultimately it's just the gap between what the policymakers want, how the regulators are working upon it, and what is the ground reality on implementation. As long as we shorten this, I'd see that this sector is, of course, has a lot of future ahead because there's a lot of demand, and the integration of capital into the sector would become seamless. I think that's the future for all of us, according to me.
Hemant, Tushar, and sort of one line closing remarks, if you could close it.
I would just like to give a very practical example. So in Delhi, we are affected by what? The biggest problem facing Delhi is pollution. According to me, the solution is also very simple. Solution is, and I've seen this myself. So in Punjab, they used to have 5-7 plants, power plants, which were running on parali. But they require a higher tariff. They were not given that tariff by the regulatory commissions. Ultimately, under the government pressure that this may increase the power price, they stopped. And what is the impact? So now we have technologies like waste to energy. We have technologies like biomass, which uses parali as a fuel source. The farmers will get money because DISCOMs will have to pay. The cost of power would be higher, but then the environment will improve. They will not burn. So the buck stops at the commission level. The commissions have to improve. There have to be people from the business community as well who are appointed there, so that they can give their own inputs and, implement regulations in a manner which is more, conducive to business and, more towards reforming the electricity sector. And one way of doing center is doing it. Center is trying to do it through rules, but we have seen Karnataka High Court quash the central rules. So, because what is happening, electricity is a concurrent subject. So there is a central act which is binding. That same act gives powers to the state commissions to make regulations, but then central rules are forcing the state commissions to follow what center is saying. So then there is also a mismatch. So all these issues have to be resolved. So it can't be by one single push from center. It has to start from the regulatory level, regulatory commissions level.
Tushar and Saurav, one line closing remarks.
To conclude this, I would say we need to have an expeditious dispute resolution mechanism. Then the timely, the alignment between policy and regulation, as Venkatesh said, and adoption of new technologies in the regulation in a more promotional way. I think these 3 are the closing remarks from me. Thank you.
I just, because I can see it says time's up, I'd say that when you look at a sector like this, there are of course some long-term targets that you want to achieve. And there are what you call low-hanging fruits. And there are some low-hanging fruits which you can immediately go for. One of them is of course that there shouldn't be any vacancies at the regulatory commissions to start with. We shouldn't have to face a situation where disputes are not being decided because there's no judicial member who's been appointed for 1.5 years. And that is the case in many regulatory commissions. So I think that you must have regulatory commissions that are independent, fill those vacancies in time. That goes for the Appellate Tribunal of Electricity as well. And you bridge the gap between policy and regulations and have a longer landscape after sort of taking on board people who are promoters in this sector. And I think if you can achieve that, you'll go a long way in making sure that we have a stable, profitable electricity sector.
Closing this insightful discussion with a very, very, close understanding of Delhi elections and Delhi politics, I would like to say that, this is an issue and it's high time that electricity comes out from freebies to focus at this particular point. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us for this insightful session.
Thank you, Ananya, and the speakers for that riveting conversation. I would request Ananya to hand over our token of appreciation to the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now break for lunch for about 40 minutes. See you on the other side of the break. I'm leaving you with this thought-provoking AV now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everyone to please settle down and put your phones on silent mode, as we will be starting the event shortly.
Have been also frequently changed.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to our next discussion titled The Future of Litigation in India, Technology, Reforms and Innovation. Now, the landscape of litigation in India is evolving, driven by technological advancements, judicial reforms and innovative legal practices. However, challenges such as case backlogs, judicial vacancies, and regulatory complexities continue to impact the speed and effectiveness of dispute resolution. The upcoming panel will delve into the ongoing legal reforms and the integration of AI-driven legal analytics for greater transparency, efficiency, and access to justice, while maintaining the integrity of the judicial process. To moderate the session, may I invite on stage CNBC TV 18's Ashmit Kumar and our esteemed panelists to join him. Ujjwal Anand Sharma, partner, Lawman & White. Justin George, Senior Associate, Lawman & White. Rahul Narayanan, Senior Corporate Counsel, Litigation, Amazon. Over to Ashmit.
Thank you so much. Mic's working. Thank you so much for that. I think before we just begin, hats off for whoever's designed the stage. I think it looks like a perfect courtroom, so thank you for giving us the perfect setting for that. But let's begin. I think we have an interesting subject on our hands. We're looking at the twin aspects of innovation and reform, and especially in context of the technology and the changes that we've seen over the last few years. Mr. Anand, let me come to you first. Embracing technology, when I look back, it almost seems like two eras, pre-COVID and post-COVID. Before COVID hit, there was this hesitancy in terms of transitioning to the latest tools, technology, iPads, which are so mainstream now in the courtrooms, virtual hearings, so mainstream, being welcomed by various judges. Post-COVID, I think just out of sheer necessity, it became a situation that there was no alternative. We need to adopt, we need to evolve, we need to embrace these changes. So again, is that the same lens, pre and post-COVID, and what are these changes that you've seen which have now become very mainstream, which earlier maybe there was some hesitancy about?
So I think I'm audible. Yeah. So to start with, and thank you Ashmit for having me on this panel. And see, what I've seen over the years, especially when we used to come to Supreme Court initially. I'm talking about 2009, 2010. At that time, the courtrooms were not that cluttered. A lot of lawyers were not there. But these days, with time, the access, and with a lot of people getting, more aware, they know exactly what forums to approach. You've seen the pendencies also increasing with time. So, with time, things are changing. And what exactly that you've asked about pre-COVID and post-COVID, I think tech has entered as a silver lining, post-COVID, because it was the need of the hour that time, because, everything can't be put to a standstill. We need the system to function properly. And for that, at that point of time, tech was the only resolution, what the system could have adopted and to make it more functional. So with technology and with times that have changed, and the system that we are seeing these days. Say, for example, a lot of lawyers these days, they don't have to travel. They can appear any matter coming all the way to Supreme Court from, let's say, Madras High Court or from Madhya Pradesh High Court. So a lawyer doesn't have to travel. He can join through VC virtually, and he can have his AOR in the court and a senior lawyer. So, it saves time. It is more convenient for us. Initially, before COVID, we used to travel, let's say, one matter in particular court, the next day. And actually, it makes litigation more expensive. So that one perspective is very important, because for a senior lawyer, and I'll share from my personal experience, Ashmit, that, for a matter, let's say, which is listed in Madhya Pradesh High Court, and then the next day it is listed in Jharkhand. So, the only way you can travel if you see the flights are convenient, or if a senior has to travel, then you have to engage a charter. So, then it adds on the cost of litigation. So, I think with tech entering, now a person can appear through VC, and ultimately it's the same thing, because the courts are also used to it. It would have been very difficult, but now it's more convenient.
Interesting that you put it like that in terms of ease of logistics, ease of travel. Earlier, I remember there were very distinct conversations about having benches for the Supreme Court. Now, I think with the ease of having virtual hearings, something that is facilitated by most high courts, Supreme Court definitely, I think that conversation is now relegated a little bit, at least not as prominent as what it was. Mr. Narayanan has a look of skepticism. I'll come to you, Mr. Narayanan, in just a bit. Let me first reach out to a younger member of the bar. Mr. George, thank you so much for being a part of this. Again, you're a much younger member. The understanding is that younger members find that transitioning a lot easier. For them, it's second nature. Was that for you as well? What about the younger members of the bar who are litigating alongside you? Has this been a natural progression of the technological changes that we've seen over the last 5 years?
All right. Thank you so much. And this is a very interesting question, the perspective here. So I think it's about the perspective. It's not about if a younger member of a bar or an elder member of a bar is getting used to the technology. It's about accepting the change and moving forward. So we had seen that the same thing when the banks were introduced with computerization. There were a lot of hesitancy, but with the proper push, definitely a lot of people have now, a lot of lawyers, have taken this technology in a very big way. I can actually see, elder members, senior advocates using iPads, arguing virtually without any files, and younger members struggling with the papers and everything. So that was the pre-COVID era. So nowadays, I feel what the erstwhile Chief Justice of India, Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud, his initiatives has actually been on to a very positive effect as to how lawyers per se have embraced this technology and have made the shift in a very big way. Yeah.
It's interesting you point out the last Chief Justice, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. I think just a couple of days before he was due to retire, I had the benefit of visiting the war room that he's instituted inside the Supreme Court. It looks like the operating theater of a space mission. There are big, large screens which has fast-changing numbers in terms of case status and what are the cases being heard. So that was an interesting experience about adoption of technology. But Mr. Narayanan, let me come to you. Just going back to our conversations a few minutes back, you had a very interesting insight as to what perhaps the other side of the coin is when we look at these tech changes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, showing my age right off the bat. Couldn't find the microphone. First of all, good afternoon to everybody. And thank you to the organizers for having me. I don't know if the pre-lunch session or the post-lunch session is the hardest. Perhaps we'll find out. Perhaps I would prefer not to. I might show my age here because I claim to be one of the people in the Supreme Court when Mr. Salve brought the first iPad to the Supreme Court. At least I think it was the first iPad, and the corridor was abuzz. Did you see what Mr. Salve is carrying? If there was another lawyer on the day or another senior lawyer on the day who had the iPad before him, please accept my apologies. This is what we thought at the time. So I'm really showing my age there. On this point of technology, pre-COVID, post-COVID, and so on, I love the fact that when I was a junior, part of the important skill of a junior was the ability to carry large bags. And your clerks loved you if you lent them a hand, because some of them were elderly gentlemen. They'd pick up huge bags, and if as the lawyer you went out and helped them and carried the large bags, they loved you. So I learnt my practice in that era. So the fact that you don't have to build muscle, actual muscle, to practice in court, you can just carry an iPad, is fantastic. I think that's great. I really do. iPad or whatever. But on this, on the subject of video conferencing hearings, appearance via VC and so on, there is a concern. It is a concern that has been raised significantly, which is that what would you do if you made every court in the country, or most courts in the country, video conference enabled and start accepting appearances via video conference and so on? Because what happened during COVID? What happened during COVID was there was a small bunch, relatively speaking, a small bunch of senior lawyers who started appearing across the country, where once upon a time it would be hard for them to be in Chennai and Calcutta and Delhi and Bombay all in the same day to do 4 matters. Now it was easy. So what happens to the local bar? What happens to the local lawyers and so on? So it's we live in a world where if tomorrow the High Court original jurisdiction, Delhi High Court original jurisdiction is increased, say it's increased to 20 crores. So everything below 20 crores is suddenly going to go to Saket, Karkaduma, and so on, so on, so on. And immediately you will have a bunch of lawyers whose bedrock practice is that practice, the civil suits in the Delhi High Court. Not so much anymore, but some amount. They'll say, listen, this is where we practice, and you're taking all our work to the guys in Saket. And they will strike, and they will boycott, and this and that. They'll be out of a job. And what it might have the effect of doing is destroying the local bar, the local capacity. For example, somebody in my position says, all right, we have a matter in the Guwahati High Court. Who's a strong intellectual property lawyer? One senior advocate who has a track record in intellectual property injunctions in the Guwahati High Court. I might get an answer saying, listen, why don't we consider taking somebody from Delhi? Why is that? Because the matters in the Guwahati High Court, may have always gone to Delhi lawyers. So you need to build that local capacity, you need to build the local bar, and if you don't build the local bar, if the local bar is not profitable, it's not prosperous, then that has a political ramification as well. The first people to go and object to anything in a political space are lawyers. Of course, some of them burn buses and so on, that's another matter. But I think that's an important consideration in this rush to have everything virtually enabled. You will be taking work away from a lot of lawyers, and that has its consequence. Then you'll have suddenly, maybe Delhi, Bombay being these hubs, and eventually that's the only place you will find certain capacities and capabilities, which I don't think in the long term is a good thing. I think that's a concern.
If I can just ask a supplementary question. I think the sheer volume of cases that we have in our country is something that stands out every time we see these numbers, number of cases pending, etc. So is that really an argument which will hold in light of the volume of arguments, volume of cases that we have? We're clearly not short of work in terms of cases and the lawyers to take them up. So is that an argument that will hold as this technology and the wave moves forward?
I would take issue with the proposition that we're clearly not short of work. Who are we talking about when we say clearly not short of work? There are a bunch of senior advocates who are not short of work, who are never short of work. But the vast majority of lawyers are most definitely short of work, which is why they're the first people on the street. A lot of lawyers don't have work. And there was a time, I mean, now we live in the era where we say, okay, there are fantastic law schools and fantastic education that you get there and corporate recruitment, but that's a small percentage of the people who pass out with law degrees every year. And a vast majority of them don't get jobs.
Sure.
A vast majority of them don't get matters. They don't get prime positions.
Sure.
A lot of them don't have the ability to sit in a senior's office for 1 year without pay.
Sure.
So I would take issue with, there being no shortage of work. I think it really depends on how a competition law principle define the market.
Understood. Mr. Anand, any thoughts on that?
So I'll just add very briefly and jocularly on a lighter note that Rahul loves to talk about his age and the little time that I've understood. But these days, especially the company which he represents, they're also very excited about AI entering in the system and the technology that they're using, especially. And I'll tell you why. Two things are very important for you to understand and how it is helping the younger generation. I'll just love to add on that aspect. See, a law student who's basically there in a tier 2 or tier 3 city. Now, today, with the virtual courts, he has access to see how exactly the arguments are conducted in Supreme Court or different other high courts. So the one thing is very interesting with live streamings. It's more, you're giving access to a lot of people who don't have initially, it was very difficult for them to travel, to come and see. So that one thing is very important, that we balance things because, and then secondly with AI especially. So associate, in the nascent stage of his practice when he joins a law firm. So what is the task that he performs? Mostly on research. He spends most of the time on research, drafting. So with AI, with machine learning, we can actually balance time for him to learn more, to focus on strategies. Because, I am not saying that AI and machine learning is an alternative, because it can never be. Why? Because in courts, the one very important aspect is also emotion, which can only be understood, and these machine learning and AI will never be able to match those standards. It's very difficult, because ultimately it can only be of some assistance. So therefore, it is important, but to balance it, plus it saves a lot of time. With technology saves a lot of time. If a file comes to me which is very voluminous, let's say 20,000 pages in an arbitration matter. So tomorrow, what exactly with these softwares, the Rubicon or the other softwares, I will just have to upload it, and it'll give me exactly precise points for me to read, and then I can delegate it to one of the associate and who can prepare a note for me.
In fact, that's a very good cue for my very next theme as far as this panel discussion is concerned, which is emerging technologies like AI, like ML. You're a partner with a leading firm. Are you seeing that integration happening at a faster pace, where there is greater adoption of AI, ML technologies for litigation that you're perhaps doing or currently engaged in? Do you see that happening across, and not just your firm? I'm sure you're friends with a lot of partners with other firms as well. Do you see that happening at an industry level?
I'll take a small liberty from you. I think Justin would be a right person to answer this, because obviously he's seeing this change in our firm that we're doing. We are a paperless law firm. And I've seen with most of our friends also, and what Rahulji also mentioned, that today we don't want to build muscles in court by carrying files, and we used to do that when we were juniors. You know, while he was speaking about it, I could, recollect those memories when, while going to any other high court after a senior, we're taking files, going there. So these days it's very easy with your iPad, and initially in Supreme Court, the juniors were not even allowed to take phones. Inside, I'm talking about those days. So now it's important, and I've seen a lot of law firms, and I think SEC is also coming up with its own portal, and they've recently signed an agreement with Microsoft. Even the government has allocated around 45 crores for AI and machine learning, and there's a software of, I think, SUPACE for Supreme Court, which is also assisting the registry. And NIC for, because why it is important? Because it only helps a firm to delegate more time on strategy than spending it on reading documents. That's the only way.
I think one of the aspects that I cover at CNBC TV 18 outside of legal is also tech. And I was very impressed to find out that the Supreme Court is looking at its own data center, and they're only awaiting the cutting edge leading NVIDIA GPUs. And to hear that coming from the administrative side of the Supreme Court was quite impressive. But Ms. Anand, you've given a cue to your colleague here, Justin. Justin, give us a sense. The younger I keep referencing, I shouldn't be an ageist here. But again, adoption of technology using AI, are you seeing that increasingly becoming more mainstream?
Yes, initially from the day when I joined my practice, there didn't used to be that much of a integration of technology or AI in the legal field. So we used to have that, the pen drive, AIR online key, where you used to, if we have to find a judgment, we have to plug that in the laptop or the computer, and then research, put the exact word, and then you'll get the result. But that used to be only after doing the book research or the commentaries and everything. So now there has been a paradigm shift. Like, it's been huge, so huge that we have like so many options. Like, for example, in our firm, we use Legitquest. So Legitquest has, I would say this, but it has more features than SEC, wherein, they were, I think, the first one to introduce the AI in their search engine. It's called Zion AI. I've used it. So that kind of integrates AI and legal research, although I must put a caveat here that you cannot rely on the research which the AI gives, but that push definitely helps, lawyers like us, young lawyers like us, to save a lot of time in researching and focus more on how to go ahead with the case. Yes.
Mr. Narayanan, let me take this question across to you, and I'll just add a little bit of perspective. Just yesterday, we had the law minister, Mr. Meghwal, make a representation before the parliament, where he said that as per the data that is available with him from the Supreme Court, AI, ML technologies are being used for transcription, for translation, for research, not as a part of decision making. Today, when we're looking at artificial intelligence, we know that Amazon is also working on artificial general intelligence. Given that that's the natural trajectory, can we contemplate a scenario maybe 5 years down the line where we also have AI, or at least AGI, being a part of the decision-making process as well? Or is that only something that we should reserve for Hollywood movies?
First of all, I can reiterate, yes. At Amazon, we are extraordinarily excited by AI. That much is true. I will refrain from answering your further questions. There are other people who do that. And with your permission, I will stick to the original questions. It is my personal view that lawyers of a certain generation have lived through a revolution of this nature before. And I'll illustrate it by saying that when I started in the profession, I was working with seniors who could rattle off citations and page numbers. It was incredible what they were able to do just from memory. And the ability to hold that in memory was one of their big assets. And my senior told me, you guys are the Control F generation, aren't you? essentially, that entire body of skill was replaced by a kid who had access to SCC, Manupatra, whatever it was at the time. Control F, I know my search string, I will find what I need to. And at the time, it was quite revolutionary for people who were 40, 50 years old at the time to say, oh my God, there was an era where if you had access to a good library with your SCCs and AIRs and so on, that made you a good lawyer because you could find the right case. And the biggest favor you could do to somebody junior in the profession is, don't worry, you can use my library anytime. That's not the case anymore. And when in the Delhi High Court library, you could pay a fee and use Manupatra, that changed things. It's the smallest thing that changed everything. Now we're in at least in some matters in Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court, at least I'm speaking only from experience, it is no longer phenomenally spectacular that you found a case that nobody else did. It very rarely happens. Everybody knows what the cases are. Everybody has pretty much the same search string. The relevant case law is before the judge, is before this party, is before that party, and so on. So that came after about good 10, 15 years where everybody developed a capacity for it. We're looking at something very similar where the capacity to ask AI the right question will become very, very prized. And that happens. Like my friend just said, there was a time when to be a good junior, you need to have strong muscles. And that had sexist implications as well, because there were people who said, listen, I can't recruit a woman because I can't tell a woman to carry all these files and I need somebody to carry these files. It's not the right way to go about it, but it used to happen. Maybe still happens. So those skills will go. For me, as something of a traditionalist, as you can probably tell, it was very difficult for me to swallow the fact that I had grown up being told that your attention to detail is your most valuable asset as a lawyer. Now there is this machine that just makes it irrelevant. And I have to focus on being smarter. It's no longer sufficient that I know everything in the file. I need to be able to think about it because everybody knows everything in the file now.
Sure.
So the way I would look at AI would be a little different. What really excites me is this, that the AI I don't think will replace intelligent lawyers, but I do believe that it will help an intelligent lawyer do, in the time it takes he or she to do 2 matters, say 2 SLP drafts. That same lawyer, with the help of AI, can do 10 SLP drafts. And that's amazing. That's phenomenal, and I think it'll change the way the practice is done. But I think the real use is in the judiciary. Because as lawyers, you live and die by your attention to detail. And then those lawyers who become judges suddenly realize, my God, this skill that I have, it's bogging me down. I have 70 matters a day. If I do attention to detail, I'll never get anywhere. Now suddenly there's this AI tool that says, don't worry, I'll read all your files for you. And it can do that. In the Supreme Court already there is true typed copy. So the AI can anyway read it.
Sure.
And now, right now, there is a system where the Supreme Court judge has his judicial clerks who happen to be first 1 year, 2 year PQE guys, ladies and gentlemen, who make a small note on the Monday, before the Monday. The judge reads it on the Sunday night. A small note. The AI can do that. Then it is incumbent on the judicial clerk to have an intelligent conversation with the judge, but the AI can do this. Then it becomes, all right, lawyers say, all right, the judge is reading this. Shouldn't we also have access to it to see what the judge is reading? Then it becomes a top-down approach where everybody starts adopting. Then it becomes a situation where the lawyer has the opportunity to say, my lord, the AI has missed this document. And it can. The AI can get things horribly wrong. But there is a corrective mechanism. And if we're in a situation where the lawyer says 10 times, my lord, the AI has missed this document, but on scrutiny finds out that the AI has not missed this document, that is a system that automatically generates trust in the AI system. And from there you'll have lawyers, a high court, a district court, and it will flow from there. And utopic ideal, maybe, just maybe, something like this, the technology can make a dent in our judicial backlog.
Sure. I'm being told by the production team that we're out of time, but I'll still just take 2 minutes out of the next session by just asking for a quick closing comment on what would your individual recommendation or advice be, or maybe just an observation in terms of gearing up for a tech-ready future. Is there space for traditionalists, or is that something that will slowly get phased out? Starting with you, Mr. Anand.
See, I've learned this, that with time, we'll have to change ourselves. We cannot be rigid. And it's very important, like what Rahulji also said, that initially, when the last 10, 15 years back, it was very difficult to find those cases and all those who have access. Because these days now, you have access to the judges' library also. They've opened it. Initially, and that a big favor that you could do to a junior, that tell him that, now you have access to my library. But with technology, obviously, now it's more easier. So what was very expensive at one point of time is now relatively cheap. Similarly, so this is a very, and with after COVID, obviously, tech has entered in our profession, and now the judges are also comfortable. The conventional judges are also comfortable. So I think with time, everybody they have adopted the change, and I think my advice would be to do it in the future as well. Because it is something which is a need of the hour, for our profession.
Sure. Justin, any thoughts?
I'll just echo my seniors' thoughts in this as well. So it's rightly said that change is the only constant, and we have to be abreast with the latest of that's the offering in the world. So for lawyers as well, technology will play a big role, and lawyers will, inevitably, whether they like it or not, will have to adopt the technology and whatever that comes with it. So I feel lawyers need to, make the best out of the technology, but be wary of what the worst it can give it to you or to your career, and use accordingly, and then have a bright future ahead as well. Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Narayanan, closing comments, traditionalists versus technology?
Oh, in this respect, I'm not that much of a traditionalist, because there are lawyers who never quite got on board with the online search engines. They were left behind. Either they were left behind, or they became senior and they were able to recruit a bunch of young kids to do it for them. But my advice is the AI tools, whatever is available in the market, free or otherwise, or however you can get access to it, start using it. Start trying it. The best way to learn is trial and error. And as you do it, as you make mistakes, as you fail fast, you will learn fast, and you will learn the limitations of what this technology can do, because it will be relevant. And there will be a day when we're future of litigation, so we can focus on the courts. There will be a day when you're in court and everybody else is armed with an AI that can do things so much faster. And if you're not armed similarly, you will be left behind. So advice, go out there, start trying it as much as possible.
Thank you for those words. In fact, echoing what Jensen Huang of NVIDIA said, that AI may not necessarily lead to loss of jobs, but it will certainly mean that those with AI will definitely beat those without. So thank you so much for ending this discussion on that emphatic note, on that prophetic note as well. I'd like to thank all of our panelists for being a part of this conversation. I'm being told we're completely out of time. Let's end this with a big round of applause for all of our panelists.
Thank you all for sharing your insights on litigation. I'd like to request Ashmit to hand over a token of appreciation to the speakers. Before we move on to the next panel, let's have a look at the AV, please. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, in today's fast-evolving business landscape, navigating the complex web of legal frameworks and compliance requirements is more critical than ever. Ensuring regulatory adherence while fostering a culture of transparency and accountability is a challenge that industries across sectors face. So, how are businesses bridging the gap between legal mandates and effective compliance systems? What benchmarks are being set to enhance governance and mitigate risks? Our next panel will dive into the evolving synergies between legal, compliance, and corporate responsibility so as to understand how organizations are adapting to these challenges. May I invite back on stage CNBC TV18's Ashmit Kumar to moderate this session, also inviting our esteemed panelists to join him on stage, please. Sanjay Kaushik, Managing Director, Netrika Consulting. Atul Juvle, Director, DBTPL. Gaurav Jain, Founder and CEO, Lex Comply. Vandana Bhatia, Director, Legal and Compliance India, Ryan India Tax Services Private Limited. Over to Ashmit.
I think that was quite an electric conversation that we had in terms of engaging with technology, coming to terms. We saw an interesting conversation between traditionalists and, of course, the wave of technology as well. We'll try to take that momentum forward by talking about two very interesting aspects, legal and compliance. I'd like to just throw the floor open for an opening comment by all of our panelists in terms of giving us some guidance as to what does it mean when we talk about establishing synergy to ensure that there is greater understanding and there is greater cooperation and coordination between the two to ensure that we go towards a common objective. Let's first begin with you, sir.
So thank you so much. And first of all, I think I was holding myself for the previous panel to make us one simple comment that, we are talking of the technology AI, and we are talking of largely the courts in Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, maybe a couple of other metro cities or the high courts. Are we even looking at the rural courts, the villages or the district courts where the situations are so bad that even the electricity is not there or the computers or the data is not even fed into it? Are we looking at the AI and when that AI will reach there? So I have no idea. But, being into my present avatar where I work for, we do a lot of, FIRs on behalf of our client because of copyright, trademark, and multiple other reasons. We go to multiple smaller towns, multiple smaller rural police stations. Reaching there with no electricity, no telephone, no nothing, as internet is there, smartphone is in the hand of everyone. And also, AI doesn't mean drafting an email from ChatGPT. 90% of the folks are still doing drafting an email from ChatGPT, they think it's an AI. No, it's not. Like Mr. Narayanan said that asking a question, right set of questions from AI is going to make a difference. So, and again, coming to our topic and sorry, I couldn't hold myself, but I think I've been talking multiple these things. But yeah, I think one disclaimer that probably I am the one, or probably I don't know about your background, but I'm the one who's a non-legal guy. I'm not a lawyer. I have not done my legal studies. So pardon me for my very generic remarks, and I'll not be talking about law and other things. But yes, compliance is something which we deal on daily basis. We help our clients. A simple, compliance. You hire your house help, our driver. You need to get the police verification done. It's a compliance at the house level. It is not enforced, but it is a compliance which we need to do. If something goes wrong, first thing the police ask you, have you got the police verification done? And if not, then police is going to grill you first. It's a compliance. Now, why do we look at the compliance on the corporate too much? Because our main company or the client's parent company sitting in US, Europe, or somewhere, they are forcing it and they are ensuring that the compliance should happen there. And some of the compliances they want is, you need to have the criminal background check, address verification check, drug testing. And now each country has a very different requirements. There are some countries in Europe or probably Singapore where you even can't get the criminal check done. It's not required. So compliance is a very, very large subject. How do we synergize? How do we make synergies towards the legal side is something, a very large debate, and it has been happening for, since I've been in this industry, I've been, started speaking.
Yeah, I don't think we're anywhere close to an answer, but that's, of course, going to be an ongoing debate. Mr. Juvle, coming to you. Again, in our search for synergies, is there also a risk of finding redundancies?
I'm sorry?
In our search for synergies in terms of the competencies and the core roles that both the departments perform, is there also an apprehension of redundancies?
Redundancy particularly is there, but let me first reply you on the first question, that is synergies between legal and compliance. The difference between legal and compliance is simple. Legal looks external and compliance looks implementation of the compliance, particularly what is said as a checking of the particularly background check. Now there is a policy. So I have the policy, but whether it is actually done, or I'm just checking, I'm just asking my assistant that is it done? He says yes, done. Nobody checks that. That's where the gap is. So we are talking about the synergy, where synergy is required. That's the legal and compliance synergy. And it's required nowadays because we have the previous panel on the AI and all. Mainly regulators have started using the AI. And I will not go too back, but last 2 or 3 years you will find that so many people are fined. Even I can give one example that our colleague is fined for not writing membership number. Can you imagine that fine is 1 lakh or 2 lakh like that? It's not 1,000 where we pass the particular traffic signal. So that is possible because of artificial intelligence. And that's where the responsibility comes on the particularly corporate also to have legal and compliance system based and even use of AI. So I will stop here.
Ms. Bhatia, again, an opening comment from you, a very interesting point that Mr. Juvle made, that there's a gap between asking compliance ho gaya and the answer coming ha ho gaya. How do you fill that gap?
I think I will just give a brief background between what is the difference between the legal and the compliance function. That's very important to understand over here. Since I am director for legal and compliance in my company, so it's sometimes like I have a dual role to play, and how will I justify both the aspects to it? The legal function is basically, it's implying that you need to interpret the law, you need to review the contracts, you need to get into litigation, dispute resolutions relating to the company. That's a generic legal function role. What is compliance function role is basically whatever the laws are applicable to an entity, following all these compliances in place, like regulatory compliances, like I have to do some reporting on time, then that comes into the compliance structure. And if I have to make some, if there are certain internal policies in the organization, I have to comply with these internal policies. Whatever the criteria are given in this policies, I need to adhere to it. So how to fill this gap is basically the legal and compliance functions should work hand in hand together. So when I say like that, if I am not a legal or compliance function in one role, I will definitely, being a compliance person, I will go to a legal person asking for the inputs on whatever policies I am building upon for a company.
Sure.
Like, supposingly, I'll make a policy on POSH. Now, regulatory aspects, Prevention of Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace, Prevention Prohibition and Resistance Act 2013, has certain laws associated to it. How I can implement those aspects of the law in the internal policy that I have for the organization is the way the synergy can be built in. But I mean, of course, there is always a clash because the compliance person is having the focus like I have to comply with this thing. But legally, you have to see what is the best way to get the solution out of it if I have not done a compliance.
Wonderful. Mr. Jain, let me come to you. Again, the big question, how do you ensure synergy between the two, legal and compliance?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to the organizers and team for having me here. How we treat it as, because being a consultant, that is always the million-dollar question comes. It's because compliance, we treat as there has to be a complete alliance of all the teams to ensure compliance. And if the corporate is a train, the legal and compliance are those tracks on which they have to be linked together through that wooden flags so that the train works properly. So I treat it this way, that when there is a law which is a compliance about a subject, the judicial interpretation of it or how judiciary takes it, that is, I think, the core role of the legal when it comes in. That you are drafting, say, for example, while my colleague was talking about a policy being drafted. So the law may be talking about that, okay, you need to create a POSH policy. We create a POSH policy, the way the wordings have been in the law. But what is the practical implications and what are the implications from the judicial or litigation point of view? Therein the legal teams comes a very, very critical role to play so that it has become practically viable plan and policy to work in. And I think when we say therein the engagement becomes very, very important. So while we are in the automation of compliance management processes, we always guide or advise the team that there cannot be anything done in isolation. There has to be a proper or a planned meetings. There has to be technology to play a role wherein there is a transparent flow of information as well, so that there is a complete syncing of all the teams, including the legal part of it.
I have one point here. Both my co-panelists have spoken about the implementation. Now, compliance and legal, and very important point, you talked about POSH. I'll talk about the whistleblower policy. Now, as per the law, every listed company needs to have a whistleblower policy and a whistleblower helpline. Now, the law is, legal is, you need to have it. Compliance is, yes, we have it. Is it even shared with your vendors, with your employees, with your teams? Are they even aware of that email ID, telephone number, or whatever mechanism you are using? Is it been even, disseminated down below? So, having the legal and the compliance synergies, but implementation is the third pillar of it, which will make it actually on ground happening.
I think you've given me the perfect cue for the very next question. You want to come in, Mr. Juvle?
Please go ahead.
You've given me a fantastic cue for the very next question, which is implementation. And let me ask you this question of implementation in context of integration with the other departments. We've already seen the example of POSH. We've seen the example you said of the whistleblower. Clearly involves integration with HR. There are some aspects which require integration with finance. How challenging is that? Are we seeing that happen smoothly, or are there challenges that you face?
Again, it's a top-driven approach. You know, what is the top management wants? Most of the time when the clients comes to us, we tell them that having the whistleblower mechanism is the easiest thing. But we want to focus, and 90% of our proposal and the deck which we share with the client is about the training, posters, the kind of messages which will go. That is the larger part of it. How do you ensure that, being from the legal side, how are you going to ensure that the other stakeholders, so the HR, and the larger one is CFO. You know, you need to have the, commercial agreement with the CFO, If he doesn't agree to the pricing, then, you're probably stuck, or then you have to look at your legal budgets to get those approvals done. But I think that's more important. And again, another thing which I was once reading somewhere, I'm forgetting the actual number of laws, but 24 or 36 laws are there, which can make the director of company to go to jail. And one of the law is that even if your washrooms are not painted properly, whitewashed properly. So compliance, legal, admin, HR, physical security, so say POSH. POSH is there, but again, on the legal side, is a female team member sitting in office after 8 p.m., is there a security guard for the dropout? Is that probably done? Does it goes to the physical security? So now it has gone from HR, admin, compliance, CFO to even physical security. So I think all departments, every single department is part of that.
You've just expanded the scope of compliance to include everything. Mr. Juvle.
No, I will talk about the synergy and particularly the issues. The synergy is there because they assume that budget is there, we got systems in the place. But still, as I given you the first example, the policy, like whistleblower policy, is there on the wall. Does it come to workplace? We had the good number of, there are 3 or 4 examples where there is a requirement of not only the systems, but the word speak up is there in our panel discussion. That speak up culture is required. So I will slightly, particularly mellow down that whistleblower. Whistleblower becomes so very serious, so everybody feels that there's a big problem. So let's have the speak up. Now what is the problem is that the systems are in place, but people don't speak up. Not only between legal and compliance, but with the operations also. And if you want to have the synergies in the company, we need a speak up culture. Now, speak up culture is the whistleblower mechanism. I will talk later, but first let me talk about the speak up culture. Speak up culture means what? That people should be able to tell you that I am not compliant. The important is that for legal and compliance, somebody should come and say, I am not compliant. Because the discovery is very difficult. I have given you an example. It is a person sitting behind the system. He can say yes. Now you cannot check 2,000 compliances. No legal person, no compliance head can check. I was working with one company and we had 600 branches. The process was set that people will come to us and tell us that I am not compliant. Okay? That doesn't mean that going to the police station and say I have murder. It's not like that. But at the same time, they have got comfort that psychological safety is required within the organization, within the legal and compliance. Now, if there are 2 heads, legal and compliance, compliance will try to cover up the non-compliance. That's not acceptable. Now, first there has to be a transparency between legal and compliance. There has to be transparency with the particularly operations. Operations should feel that the legal and compliance is helping them so that they are open on. That's why there will be synergy. And that's very required nowadays because, as I said, 3 or 4 examples actually, which is last 1 year. That if there would have been synergy between the legal compliance and the operations, this could have been avoided. Very serious examples, like the one finance company has to extend the financial year for complete branch has done something wrong, which could have been found out if there is a speak-up culture. This is not acceptable. I can understand one person is doing fraud and you are not understanding. So the issue, then one bank has not, particularly one private company has not followed the RBI guidelines, then RBI has taken the action. So these are the things. Now coming back to whistleblower mechanism also, you will find that all the companies which require to have whistleblower mechanism, they have in the place, they have on the wall. Whether it comes to workplace, that's very important. And that's where anonymous reporting is required. And we have to change to the system, particularly where the world is going. The problem is that when somebody wants to speak up, I feel that he is coming against me. So I am first ready for the defense. I am not actually open up for the listening to the complaint. So that's where the problem is. So whistleblower mechanism also needs to be in the line with the world where we are. We are talking of India becoming a growth story. But does it have the governance story also simultaneously where there will be speak up, open speak up, and the particularly the anonymous whistleblower mechanism. Still there is a psychological safety, everybody's fear. I'll give you an example, and we Indians are very good. For example, I am traveling in Uber. The driver doesn't drive car perfectly. But still I give him 5 because I feel that is my job chala jayega. Actually I should give him, if he is not driving well, I should give him 2. But nobody does that. That's the problem with the feedback. And that's a psychological safety we have to create in the company also, that you speak out, no action will be, no retaliation will be there. So that's where the synergy is required between legal, compliance and operations.
So Mr. Jule, you spoke about the anonymous whistleblower. And most of the time, Asmit, when we deal with the fraud forensics, most of the time, client will come to us. Their second ask is to investigate that speak up or the whistleblower or whatever the allegations is. The first ask is, can you find out who's this person who has made this complaint?
That's an interesting question, in fact, that you've put forth. And I think that goes at the very heart of it, that every time a complaint is lodged or an issue is raised or there's an instance of speak up, the first response is, Kisne kiya? Who lodged this complaint? Because, of course, that's basic human nature. You get defensive. In that human nature of being defensive, Mr. Jubli, you want to come in? Let me put that. Please go ahead.
Yeah, only 1 minute I will, because I want to give chance actually. Okay. So I will tell you, this is India tendency and not the MNC. I work with the 2 MNCs, US MNC and Swiss MNC. They will, your CEO will not dare to ask me who has complained. That kind of the particularly confidence legal head has in the MNCs. And that's where we have to change the Indian system. Nobody should ask this question.
Sir, sorry to disagree, but we deal with most of the Fortune 100 companies, right, and most of them does ask that who's the complainant. Can you find out?
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, but that's the reality.
Okay. So it is my experience. Yeah, that's what.
Let me take that across to also Ms. Bhatia. Ms. Bhatia, again, this behavior seems very counterintuitive, that there's a complaint filed, but I shouldn't then prosecute that complainant in any way, but rather allow for greater protection. Seems counterintuitive because you're raising an issue which affects the company, which could affect you as a professional as well. So how do you encourage this speak-up culture which is required? And as Mr. Kaushik is saying, it's not a uniquely Indian thing. Apparently all Fortune 500 companies also look to target the complainant.
Yeah, so I'll just explain what I do in my organization. So from the integrity and compliance perspective, I'm the spokesperson for the India. So in that way, I always encourage people that anything which is going wrong in the organization, it is your right to speak up as the value of the organization. And it is like it's your duty to be the part of that organization to speak up, talk about it, so that the management is aware what is happening in the organization and what is the possibility if that is going to be a future disaster in terms of penalties, in terms of like even the company can shut down, right? Where all these employees will go. So I think that's very important. Training is very important to make the other person understand what is the outcome of you not reporting the same, which will lead to even your, not only your job lost, it's going to be job loss for many people, right? Even the company can go into shame in front of regulators, in front of government and whatnot. The goodwill will be gone completely. The other aspect of it is the company should adopt like absolutely no retaliation measures. That should be a premium policy to be put in place for every organization. Like, and that's a policy that we have in our organization. It's zero tolerance to the retaliation. So in case somebody is putting a complaint and you are retaliating on that measures, the person who's retaliating will suffer the punishment. That should be the way the company should move forward towards. And that's I'm very proud of that. I'm working in such kind of company. But this kind of culture should be developed in all the companies across India.
Mr. Jain, your thoughts on that? On a speak-up culture, encouraging that, making sure there's no retaliation, prosecution of the complainant?
So I think, as you said, the culture is very, very important. When we talk about, while you're talking about compliance or legal or speak up, now speak up can not only be for the conduct with respect to the person-to-person individual conduct, but I take it in a way that let's speak about even if there's a deficiencies of the policy implementation, compliance side of it, or they see there is a gap in the legal aspect of it, because a lot of times as a legal or compliance professional, you are sitting at the headquarters, not maybe aware at the ground levels. So I think that level of confidence should be given from top to the bottom, that speak up not only from the perspective of, I'll talk about posh, harassment, but also when they say there is a deficiencies or a gap, they should be transparent and comfortable in communicating their views about it, maybe anonymously. So I take speak up in that way, because while I see companies more taking that speak up as from the gender perspective or harassment perspective, but I think the important part is we should extend this culture further. Like for example, when you talk about data protection, right, and every company faces this issue, a lot of time the people don't speak up about the leakage of data or misutilization of data as well, right? And that impacts as an organization. That speak up culture has to be taken up from the larger perspective, and it should be encouraged. So I think, I always tell a company that while you are doing one activity, it should try to take care of lot more aspects than one, because while you are training on speak up culture, why it should be restricted to 1 or 2 pointers? Let it be holistic in nature, because you are addressing the same people. The same person has to address it. So try to sensitize them that speak up should become their habit. So this is how we take it.
I think that's an interesting insight, and you've added another dynamic to it, that we've had this conversation in the 4 walls of the Whistleblower Act and the POSH Act, but of course there are dynamics like the DPDP, the data protection norms when they come in, and you need that culture for that as well. Speaking of data protection, let me also get in a new dynamic here in terms of what it means to include technology. Mr. Juvle was talking about how there are 2,000 branches. How do you check compliance in the year 2015? How was it done back then? What role does technology play in ensuring this compliance is what I want to ask. Beginning with you, Mr.
So again, DPDP is the new beast in the room. Most of the companies are now gearing up. They're starting doing the gap analysis. They're trying to looking into policies. I have my serious observations on the act itself, but I'll refrain from that, because the kind of fines the act is mentioning, most of the companies does not even have those kind of turnovers. I don't know what is the thought process and how they are going to manage that. But again, the technology is going to play a very, very important role. So first of all, I think we all understand that if it is DPDP or GDPR, because the mother of the entire Privacy Act is GDPR. And most of the acts globally, whether it's PDPA or the other acts, are based on the GDPR. What GDPR says is, how are you going to use the PII, which is personal identifier information? And once you use that, how are you going to delete or remove it from your system? You don't store that information for infinite. Now, taking a step back, from the cybersecurity or digital forensic perspective, what we generally say is, if you have a digital footprint, it never goes off. If that comes into your system, the information, how are you even going to say, I've deleted it, I've purged the data? Has it actually gone? Even a lot of companies says, okay, the systems have gone, time bound over, they're not performing well. We're discarding those systems. How are you discarding those systems? So DPDP is not only going to be the act and those things, but how do you secure the data is going to become a very big challenge. So when you're even discarding your systems, has the data wiping off has been done properly? You know, most of the time it is said that there's only one possible solution, which is called as degaussing. And as per the US military standards, if you do degaussing 9 times, 99.99% the data goes off. Still there is a chance that data will be there. So how are you going to manage that? But again, the Act says that if you have the proper policies, like GDPR or even the other acts, FCPA, anti-UK bribery or whatever, all those acts says that if you have proper policies, if you have proper awareness, trainings, and you have the logs of everything, I think the organizations can be safeguarded. So having the first conversation, the legal, policies, and then the compliance makes it very, very important. And the technology is definitely going to help us and going to play an important role, because now everything is in the system. You don't keep those files and anything more.
I think one point that Mr. Kaushik is driving home is that, boss, implementation is where the key is. Mr. Juvle, let me come to you. Technology enabling you?
Yes, technology has started enabling us more than 1 decade, actually, more than 1 decade in legal and compliance. Artificial intelligence will be now added benefit where we can catch up particularly more faster the violations. Okay. But I will again maintain that whatever technology and whatever artificial intelligence, we need to have that trust for speak up. The reason is that I should get the information before the system props me up that there is a mistake. Because normally we take the data at the end of the month, at the end of the fortnight. What goes within that fortnight? Okay. That comfort if it, because again I am that heading is speak up, and we have to particularly give the importance to the human being behind a particular artificial intelligence also. So technology and is set. It is valid. There are many companies. It is already settled very well, the good particularly, and artificial intelligence helping us definitely. But pickup is there, which is required in the company, which should be driven with the technology.
You need to get the information much before not only the system, but the regulator gets it. Because if the regulator gets that information, because they are also using the tech now, and all the back-end tech is also helping the regulator to get information before you. And if they get it before you, then you're in a big trouble.
Ms. Bhatia.
So I would say like technology is the error. So we are in that phase that we need to adopt the technology in the best way we can, and especially in the legal and compliance system that we have in the organization. I would say like some of the organizations even have their GRC platform in place in which everything is monitored through the way of technology. The triggers are coming to your system way on time. To your question, to the answer to your question, like before regulator catches you, you need to be aware that there's some problem area. And that can be recovered through technology if we have that systems in place that we can just get the eye catch on, okay, this is the area that is going wrong and we need to just rectify this at the earliest. And there, the technology plays a very important role. And of course, AI-generated platforms can give you like, so supposedly there is a case study in your organization, you are stuck in some thing that which is happening in the organization. You can use AI to check what are the case laws attached to it, and just see what were the judgments coming out through that. And you can guide using those judgment case laws to your management. Okay, this is what is the problem area, this is what was the judgment which was passed, and hence we can take a recourse of it or we should be avoiding it. So I think there the technology plays a very, very important role.
Mr. Jain?
So again, basically if you look into any organization, they already have a lot of IT assets which are doing some critical functions like ERPs, HRMS, whistleblowing mechanisms, your banking systems, your litigation tools. Technology, how I perceive, how it's going to play a very, very critical role is, as you said, synergies between all these tools so that there's a preventive approach. I give you an example. So while you are doing a transaction on your ERP, say for example, paying a remuneration to a director, or doing a transaction with the relative party, or maybe opening of a new branch in your HRMS. Today what happens that there's a human intervention that somebody says, okay, there's a deemed dividend clause, There's an RPT in SEBI. There is Shop and Establishment Act for opening a branch. So technology can help you to build or upgrade that existing systems with compliance and litigation knowledges, so that while you are transacting, it should giving you an exception report or a prompt that, hey, while you are giving a loan to a director, it may implicate a deemed dividend income tax, or so and so SEBI clause can get implicated. It's utilizing your existing IT assets powered by intelligence of ML and AI, because the knowledge is available, compliance knowledge is available. You have to train your AI and ML to integrate. And this is not something new. We all know that while you have banking tools, which are being used, that in a bank, if you're doing a transaction, to your banker, it gives them a prompt that this is a red flag transaction, or this is a transaction including RBI approvals. So what they have done is the RBI policies have been integrated with their financial tools. So it's a very old technology, ages old. I think Infosys had a primary or a principal product for that. We just have to follow that with any aspect. So likewise, if you have an HR policy, one of the key things is whether your HRMS reads that policy, and then there is an artificial intelligence or ML which gives you an exception here. This is what you are doing as a pay scale. This is your policy is, or this is your policy of promotion, but this is going as an exception to that policy that can be done by training the tools. So this is how I perceive that there will be a preventive approach rather than a reactive or an approach of taking remedial measures about it.
Sure. I'm being told that we're completely out of time, so I'll just like to go to all of our panelists for brief comments on 2025 and one new thing that you find yourself doing or are planning to do as a part of this job profile of legal plus compliance.
So I think everybody is too gaga about AI and tech, but we always forget the man behind the machine. Whatever you're putting in, your AI ML is learning from the data which you're putting in. So equally important to put that awareness and implementation and training of your own team with the right set of the policies and right set of tech without having those kind of, misuse of the power and the tech. Like we recently, this was a news in the media where one of the HR manager just misused the HRMS and he was able to, earn around 20 CR. Very latest, last week. So I think man behind the machine is something not to be forgotten.
Mr. Juvle.
Yeah, we actually, we are proposing and everywhere we are talking about the particularly trusted anonymous whistleblower mechanism. I slightly differ with our co-panelist on the knowing the name of the whistleblower. We are giving guarantee to the clients that neither we will know nor you will know. Okay, that's a guarantee because that is where the particularly people should be trusted to have that whistleblowing. Otherwise, that's a problem. So, anonymous trusted whistleblower mechanism system, which we are proposing to all our clients, and we have got good success. Those who want to have the particularly proper system in the place for legal and compliance.
Ms. Bhatia?
I would just say simplification as much as you can. It's so complicated. The things are very complicated out there. Just simplify as much as you can by the use of technology or the AI if you can. I think that's the need of the hour, and that's my key takeaway for 2025, that I'm going to do this for this year, for sure.
Mr. Jain, your mantra for 2025.
So, two things. I would say one is we are building on something, again, simplifying the research on compliances. India is full of laws, complicated, spread out. So we are trying to make our systems in a way so that you can research on compliances like the way you can research on laws as if now. That's a gray area again. While you go into a generic AI, you get a generic answers. So we are building that database and we'll be coming with that. Secondly, as I was talking about the preventive approach. So while we have a compliance tool which works standalone today, but I think we have to also understand that I ideate the problem side of it, which is a preventive approach side of it, so that the human aspects gets cut down, because ultimately even if we So we are trying to build up our systems in place so that we can talk to their existing system without further capex.
Sure.
And that human intervention gets cut down and you're able to take or run the business, focus more on the business rather than the compliance risk, which is, if you rate it, as per a lot of research, it's rated among the top 5 risk globally as of now, the compliance. So I think that is what we are focusing this year.
So clearly, at least all the 4 panelists that we have a lot to look forward to and have a lot to work on as well as far as 2025 is concerned. I'd like to thank all of our panelists for taking out time. My apologies for extending beyond the prescribed time to us, but thank you once again. You made it for a very interesting conversation. I hope the audience feels the same way as well. Let's thank them with a big round of applause.
Thank you all of you for that insightful panel. And I'd now request Ashmit to hand over a token of appreciation to our panelists. Before we move on to the next panel, let's have a look at the AV, please. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, as we step into the realm of our final panel discussion of the day, we shine a spotlight on the driving forces behind India's progress, the infrastructure, energy, oil and gas sectors. These sectors, often described as the lifeblood of economic development, are dynamic, ever-evolving and central to the nation's growth story. India's infrastructure landscape, from transportation networks to urban planning, sets the stage for progress. In parallel, the energy sector witnesses a profound transformation marked by the surge of renewable energy and the shift towards sustainability. The oil and gas industry, too, plays a crucial role in meeting energy demands and exploration. And to delve into the heart of these sectors, I now call on stage Gunita Pava, Joint Managing Partner, SNA Law Offices, to moderate this session, along with our panelists. Mukul Shastri, General Counsel, Cube Highways. Sushil Judd, President and General Counsel, India, AG&P Pratham. Sachin Mishra, General Counsel, Tata Consulting Engineer. Over to Gunita.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the introductions. So our panel today is Powering Progress, Navigating Challenges and Opportunities in Infrastructure Sector. So Mukul, starting with you. According to you, what are the legal hurdles and challenges that you see or face in your sectors, such as highways, roads, that you would want to throw light on?
Thanks, Sunita. First of all, thank you for having me. And it's a very interesting question that what are the hurdles that we face in the sector. But before that, I would like to understand the economics of it. And that is very important to understand. And as I rightly said, that it is the backbone of Indian industry or the Indian growth story. So why it is so? So very recently, a couple of months back, Mint did a story that this current government, Modi 3.0, is going to or has made a blueprint for investing almost 100 trillion rupees in the infrastructure sector. Now, what does it mean, 100 trillion rupees? What is India's GDP right now? It is approximately $4 trillion. And if I multiply by 86, which is the exchange rate, it is around 380 trillion rupees. So 1/3 or rather 28% of that money they are going to invest in just 5 years into this sector, into infrastructure sector. And why? The reason is this, that the multiplier factor of infrastructure on GDP is around 3 to 6, which means 100 trillion rupees invested into infrastructure will give a fillip to the GDP by 3 to 6 times. So 300 trillion rupees to 600 trillion rupees. So right now we are at 400 trillion rupees, our nominal GDP. If we can go to 1,000 or 1,000 trillion rupees in 5 years, so we can become a $10 trillion economy in 5 years. So that is the possibility of this investment in infrastructure. And that is why it is called the backbone or the engine of the Indian growth story. And that's why it's a very important sector to be in. Now, but then what is the problem in the sector? Now, if it's such a great sector, and obviously India being a country where we have 140 billion people, 1.4 billion people, 140 crore people, a small landscape where we have so many people here, infrastructure makes a lot of economic sense. In Africa, it will not make that sense because Africa is 10 times bigger than India with the same population. So the cost of investment will not give you the same return. So India has a lot of potential naturally in this sector. But the problem is, as Gunita has rightly said, the legal hurdles. The hurdle that our ease of doing business, or rather the ease of enforcement of contract, I don't know, we are below even the developing economies of the world. I don't know, we are 160 out of 162, I don't know what number it is, or 150 out of 160. So we are too below. And why our contract enforcement is not that good? Because our disputes get stuck. So biggest legal hurdle is, whether it be arbitration, whether it be litigation, we're generally stuck for long times. And you see a normal Google search, will see 13,000, 15,000 crores of claims are stuck in these processes. So that is where we have to do and find out solutions. And I always say that now infrastructure no more remains an engineering problem or a finance problem. Because we have engineering solutions, great engineering minds, we have a lot of finance solutions available, money is there, investors are ready to invest into India, 100 trillion rupees investment is there by central government, state government, domestic private player, international player. The problem is legal problem now, or regulatory problem, and that is why we have to find some solutions of that. So this is what I'll start with.
I think, Mukul, you bring out very important points. Sachin, to you, Mukul has already highlighted about the legal hurdles and the litigation and how the projects are stuck. And he also made a point that now we have the engineering. So I am very much minded to ask you, as one of the leading engineering service providers in the country, what kind of hurdles do you come across or challenges that you face in these sectors?
Well, thanks, Jitika, and I fully agree with Mukul. Of course, my business teams are there in the crowd, and they can support me well than my data. But nevertheless, see, being a leading engineering company of the consulting engineering company of the India, I can tell you India is in the phase where the segment, especially the energy segment, is undergoing lot of transformation. We have seen from thermal, we have seen the renewable, and the next phase is about either the nuclear, or it could be the green ammonia, or maybe blue ammonia, or maybe hydrogen electricity. So that's the third kind of, I can say, section which is coming for the energy sector. Oil and gas, I'm still not touching, because oil and gas is a totally separate sector altogether, and it has got a lot of political influence across the globe. So if you categorize these four sectors into the energy consumption of India, oil and gas is still one of the highest imported energy product for India, and it is a toll taking for Indian government also. Around 6.3 million barrel of oil being consumed in India daily. And if you see the total GDP, around 10 to 12 lakh rupees of import has been paid only for oil imports. Lakh crores. Thanks for correction, Mughal. I mean, that itself is an enormous number. And if you have to become the second largest economy, your dependency on import has to reduce. And to do that, you have got some sectors which are really performing well. Whether it is renewable sector, we have seen in past 10 year, 12 year, the whole Indian power generating company, they have really performed well. Whether it is our own group, Tata Power, whether it is Adani, they came up with their renewable capacity is 12 gigawatt, which is itself commendable efforts. So you have to shift your focus from this traditional thermal coal to these kind of ventures. Otherwise, the tall ambition of net zero by 2070 is a very tall ambition. It won't be fulfilled. Now, this is as far as the industry is concerned and the change is concerned. Change is going to be the nuclear, change is going to be the hydrogen, is going to be the green ammonia, etc., along with renewable. Now comes the regulatory challenges. Barring few countries in the world, you can see India is the only country where nuclear is so much controlled. You go to US, you go to Europe, you go to even other your neighboring countries, China or others, it is not that restricted commodity. We completely agree that it is a sector which needs your surveillance. Nobody can deny that.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, Bhopal gas strategy is something which, tragedy, everybody knows that. But at the same time, if you have to meet the demand, which you see by 2047 is going to be, you cannot be fully dependent on only on thermal coal and all. Which means you have to open up this sector to the private player. Today, the Atomic Energy Act prohibits the private player to enter in any shape and form. So are you saying that only the government company can deliver this result? The answer, you also know. Prime Minister has said on record that we are going to amend the Atomic Energy Act to make sure that private player can participate. That's a really bold move. Because if you don't do that, and if you are not testing the new technology, whether it is green ammonia or hydrogen technology, etc., then you are not going to reach the third biggest economy. So you have to open up the sector, you have to make the privatization. Land acquisition and the compensation to the people, it's another issue. You know, that's a real challenge, regulatory challenge, which we foresee traditionally also, and we can see forthcoming also. So this is what, nutshell, I see from the energy sector, where I see the regulatory challenges can be there. And if you have to overcome, you have to come to a table. Discussion with the private players is extremely important. And taking the example from the countries who are already opened. See, nobody says that you open the nuclear just like that. The act of Fukushima cannot be ruled out, you know. So we have to learn from them, and we have to then make our regulatory policies accordingly. So that's my take on that.
I think very good thoughts there, and a lot of wish list items for setting the stage in future for nuclear energy. Now, from nuclear thermal energy coming to city gas. In this city gas sector of distribution of natural gas, what kind of hurdles and challenges do you come across?
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Yeah. To answer this question, I would like to go to the genesis of the city gas distribution in India. I think many of the audience may not be aware of the city gas distribution, how it came into India, what is the present status of the city gas distribution. The genesis of the city gas distribution came from the MC Mehta case in Delhi,
when the Delhi was, NCR was, huge pollution levels were there, and Supreme Court had to intervene, and CNG was made compulsory as a public transport, and all other diesel were banned. Gradually, the government realized that, and the Supreme Court made various directions that in all polluted cities of the countries, you should have CNG available, and so that the pollution levels go down. Seeing the success of the CNG in various parts of the country, then PNGRB Act, Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board Act, was enacted, so that all private players could also participate in the distribution of the natural gas all over the country. Before the PNGRB Act was framed in 2007, it was a handful of public sector companies who were distributing natural gas in various cities. But after the PNGRB Act came, now all the private players, major players, have given their bids, and almost 98% of the country is today bid out. And you will see next 8 years, natural gas, CNG stations, piped natural gas in each household. That is the mission of the Government of India. So it's the Government of India mission, controlled and monitored by PNGRB in a very time-bound manner. You have 8 years exclusivity to develop the market. And within those 8 years, nobody else can enter that market because the huge investments are made. Now, having said that, the real problem which comes is at the state levels, because you have to supply the natural gas to every nook and corner of the country. The state governments are not fully, they don't have the policies about the CGD, they don't know anything about CGD. The ROU charges are not fixed. They are delayed in getting permissions. And all these delay in getting permissions are not accounted for. You are being under force majeure by the regulator. These practical problems which are on the ground, the delays means penalties by the regulator. The local authorities, they even now they don't know what is CNG at the local level. So the government intervention is very much needed. Like now we have for CNG station and for laying the pipelines, we need land. The major problem is getting land in the smaller towns, where the title of the land is not clear. You have so many problems with the land. You can't build CNG stations. Laying of the pipelines through farmers' land, you have to acquire for ROW. Getting state permissions, getting NHA permissions in time, not having a dedicated corridor, utility corridors. There are already spaces which are full. So when we go down to the main villages or towns, we face these problems. And at the same time, government, like they support LPG and other things, they involve in this process. For this sector, there is no much involvement in the government, and the companies are left of their own. So that is the major problem which is in the sector now.
Well, I think it's not much better than other sectors as well. Like you rightly said, Sushil, I think land acquisition, regulatory approvals, all the GCs sitting here today with me would appreciate these are some issues that you guys go through in all the projects. And from a lawyer's perspective, this is the most disputed issue. Whether it is of projects of ports or energy or even gas distribution, land acquisition, I think, beats all the other challenges. They're one of the most time-taking challenges. Now, Mukul, you take care of international investment in a sector such as roads. Of course, you come across both sides of the coin of where transactions happen flawlessly and where transactions get stuck due to various reasons. What, according to you, can contract structuring and dispute resolution mechanisms be improved at for better execution in India?
Sure. So what Sushil has laid down, I guess this is a problem which you can, not only city gas, it can be energy, it can be road, all these problems, land acquisition, approval delay, utility shifting. So it is very infrastructure centric problem. But then again, as you rightly pointed out, Gunita, contract. Now, see, ultimately what we do, every single thing is just Indian Contract Act. Basically, whatever, whether it's an SPA negotiation or a concession agreement negotiation or a vendor EPC contract, O&M contract, every single thing just boils down to the Contract Act and how well you have understood the nuances of Contract Act. So that's why contract is very important, and that's why you have to understand the Contract Act, what your rights are, what is anticipatory breach, what is all other Section 73, 74, and all that stuff about breaches and penalties and LDs and stuff. So you have to have a good understanding of those things as a legal person, and then you'll see what judgments are there in your sector and in general also. So, because contract drafting is the base, and that is what I personally feel, at least in road sector. If you see how it starts is that you will initially have a DPR, a detailed project report. The government will come with that, and then on that basis, you are going to enter and negotiate. So when this DPR is there, it is the business people who will go and meet the NHAI or other government clients, and then they will agree that, okay, this is how we'll make the road, or this is how we'll make any other thing, energy project this is how we're going to do it. So they will have this business understanding of things, and whatever this detailed project report is there, on that basis, ultimately the concession agreement shapes up. That, okay, this is what your scope is, this is what you're going to do. Now, the DPR discussions, whatever you have done, that never becomes part of concession. On the contrary, concession agreement has a clause that whatever prior discussions are there, they all now are redundant. Now,
so
this is
absolutely true.
Now, the problem is in the DPR, what the business people have understanding that, okay, the government is going to do A, B, C, and then I'll do D, E, F. Now, that is never reflected in the concession agreement. It will only say that, okay, you have to do this D, E, F thing. Now, unless they have done their ABC thing right, I cannot do my D, E, F, or I will do at a higher cost. Now, the problem is when they go back to bureaucrats after the signing of concession agreement, obviously no bureaucrat in India is going to say that, okay, yes, this is what is allowed to you and this is what we should give it to you. Because that kind of entrepreneurial bureaucracy, I have not seen much. There can be some exceptions here, there. But in general, I have not seen bureaucrats taking such bold decisions because obviously they have their own fears and that means they have their own logics. So the problem is now in this contract, if it is not incorporated that well, then you are just gone, because then you go litigate, you go arbitrate and do very, very difficult. Now, the same thing, and it will delay your project also, and it will create uncertainty. So therefore, that contract drafting has to be really, very, very clear, and you should know that, okay, these are things I really want to incorporate it, and very difficult from government to negotiate from government. We will always either take it or leave it. Nobody's going to, we can argue here, but there it's just to sign the paper, dotted lines. But then you built it down, then the other things, then go have some insurance, pass it on to some EPC player, or find some other solution, some solutions. But contract is very important, as you said, and that's why it is very important. Just one more, last 10 seconds on dispute resolution. That also is very, very crucial. The problem is now the new arbitration thing that we are discussing, that the government wants you don't want to go and arbitrate, or more than 10 crores only you can, less than 10 crores only you can arbitrate, more than 10 crores you cannot arbitrate. Now those things even create more problem in industry, and it creates more fear psychosis in industry, because dispute is, well, if I cannot get a window where I can go and get my dispute settled on time, then this is a very sorry state for a private player.
I completely agree with you, Mukul. You've pointed out some very, very important points, especially regarding dispute resolution. If you don't have a forum and if you have to fall back on the traditional dispute resolution through litigation, then for a lot of the transactions, we are going to see the opening of the floodgates, because a lot of the concessioners in future are going to have a confused legal regime to figure out the resolution of the disputes. Now, Sachin, Mukul made very important points regarding the DPR. You being one of the largest engineering consultants, so what is your take on the issue of dispute resolution and contract and the concessionaires' rights coming out of contracts where DPRs do not actually come true in the end?
See, one thing I must say, you have to segregate two sections of people who read the DPR. One is a private player and the second is a government. The intent is very important. Private player, when they make a DPR, they have a backup of funding. They know what they want to do. Even if there is something which you missed in the DPR, which is very rare phenomena, but it is possible, because you don't get engineering company like TCE who will prepare a 800-page DPR and they will give you. So, but nevertheless, you prepare the DPR, you give it to it, the private player says, okay, fine, it was not covered, how much it's going to cost, how much is going to be a time, take it, go ahead. Now comes the challenge of government's DPR. And mind it, out of 47 lakh crores of GDP, the biggest expenditure giver is a government. You can't rule out. Now they have got the DPR and you miss something, the time is extra, the cost is extra. Now what? Mind it, no Babu is going to take action, even if they know that it is going to be important. They're not going to take the action. I mean, you have to take it with a pinch of salt. They know that if you don't do this, it's not going to complete on time. And that's it. I mean, the challenge is that their pension, their fear of CVC is so high. You have to come out of it. So that's as far as DPR is concerned. Now comes, Yitika, your question on dispute redressal. Again, the private player and the government section. I mean, we all know that just last week, the beautiful circular of Finance Ministry, 10 crore and above, you go to the arbitration. Now, are we equipped to take so many cases to the arbitration? I mean, do we have the infrastructure to do that? The answer is no. In a dispute redressal mechanism, of course, you got so many things. You got mediation, you got conciliation, then you got arbitration, then you got litigation. How many people use it? I tell you, barring few sectors like oil and gas, or maybe defense, or maybe I can say space technology, in those sectors, you still have white-skinned people there say their knowledge is too good than our brown skins. If there's something, this is right, Indians usually believe. But those sectors, they have this tradition. Even if there is a dispute between a government and the private, they will go to some guy who knows this subject very well. They will take the opinion, they will settle the dispute. Even if it is not written in the contract document, because I am the witness of it. We had a fight with one of the largest oil distribution company, which says that. So I suggest in your dispute redressal mechanism, in your contract, you should have a governance clause. How the dispute will be addressed and what could be the mechanism. We will not deviate whatsoever. Not only arbitration, we will go to the mediation, we will go to the conciliation. If you address those things very critically in the contract drafting, I feel it will give some breather. But still, as I said, in government, you have this challenge.
Yes, those are very interesting points again, Sachin, of course.
One takeaway, that engage TCE.
Yeah, I think he made that pitch very good. Yeah, so we'll give you full marks for that. Now, coming to you, Sushil, in the sector, CGD sector, city gas distribution sector, what scope and suggestions do you see for the betterment?
You see, CGD sector is a very highly regulated sector where for every activity there's an regulation. The business is controlled by so many regulations. So the biggest uncertainty is the regulatory uncertainty. When you bid on certain conditions on the certain regulatory framework, especially for FDI, like our company is FDI, you come into the field with certain set of regulations. Suddenly, midway down when you're working, the rules change, regulations completely change, forcing you to go to the courts. Everything gets to standstill. So
that uncertainty is a killer for companies,
yes,
for people doing business. Yes.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing we have been experiencing. And you see the courts and tribunals flooded with challenging the regulations and the orders. Secondly, we see in the regulators, there's a constant vacancy. One member retires, the other member is not there. Now for the last 2 years, there's no member legal. So no hearing is happening. You're forced to go to High Court, or if they frame some regulations, it is challenged that member legal is not there. So things come to standstill.
You're right.
So
that access to justice gets disrupted because of these delays.
And the government flip-flop government policies. They encourage CNG, natural gas, but at the same time they promote LPG. We have a contract that we have to have household connections to so many people in 8 years in a particular city. That's a contract. If we don't do it, it's a huge penalties are levied. But at the same time, in the same city, they announce a discount. They have no LPG subsidy. You take LPG subsidy. So solution really is that once a market is mature in a particular area, then by law, LPG should be banned. You should be forced to do it because we are contractually bound with the government to supply to so many households.
So true. Yeah.
Yeah. So government, and secondly, the support, because it's a government-initiated projects by the government of India. They have a vision of increasing the natural gas in the energy basket to 15%. So they are also a stakeholder, in a sense. Like they promote LPG, they go places, they advertise, social media.
It is a public-private partnership, definitely.
So similarly for natural gas, when we go to, it's a new thing in the country. People are scared when they see pipelines in front of their houses. We had so many disputes in the, we couldn't work in many of the areas because they thought it's a, mischief of other group to have pipelines in front of our house. They do not allow you to have pipeline in their connection in their house. So to make that awareness, to make the confidence in the mind of the citizens, it's very important government and regulators become the equal stakeholders. Having said that, government is doing a lot of things. It's become a public utility, has been declared as a public utility. A lot of incentives have been given, and steps have been taken that they meet the respective governments. And I'm sure in the next couple of years, you'll see a lot of happening in the state and a lot of awareness happening.
Like you rightly say, Sushil, we've come a long way and there are some few more steps to be taken to be on the right path, right? So we have the last 5 minutes. I have one last question for all of you. Quickly, your thoughts on that would be very helpful. How do you think the scope and the role of GCs has changed in the country?
Fantastic question, Ganita, and very right, pertinent question. So GC's role has been evolving over the period. And I feel that in the next 4 or 5 years, with all this legal tech, AI and all that stuff, the GC's role is going to evolve even further. Now you see that GCs are there, some of them are board members also, a few otherwise having very, very important stakes, and their sign-offs are required for any big business decision. So their roles have evolved over the period. And there are two reasons why it has been evolved. Number one, the business nowadays is far more complicated, it is far more regulatory oriented. Like whatever Sushil said, all these things are regulatory problems. And whatever Sachin even said very interestingly, that there are two types of approach to things. There is a government approach and a private approach. So, and especially infrastructure is always government things are there. So therefore, the role has become more strategic, and this, because business has become such. And second is, gone are the days when a legal, you can simply see the law and tell that this is what the law is. Now we have to find some intuitive solutions to the business problem, and that is what the role of GC is. And the top GCs are only those who can really give those solutions to business people without flouting any law within that regulatory framework. That this is how you can approach to it to a certain things. So that's why the GCs role has
very
been
well
important.
said, Mukul, that GCs require to give solutions. That is the role now. Sachin, to you.
I tell you, the role has increased from a person whose shoulder you can use to cry to a person whom you can take it in a partner in crime. So that's the role.
Good one there, Sachin.
So I tell you, but yeah, I mean, what my fellow colleague has said, it's absolutely right. At least in corporate world, they have started recognizing there has to be a GC. And very interestingly, I see that it's getting recognition as well. And last 20 years, if you see, the finance or, those departments were there in the organization, but the legal functions were always like, kind of thing. But the way it has evolved over the last 20 years, specifically after the globalization doors has opened, it has changed many things. But what I was give suggestion is that, GC should not be just stick to the legal functions or, they should be just giving advices. Rather, they should get engaged with the business team to the depth, know their problem, engage with them so that problem does not arise. That's my view.
So GCs need to equally understand business, right? Sure. Excellent. So last couple of minutes, Sushil, what do you have to say on this?
See, traditionally, you see earlier what was happening was the there's one legal person in a company or one or two people who used to come into play only when a litigation was there so they used to handle the litigation. But over the years, the roles have really changed. Today, the General Counsel is not only the business enabler, he is, part of the board to guide the board whether the business is being done under the laws. He has to guide the business how it has to be done. GC is the person who, handles compliances. Now, with the FDIs and all foreign companies investing in India and doing business, the major thrust is on the compliances. So GCs have a very important role in the compliances. Then contract management.
Absolutely.
That the contracts are in line with your business in the laws, whatever the latest Supreme Court judgments are there, you have to amend your contracts. Then, of course, the litigation management, where to litigate, where not to litigate. You have to advise your
So
I
it's
think
a long
those are
way.
very important decisions that GCs have to take, when to litigate and if not to litigate. Yes, we have 2 minutes left. If anybody has any questions, I think the panel members would be happy to address them. But I do not see the crowd wanting to ask anything. So we can wrap it up. Just last few words. As a lawyer, since I have all of your perspectives, very experienced GCs that you all are and from different sectors, but I've also seen a change now. GCs require lawyers from just not lawyers who are litigation experts, but also who have business expertise, who understand their world, who understand their sector, who have some sort of specialization in their sector. I think as the profession, this has really evolved. Now it's become the requirement is of people who are appreciative of the sectors.
Just one point. So I work with Gunita and Mr. Manoj Singh, the founding partner of FNA. One thing I really like is their approach. They first understand the business issues rather than just giving out the legal solution. So that you rightly said, Gunita. Important thing is to understand, even for lawyers also, those who are advising client, unless you don't understand that sector well, because then otherwise you advise very theoretical advice, and a GC will have it has no value for a GC because pure theoretical. So you have to understand sector well, and that's why those kind of lawyers will really flourish.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, all of you. Those were very interesting inputs and a very engaging discussion.
So much, yeah.
Thanks, Geetika.
Thank you, Gunita and gentlemen, for sharing your insights with us. I'd now request Gunita to hand over a token of appreciation to the speakers. It's coming. And with that, we have come to the end of our Legal Powerlist 2023 Summit. We want to thank all the participating industry leaders, stakeholders and guests for being part of this event. Do join us for tea and coffee. I'm leaving you with this thought-provoking AV.
4 years ago, Forbes India teamed up with Legitquest, a leading generative AI enterprise platform with Asia's largest litigation database, for the inaugural edition of the Forbes India Legal Powerlist 2020. The first edition identified leaders and recognized lawyers, law firms, and law schools who stood out as India's legal system's leading lights and flag bearers, based on their merit, service delivery, and leadership.
We really need to reach out to those hidden stars who are efficient, who are competent, who are world class.
The idea really is to encourage others who are trying to make a name for themselves, either individuals or as law firms.
Encouraged by the massive response from the legal community in the first 2 editions, Forbes India and Legitquest teamed up once again. And the response was even bigger.
I am greatly humbled by this honor.
A great pleasure and especially gratifying to receive recognition.
I thank the Forbes India magazine as well as Legitquest, and more importantly the jury
that has nominated me in this honorary mention.
As Forbes India Legal Powerlist 2022 saw 2,000 plus registrations and the participation of 300 plus law firms across India.
Without a robust judicial system, our democracy cannot thrive.
The courts do not look around for awards, they look around for good arguments. That is what makes you succeed in a matter.
My sincere appreciation for the efforts of the distinguished jury members who have selected the winners tonight.
Those who could not make it this time, this is not the end, it's the beginning.
And now, with the 2023 edition, Forbes India and Legitquest are building upon this legacy.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We'll just start in 2 minutes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 4th edition of the Forbes India Legal Powerlist 2023 Awards. I'm Ridhima Malhotra. The awards aim to recognize and felicitate legal luminaries who exemplify excellence, quality service delivery, and demonstrate exceptional leadership, reputation, and influence within the Indian legal fraternity. The Forbes India Legal Powerlist 2023 is divided into 6 categories: top individual lawyers, top managing partners, top general counsel, top law firms, top in-house lawyer, and top law firm management professionals. The winners are shortlisted through a stringent process by our esteemed jury. The robust assessment criteria for 2023 included assessing the legal fraternity on their outstanding work, characteristics that make them stand out from their peers, growth, experience, and above all, their dedication to uphold the law. Before we begin with the evening's proceedings, I would like to thank each and every one of you for taking out time to be here this evening. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our guests of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Honorable Mr. Justice Rajesh Bindal, and Shri R. Venkat Ramani for taking out time from their busy schedules and gracing the occasion. We have just been informed that our chief guest, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwalji, Honorable Minister of Law and Justice of India, is still caught up with parliamentary proceedings and is expected to join us later. Before we move any further with the summit today, let's take a look at glimpses and highlights from the previous editions of the Forbes India Legal Powerlist.
4 years ago, Forbes India teamed up with Legitquest, a leading generative AI enterprise platform with Asia's largest litigation database, for the inaugural edition of the Forbes India Legal Powerlist 2020. The first edition identified leaders and recognized lawyers, law firms, and law schools who stood out as India's legal system's leading lights and flag bearers, based on their merit, service delivery, and leadership.
We really need to reach out to those hidden stars who are efficient, who are competent, who are world class.
The idea really is to encourage others who are trying to make a name for themselves, either individuals or as law firms.
Encouraged by the massive response from the legal community in the first 2 editions, Forbes India and Legitquest teamed up once again, and the response was even bigger.
I am greatly humbled by this honor.
A great pleasure and especially gratifying to receive recognition.
I thank the Forbes India magazine as well as Legitquest, and more importantly the jury that has nominated me in this honorary mention.
As Forbes India Legal Powerlist 2022 saw 2,000 plus registrations and the participation of 300 plus law firms across India.
Without a robust judicial system, our democracy cannot thrive.
The courts do not look around for awards, they look around for good arguments. That is what makes you succeed in a matter.
My sincere appreciation for the efforts of the distinguished jury members who have selected the winners tonight.
Those who could not make it this time, this is not the end, it's the beginning.
And now, with the 2023 edition, Forbes India and Legitquest are building upon this legacy, honoring the most prominent and prestigious names from the legal fraternity. Our distinguished jury has analyzed 2,500 plus entries from over 350 law firms to confer awards across 6 categories this year. It will all culminate in a glittering night that will see the who's who of the legal world gather to honor this year's awardees and take part in insightful conversations that address the future of India's legal landscape.
Thank you, Forbes India and Network 18 team, for giving me this opportunity to thank all the stakeholders of Forbes India Legal Powerlist.
Forbes India Legal Powerlist 2023 edition in association with Legitquest.
May I now request Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Honorable Judge, Supreme Court of India, to kindly come up on stage to deliver his keynote address.
Why should young persons be encouraged to take up the legal profession? What opportunities await them along with challenges? With this quote and with the functions of the Forbes Legal Powerlist 2023, I am introducing myself, J.K. Maheshwari, my brother Justice Rajesh Bindal. Probably AG Sahib is not here. Attorney General is coming on the way, we have asked. Esteemed jury members, distinguished General Counsel, law firm partners, young and talented lawyers, gracious ladies and gentlemen present here. I should say media partners also, otherwise one friend was with me, he will say no. It is truly privileged to address such a distinguished assembly of professionals, including some finest mind in the legal profession. And I extend my gratitude to Mr. Brain Carblo, Managing Editor, and team of the Forbes India for inviting me in this event. Today's event honors and celebrates the excellence of the bright legal professionals who have distinguished themselves through their exceptional dedication, hard work, and commitment to the field through the decades, setting them apart a true leader in this profession. This recognition is a testament to your expertise, diligence, and passion for this profession with integrity. I congratulate all winners in advance, and I wish you best for their endeavor in future. Winston Churchill once said, success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. Friends, you have reached to this stage. I can thought it. That is your courage which continues to count you today in this list. As I gaze upon the audience at this August gathering, I notice many young faces, and I reminded of the time when I decided to step up in this legal profession. Frankly speaking, my choice this was third. At that time, I am old days, coming in the old days, so I should say right thing. I did BSc first year, appeared in pre-medical test, could not qualify. Should say right thing, maybe pre-medical test I could not qualify. Thought it, decided I will get an engineering admission because I have a good marks in the higher secondary. So I did higher secondary with mathematics, but could not get admission in engineering, getting in diploma. Then due to some situation I could not go for regular study, I did BA, private, second year, third year. I joined law profession. Law. Because law was connected to my family, I did it. So this is the real story, and this law has become a blessing in disguise to me. I know it was not an easy path, but always a journey of immense fulfillment with a profound purpose. I thought it, I tried to do it, for the sake God helped me and brought here. And in addition, first and foremost, I am before you. Before those young minds, though I was a member of Bar Council, everything, it's a different thing during my profession. But I thought it that I am before you with this legal mind in front of you. It's my pleasure with all of you. When I was always in the bench and bar, one question which has remained persistent, especially from the younger generation, why choose legal profession? I said what I did, but in these days, this is the foremost question: why choose legal profession? When people first consider the question that often comes to mind is one, uncertainty and insecurity. But this feeling only arises when one hasn't yet taken the plunge into unknown. It's through conquering this uncertainty that one often finds most rewarding paths. With this, I will take my views. Why this generation has attracted towards this? Generation like me, not. But why this? And first and foremost, because of the legal education. The law is a profession of purpose. The law is a field where a passion meets reason. The law is where idealism is grounded in the practicality, and where each decision can have a profound impact on society. It is essential for the younger generation to consider law not just a profession but a calling. This is my earnest request. It's an opportunity to serve public, uphold justice, and shape the future of our nation. History has shown that those who commit to legal profession stand the test of time, not only crave out successful careers, but also leave lasting legacies. Unlike many careers that function behind closed doors, this profession places young lawyers directly in the heart of legal battles where real changes happen, providing them with a plethora of opportunity to bring about change that affects the society at large. No doubt, it's a career that demands resilience, but it also offers immense satisfaction. And in the life, until you have a satisfaction for any of the work, you cannot be complete at the end of the day. I am aware that fact that it's going to be tough, there will be time when you will be required to burn the midnight oil and face setbacks. But young lawyers must see their initial years as investment rather than struggle. Having chosen the noble profession, whether you are arguing matter before the court or negotiating contracts, it is not your self-interest that guides you, but rather the interest of the client. This profession, therefore, is truly selfless. I remind the story of Ram Jethmalani, the known person. He passed out law at the age of 18. As per the law, he was not permitted to appear in the court, and he could not appear up to 21 years of the age. So what he did is he fought his own case first before the Chief Justice and sought permission that when I completed my profession, my degree, why should I be not permitted to take up a case? He has taken a plea that the law came later, I passed out prior, so I should be permitted to participate because the law is subsequent. And he was permitted to argue the case at the age of 18. He taken the first case at age of 18, and he was known to be the youngest, as far as my knowledge is concerned, advocate recognized in the India. So this is a commitment. This is what I thought it. I am not of that category, but I have heard him. I know. I briefed him in one case when I was a lawyer. Brilliant chap, I can understand. But his commitment was to the legal profession, something different, which everybody should have. In the last decade, the number of the people seeking to pursue law as career has surged, that we know. At present, my study says that the law is at the foremost. The reason is, with a rise is educational standard, establishment of national law universities and other universities with modern educational framework, and therefore the law once seen as a last resort is now as much sought after a field offering a wider range of opportunities than even before. Then after passing out, what opportunities await you? Young lawyers in India has diverse opportunities across various sectors. They can pursue litigation, corporate, specialize, whatever, intellectual property, tax law, so and so, competition law, etc., etc. In addition, they have an opportunities as an academician, they have an opportunities as judges, so advisors, and foremost is study of the law helps in the life, in every walk of the life. So the law and legal profession is being recognized as with a renounced focus. Now, if we see that the another aspect, because of now mediation, pre-mediation, arbitration, all these fields are open for them and to go. So I can say vast spectrum of options is a testament of the versatility of this profession. And therefore, you have to think for this. I have to say one thing, what are the challenges in this profession? Young lawyers in India faces several challenges, including intense competition, limited experience, financial strain. We are sitting in capital. I am from a very town place. I have seen that. Being a member of the Bar Council, I have seen those persons how they are facing the financial strains in the manner, or having so many problems. So these are the problems which they are facing. I say building credibility and establishing a profitable practice takes time. While long working hours and poor work-life balance add to the stress. This is with everyone. Not include anyone escape from this who has come to this side and they know. I know, I did it, I am doing this. Additionally, a lack of mentorship and exposure to modern legal practices like legal tech, alternate dispute resolution, and can hinder growth. The pressure to confirm the traditional legal practices further complicate their journey. Sometimes we have the lawyers, we don't have forums to appear. Some places don't think only for Delhi, but some places forums are not available, though they have brilliant career, they have brilliant knowledge. So these are the problems. But anyway, my foremost concern is legal profession is number one, though I started with number 3, but I submit and say it's number 1. While prior to concluding, I want to say something. And I rely upon Swami Vivekananda said, which I did in my life. Take up one idea. Make that one idea your life. Think of it. Dream of it. and live on that idea. Let the brain, muscles, nerves, every part of your body be full of that idea and just leave every other idea alone. And this is the way of success in this profession. And in the last, with these words, step into with passion, not of recognition, but to create real change. And I say, 2 line, 2 couplets, ये हकीकत भी हमने ही जानी है, ये हकीकत भी हमने ही जानी है, मुट्ठी भर रेत जिंदगानी है. This legal profession must be your life. Thank you for calling me. All the gratitude for everyone who called me. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I request, sir, to kindly come back on stage to give away our first awards. So please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the most anticipated part of the evening. Forbes India Legal Powerlist Awards 2023 in association with Legitquest, honoring the luminaries from the Indian legal fraternity. The first category of awards is Top General Counsels. With the significant responsibilities of acting as the legal representative and providing legal and commercial advice on a host of wide-ranging issues, a general counsel or legal head adds a lot of value to an organization. Forbes India Legal Powerlist 2023 recognizes the best in-house performance and leadership of general counsels, legal heads, and chief legal officers. Let me invite the winners on stage, starting with Abhishek Kanoi, PGS Limited. I request all the winners to kindly come from my left side. And in case there are too many of you, please line up so that it can be more organized. Ajay Kapoor, Tata Power Company Limited. Amar Kumar Sundaram, NEC Corporation India Private Limited. Ambika Singh Pratyush, Renew. Anubrat Saha, Eastman Auto and Power Limited. Anurag Chauhan, Max Life Insurance Company Limited. Ashit Garg, Ramble India Private Limited. Binu NS Puri, Bajaj Electricals Limited. Dr. Rajesh Sehgal, Adani Power. Hena Datta, MV Group. Hiranmay Ralabandi, We Work India. Can we have a big round of applause, please, for all our awardees? Isha Sinha, Medicover Hospitals. Madan Mohan KR, Air Liquid Global ENC Solutions India. Manish Kharbanda, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Manoj Bhargav, IndiaMart Intermesh Limited. Morty John, PNB MetLife India Insurance Company Limited. Mukul Shastri, Cube Highways. A big round of applause, please. Pooja Segal Mehtani, Sun Life Global Solutions Private Limited. Prasidha Premnath, Stellaris Venture Partners. Rohil Vashisht, Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited. Roshan Ramapuran Ati, Western Digital. Sachin Mishra, Tata Consulting Engineers Limited. Let's put our hands together for the awardees. Saikat Sarkar, Eicher Motors Limited. Sameer Chugh, Play Games 24/7. Sandeep Chaudhary, Suzlon Energy Limited. Saurabh Malhotra, Intertech India Private Limited. Saurabh Tamang, Sahakar Group. Shalini Kulshrestha, Dentsu International India. Shardendu Kumar, Times Innovative Media Limited, a Times of India Group company. Let's please applaud for the winners. Sushil Judd, AGP City Gas Private Limited. Yogen Tashi Bhutia, Hero FinCorp Limited. Can we please applaud our awardees? Vineet Vij, Tech Mahindra. Sohaib Amin, Zycus Infotech Private Limited. Let's put our hands together and congratulate everybody who's got an award. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. I request you to kindly stay back as I invite Karan Kalia, CEO and co-founder of Legitquest, to come up on stage for handing over a token of appreciation to our honorable judge. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Honorable Mr. Justice Rajesh Bindal, Honorable Judge of the Supreme Court of India, for a keynote address, please.
Namaskar, good evening, adab, sat sri akal. And if we are in Punjab, we normally add this with copy to all. Instead of saying all individually, namaskar, 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 multiple. We are in era of technology, so copy paste is the new norm, and with AI, you have different things now. So I will start, because brother has already addressed all preliminaries. So I will not waste my time on that. But one thing is there, normally we start with dignitaries on the dais, off the dais and all that. Here all dignitaries are off the dais only. And I will start as my elder brother was sharing his experience about the legal profession. So I thought I will also share a little bit. No, my subject is a little different. I am in this profession by default, if you ask me. Brother had started because law profession, we all know, was the last choice. At that time when we did in 80s. Brother had tried for medicine, then in engineering. I had gone to chartered accountancy. And then left that in between, then remained in business also for 3 years because I belong to a small business family, first generation lawyer. Then did my law and thereafter started practice and now standing before you. And I can also share one thing, that I am also a first generation lawyer. And in the Supreme Court also probably 50% judges are first generation lawyers. So it's not that if you are a first generation, in any profession, legal is one part, that you can't achieve anything. Always, hard work is the key to success. If you continue doing your hard work with honesty, sky is the limit. Nobody can stop you from achieving anything. So first of all, congratulations to all the winners. And I would say, this is not a kumbh which came after 12 years or 144 years. This is all annual affair only. So don't worry, next time is there, very close. And this is 23, only 23 award you are giving. 24 has already gone by, so 24 also will be there. Maybe in 25 only very soon. And I would request them to do it, not delay it. In courts we can say things are delayed, but not in this, it should not be delayed. It should be all fast. Especially when you have to give some awards, it should be very fast. Because it encourages a lot of people. It encourages them to do more and motivate others also who may not got award this year, that if I also do something more, what he has done, who has got the award, so some hard work, some extra labor, he will also get. And this recognition is, I think, always good in any profession. In legal profession, probably this may be the only thing which gives the award. Otherwise, in legal profession, nobody recognizes. Recognition is only how much cases you have won in the court. That's all. Yes. Award name is used in arbitration also, but there are others also where the term award is used. But for a lawyer, the award is only if he wins the case. That's all. This is the only award. And today's date, I was just seeing, it is celebrated as International Day for Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And this recalls the name of Mahatma Gandhi in South Africa. We all know he had started this regarding racial discrimination, then started his selfless service in the freedom struggle and all that. So one of the motivation which we get out of it is that wherever we are, we should do something for the society also. And we have seen a lot of lawyers in our freedom struggle. We can all remember their names. Nehru's were there, Gandhi, Patel, Lala Lajpat Rai, Rajendra Prasad Ambedkar. A lot of lawyers were there, left their practice, lucrative practice, and then started freedom struggle. Yes, this is one part. Now what I would be touching in this is, you have seen the work being done by this company in AI. AI has taken over all of us, and probably with the passage of time, we may not need the human also, we may not need the judges also. It's just put in, as I remember in law department we had, not law college school at that time, it's a university department used to be there. In legal theory, there used to be one concept of pigeonhole theory. That you fit in your case, facts of a case in a hole, if it fits in, you win. So that kind of ideas AI will give. That you fit in your case, decided cases are there, precedent, some law is there, so it will say yes, you win or you lose. Maybe some innovative mind, some development of law. What will happen, we can't say as of now, but this is a thing which we can't ignore. We have to accept it. But with care, the kind of things we are seeing daily in different areas where AI is being used, it's a dangerous part also. For that, we need to be very careful. So, technology is there. We are using it in many fields. Yes, no problem. But I will just touch the issues where we are using technology in our court system. Because many of you may be knowing a lot of things, but many may or may not be knowing it also. Technology is used for transparency also, for our improvement of quality, case management. A lot of things are there for which we are using technology. Now, how much cases we have, many of you may be knowing, but for some of you, the data may be really surprising also. We have 3 tier, basically District Court, High Court and Supreme Court. And we have more than 5.20 crore cases pending throughout the country at different levels. And along with this only, I'll just give you additional figure. Why we needed technology also. Normally, there was study carried out that how much cases should be there in one court, optimum load, you can say, so that you provide the judges also strength and all that, because sometimes these studies are there, judge to case ratio, judge to population ratio and all that. So we are far, far below as far as the developed countries are concerned, but still, no country in the world has the kind of litigation or the number of cases anywhere in the world. Many of you must have seen a lot of. The standard was prescribed that it should be normally 500 cases. The staff allocated was 1 + 7 means 1 judge, along with him 7 staff, different categories. You can say bench secretary or reader or some steno or some clerical staff. But the fact is, in some of the courts, we have 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 cases with 1 judge. So now the staff is same. You can't have more staff because the sanction is that only. So how to deal with that? This is the area where technology will help and is helping. There is no doubt about it. The use of computers, I would say, not technology the way it is being used now. Started in 90s in courts. I was in Chandigarh only. We also started not 90s, maybe in 2000. It was just preparation of cause list, maybe some filing through computer, means you just dispense with the manual register, entry in the computer, you get a receipt and all that. No software as such were developed. So this is how we started. In 2007, a program was made at All India level by the Government of India. And when it was launched, our President of India, the then President of India, Abdul Kalam, what he said, I'll just read the quote made by him. From the time the case is filed till it is disposed of with judgment, and the entire processing must take place electronically. This was his vision at that time. This is what he said. So this will enable easy search, retrieval, grouping, information, judicial record, disposal, and transparency. Yes, that is what we are seeing. So this process started in 2007. A policy was made, and e-court project phase 1 was Government of India had planned that project. And this is for the first time that the judicial system, judiciary was given some amount to be spent independently. Otherwise, we don't have any financial independence. It's all dependent. Everything comes from the government. This also came from the government only. But these funds were given at the disposal of the judiciary that you spend this money. The allocation, first phase, which went from 2007 to 2015, was 935 crores. This was the allocation. And you see, because we are all very conservative in spending money, we are not involved in spending money, in fact, the judges. And with suspicion, we take everything because of the cases in court, all contract matters come in court, left, right litigation. So extra care, there may be this problem. So we could spend only 640 crore. But the idea at that time was to create infrastructure. First phase was that only, basically. You give the hardware, you give the computer, some training, jails, courts, all hardware was given. Then came the second phase, 2015 to 23. This time the allocation was 1670 crore. So the amount was increased. Now by this time, we had tuned our system. We had some IT professional with us. NIC was on board. So we could spend almost the entire amount provided by this Government of India. And with this, we computerized 18,000 and odd courtrooms. Court complexes about 99%, jails also, and then created the National Judicial Data Grid in this. I'll give some details about that also. 23 onwards, we are in phase 3. Now the funds allocated by the Government of India is huge, 7,200 crore rupees. Because they also saw that a lot of benefit is coming out of this. We have been able to manage the system far better as compared to the system when the IT was not being used. Now here the software, second phase also was there, and now third phase, lot of software. There are a lot of details, it will take a lot of time, but system was there, developed, connectivity, LAN, WAN, lot of things were there in this. And this is in work in progress now, 23 onwards. Now what we have done, some thing which we have done may be a little surprising also. Many of you may be knowing there is a National Judicial Data Grid. I don't know, everybody must have visited that website. The kind of information on that is just surprising. What we have is details of all pending cases in the country at different level, 5.20 crore cases pending. The information is available on that National Judicial Data Grid. Besides that, what we have is the information of, at different levels, of about 16 crore decided cases also, which were decided earlier. So whatever case is decided, that information also is available on that website. This is one part. Now what you can find is the cases are pending. It's a civil case or a criminal case, you can always find out that also. Then you can also find out the life of a case, means for how much time the case is pending. This is 1 year old, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year, 10 year, or whatever is there. Case types is there. Different case types are there. So you can search that also, how much cases of different types are pending. This helps us in planning, basically. Because earlier, you see, with the staff I had informed you, it was not manually possible to process the data and plan anything, because case management, court management is one part with a lot of cases pending in the court. It was manually impossible. Maybe you have some data prepared at a given time, then it's not possible to have that data again process and then compile it and then plan it, because it will take a lot of time. You have the details of the cases also which have been decided, and the important part which is available is the reasons for delay. Why there was a delay in disposal of a case. So this data is, because AI is also being used in that to some extent. That shows the adjournment is taken in a case for what reason. That reason then is collated, and then we can find out that for what reason the cases are being delayed, at what stages the cases are pending. So you have the details of each court, the orders are being uploaded, the presiding officers, a lot of that, which courts are there, under trials, many things. Besides that, we have the independent sites, websites of all high courts and the district courts, giving some static information and some dynamic, which is updated regularly. Now the positive point on the information which is available on the district court website is that they also give that a particular day any judge is on leave. Suppose somebody has to go from outside and he finds out that the judge is on leave, he can always stay back. That my case may not be taken up because the judge is on leave. So that is the information, kind of information we give. Now if we go to NJDG, there are three different portions in that. One is the data of the Supreme Court, one is the data of the different high courts, one is the data of the district courts. District courts, we have 4.5 crore case pending. It also gives you the information about how much cases are instituted last month, how much disposal is there. But one little surprising figure, this needs to be processed further, we are in process. That in the last month's disposal, what the data shows, maybe there is some error in the data also, 60% plus cases are uncontested, which are coming in court. So that means that may be a frivolous litigation, or the people are settling the cases themselves, maybe ADR being used. What it is, that I can't say, but 60% plus is that part. Now in that I have shared that different categories of cases, you can have different high courts. Then disposal, institution disposal is also there. Like one example I give you of Delhi only. In 24 district courts, there were 37 lakh cases filed and 39 lakh cases decided also. In 25 also, it's more than the filing. So disposal is going on, but there is some legacy data that is there, disposal rate, different categories. And another important fact I just want to share with you, that the life duration of a case in which it is decided. Delhi example I am giving you, in 1 year of filing, within 1 year of filing, about 58% cases are decided. In up to 3 years, 1 to 3 years, it's about 21%. So 80% cases are decided within 3 years only of filing. It's not that every case is delayed. But some cases, yes, they get delayed for different reasons. So this is one part. So for High Court also, you get this kind of information. We have 62 lakh cases pending in different High Courts. Age-wise are also there. Stage-wise also there. At what stage the case is pending helps in planning better, case management and all that. Here also, if you see, I have taken the example of Madhya Pradesh High Court in this. Within 1 year, 75% cases are decided after filing. And within 1 to 3 years, about 10%. So 85% cases decided within 1 year. Everybody criticizes that nothing is happening in court. It's not that. We are about 20,000 judges at all levels in the court. And annually, about 2.25 crore cases are filed, and almost the same figure is decided also. So it's huge work being done, but still, more is required to be done. Supreme Court also, we have similar kind of data. So this is what is there about the NJDG website. You have a lot of data available. You can always visit that. And even the World Bank also had commented on this. They said India made enforcing contact easier by introducing the National Judicial Data Grid. It was in 2018 they had commented on this, which makes it possible to generate case management reports on local courts. This reform applies to both Delhi and Mumbai. This is there. Then we had now unique case number for throughout the country. This is called CNR number. This is 16-digit alphanumerical number. This is unique for the entire country. It means it will not be duplicated in any other state or district also. So in this, what is there? First two letters define the state to which the case pertains to. Next to the district. Next to the establishment of the court. Court number means identification of the court. Next 6 digits are the case number of that. And next 4 are the year. So it is identifiable, and if you want to access any information from any court, if you have the CNR number, this is one method you can access the information of that. There are other ways and means also, names and all that, but this is a method through which you can access the information of any case from various platforms we have. Now many of you may or may not be knowing about this. We have a portal in the name of ESCR. I don't know how much of the lawyers, because I have been to many law schools. Most of the students in law schools don't know about this. This is the portal which Supreme Court or E-Committee maintains. This has 37,000 Supreme Court judgments and 1.58 crore High Court judgments of different High Courts. All searchable in the best possible search engine. You can, with the judge's name, act, date of decision, case type, number, and separately bench strength also. You want to see the 13 judges' cases only. Judges' strength cases, you will get separately. 9, 11, 5, 7, whatever is there, if you want to have it, you can just see. And another thing on this website is that some of the judgments have been translated in regional languages. We have judgments translated in 19 different regional languages. And this process is on. For this, we are using AI. The idea is to translate the judgment of a particular state in the language of that state. It's not that all judgments are being translated. Suppose we have the judgment from Assam. So we translate those judgments in Assamese. We have like 240 judgments of Assami language. Bengali, we have more than 2,000 judgments. This process is on. So this is to make this judgment and details reachable to the public who do not know English and know only their regional language. And this is free, you see. Otherwise, if you have to buy any private player for any search, you have to pay huge money. And second thing is, firstly, the judgment will come on this portal, then only some private person will get it. Now that old system of applying for certified copy, getting it and publishing it, it all goes. On this, we don't have the head notes. But you can search with anything, free text search and search everything. If you visit the website, you will really appreciate this. Then another is there, digital SCR. We know SCR is the reporter which used to be cited in court earlier. But now with delayed publication, the other reporters came in. Now we have the digital one. Digital SCR is in the book form, as the published version used to be. It has all the head notes and all that, whatever was there in that. So you can always use this as a book, page-wise, everything. So this is the version of our printed version of SCR. One new thing which we have started recently, many of you may be knowing or not knowing, neutral citation. Now we are giving all judgments delivered by the Supreme Court and the High Court a neutral citation of the court only. Like Supreme Court, we say year and then say INSC, Indian Supreme Court we call it maybe, and the number. This number is automatically generated when the judgment is uploaded. It's the number of the judgment. So now you will find in judgments of the Supreme Court also, High Court also, neutral citation also given. And you can always search the judgments on our websites with the neutral citation. So this is another thing. Now we have one very important app, e-court services app, e-courts. This app gives you entire information about the cases pending in the country on your mobile only. You just download. There are about 3 crore downloads of this app. Though we say it's not enough, seeing the pendency of the cases 5.2 crore, 20 crore, because there is a lot of digital divide in our country. But still, 2.81 crore is also a huge number. You can always find out your case status, order also, next date also, cause list, a lot of facilities on this. If you just download and see the facilities available on this. You can always add your cases in that. It has a case diary also. It will just reflect how much cases you have listed next week, next month, or the days and all that. You can manage your system that where you have to deal with a case. This is all on your mobile. We have Justice mobile app. It's meant for the judicial officers to manage their courts basically, not for the litigant. It also has download for all the lawyers, the judicial officers we have. It is also helping them to manage their caseload in the court, how to prioritize cases or deal with the cases, listing of cases. A lot of benefits are there in that. E-filing, you all must be knowing because it's all era of technology. Virtual hearing, I need not give all these details. You are aware of that. It's all hybrid hearing is going on. In Supreme Court, it is lot. You see all the lawyers carrying only iPad or some laptop. Era of taking huge files gone. Otherwise, we were all afraid of seeing the file of the lawyer with the Supreme Court in the Supreme Court. All will be 5, 6, 10 volumes only. So now small tablet they are carrying. So you are not afraid of seeing the file. I can share one joke only, not joke, it's a reality only. Long time when I was a lawyer, so one lawyer had brought a large number of books in a case to be cited. The judge was not in a mood to hear the case. He just asked the lawyer that you have brought all these books to cite in this case. He said, yes, that I'm not hearing your case. So now that threat is gone. You may cite 100 judgment, 200 judgment, all in your iPad only or tablet. So that threat is gone now. Virtual hearing also, that's there. And large number it is there. Lot of benefits out of it. And we have virtual courts also for traffic challans. So one officer is taking care of a large number of areas. Like in Uttar Pradesh, we had only 10 officers. Otherwise, we have 75 districts there. But only 10 officers were taking care of it. So we could spare the manpower with the use of technology. Otherwise, the judges were involved. There were huge challans in virtual court. Lot of challans, crores were received, and then naturally were disposed of also in some fine paid. That's a separate thing. But these are being taken care of by limited number of officers. Then live streaming also you must be seeing. In the Supreme Court, all important cases, Constitution Bench cases, in some high courts also live streaming is going on. Now see the plus point of this, especially for the students and the young lawyers. Everybody can't come to Delhi to hear a case of a Constitution Bench or some important matter, or maybe a litigant also. It is cutting both ways. Now if a litigant sees that his lawyer is not argued, so he may be after him. There may not be any need to argue. He knows that the judges, whatever the judge is passing is not against him, so he may not utter a single word also. Because lawyer in the court knows how the court is going about the case. But still he will say, you have not uttered a word. So this is the problem. And one problem recently, one lawyer shared that the old system has gone when if 4 or 5 lawyers are there, always the senior most lawyer will address the arguments. Now the younger will start. Instead of letting the senior most start the argument. So I just told the senior counsel that the reason for that may be the IT only, this live streaming and all that, because he also wants to show his client that I argued, leaving aside the seniors. So there are always plus minus of everything. But this is good because the students and the young lawyers sitting anywhere in the country can just log in and see how the cases are being argued. And this is a learning experience with that. This could be possible only with the use of technology. And with all this, you see, what is the benefit? They used to say the court should be at your doorstep. This has brought the court at your doorstep. E-filing, you file sitting in your office, argue cases with VC, order uploaded, download in your office. You need not go anywhere. Court fee and all that, all online, digital, nothing. I was in Allahabad, so a lot of people, lot of lawyers were making a demand for a bench in Western UP. They said a lot of litigation in Allahabad because Western UP jurisdiction is with Allahabad. They said if there should be a bench in Agra, Meerut or somewhere else. I said, why do you demand? You can always file online, argue from there, and there is no need of bench anywhere now. And Entire country is with you. Wherever you sit, you can do everything. Now in the live streaming, this is not available, I think, for the litigants outside, but in the court, if you sit, you see the transcription of the arguments also. And in that transcription, immediately whatever is being argued, it is all being recorded also. It helps us also, that whatever is there, suppose we may not be able to note some point, we can always have the text of that printed. And otherwise, you see all these app people who are giving you news, they also remain logged in. They also give minute-to-minute news of what is being argued, what is said, what is not said. A little dangerous also is there, because in court you have lot of interaction. Everything is not for the purpose of decision only. We need to have best arguments. There may be lot of questions coming in. And they see, no, this side question is asked, so maybe case going this side, they have their own opinion, but lot of benefits plus minus are there for everything. With another thing which we have is we have e-seva kendras throughout the country. About 1400 e-seva kendras we have in different court complexes. There we provide our entire information and facilities of IT for the lawyers who don't have, for the litigants who don't have, the entire information they can have. They can e-file cases and all that. Every facility is being provided there at e-seva kendra. And we had also tagged in the common service centers. These common service centers are there in the country. Number I've forgotten, but these are probably after every 5-6 villages, one common service center is there. So they have the setup. They are providing all government services, 50-60 services. So they can provide this also. Rural areas, the litigants, they can't come to the court or the lawyer's office to find out anything. So they can always get the information from them. Then we have the facility of SMS push and SMS pull. There is one number, on that you send the message, case number and all that, you immediately get a response of that. That is a paid service kind of a thing, because that commercial charges they make. But if you get your mobile number or email ID entered in the system, in a case in which you are a party, all updates come to you automatically, no charge, nothing. So we always encourage the litigants, the lawyers also, that always you should get all the numbers or your mobile number and your email ID is entered in the system so that you get update, you can log in, you can see your orders also. And till date, SMS sent about 60 crore, email sent 76 crore, and on daily basis, about 4 lakh SMS and 6 lakh emails are being sent. And if I give you the data of the total digital transactions in 24 different formats we have, or different apps or website we have, the total transactions, IT transactions, were 361 crore on our website or apps. And this year only up to 11th February, these are about 50 crore different. The people who have accessed our website. Now we have e-summons, electronically we transfer summons and service, so this saves the time also, and we all know in the new criminal major acts, a lot of technology has been used, so that is the factor which we are using for this also. N-STEP is another national service and tracking of electronic process. We have given mobiles to the process servers. Earlier times, we all know, they will personally go, now also they are going for service of summons. But there used to be a lot of issue that he had not gone, report prepared, sitting in the office and all that. But now in this the geotagging is there. You have to take picture also, everything is there. So you can't say anything. So this is the plus point, this is how we are using technology. eSaksha is another software, mobile app, which is prepared, meant for the investigating officers. Now this also, in addition to a lot of other features, has geotagging. So nobody can say this NDPS case was registered by the policeman sitting in the police station, because he has to go there, and geotagging is there. On the spot, pictures and everything, lot of facilities are there. Paperless court, yes, we are moving towards that, and in the country we have digitized about 311 crore papers. So this is a work in progress. It will take a lot of time because the huge data we have. One issue which came before the court was that most of you who are in litigation and dealing with the criminal cases, that it's almost impossible to read any PMR MLR. Because in the court, the copy will come, photocopy. Earlier time I'm telling, now the things have changed. Photocopy of a carbon copy. So an injury of 3 inch may become 0.3 inch with photocopy, some dot coming in. So this used to be the normal thing. So a software was developed called as MedLipper. This is a web-based software on which all postmortem and PMR, MLR are being uploaded. So no tampering, nothing. You can always read what was mentioned in that. Digitally signed, linked with the court. Similarly, we have another thing which is called FSL MedLipper. All labs have been connected. So all lab reports are also now online. The person who had submitted the sample in the lab, they can also just track the status of the report. Otherwise, he will have to go there and then find out whether my sample is tested or not. So there was delay in sending the reports to the court. In many cases, you will find the IO or the PP will say lab report is not received, though it is ready in the lab. But nobody had gone to get it, and time, because they did not have the time. So that's why it is all technology, we are doing all this. We earlier had the CCTNS, we used to say, Crime and Criminal Tracking Network. All criminal cases and all that were being, no, it was with police and jails and all that initially. But now it is ICGS, Interoperable Criminal Justice System. We have linked the courts, jails, police station, labs, and everything is single entry system. We say one data, one entry. As we have the Attorney General here, they say one nation, one poll. One nation, one tax. So we are on this side only, sir. One data, one entry. So single entry, it will be reflected everywhere. A lot of cases used to come before this, I would say. In one case, one accused has been declared proclaimed offender. And gradually it was found he was inside in some other jail in some criminal case. So how can he be a proclaimed offender? He is not being produced in court from that jail because nobody knew. So with this system, everything is connected throughout the country. E-prison is another module where entire system with this data, the custody certificates are prepared electronically and then transferred. Another thing, because a lot of litigation is generated with that, we are linking, their pilot project has been successful. It is Digital India Land Record Modernization Program. We are linking the court cases with the revenue record. Whatever case come in the court and the revenue entries will reflect that case, pendency of that case. Some survey number, some khasra number and all that. Otherwise, a lot of people, the pendency of case and they just sell off the land or the property. So he will also come to know that some case is pending. Just to save people from unnecessary litigation. So this is there. We have justice clock, you must have seen outside the Supreme Court. So live, what is happening, case filed, number will increase, case disposed of, the number will decrease. So this is there in all high courts. So this is how we are using technology. I think briefly I have told there are a lot of other things. Back end we are doing it, but a lot of services are available for the lawyers also. And I would request that you should all use this. And wherever you find that there can be any improvement also, if you suggest to the E-Committee, I think they will take care of that also. With these words, I am thankful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity with you, all elite class in law profession this evening. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for those enlightening words. May I now request you to kindly present a token of appreciation to our jury members. I'd like to call on stage Shri R. Venkat Ramani, sir, Learned Attorney General for India, who has been a mentor since the inception of Legitquest and the senior-most jury member of the Powerlist. Is it the wrong one? Okay, I think we'll just be getting the right one. I think Sir has probably got the wrong memento. Wrongly named one. May I now call on stage Ms. Pratibha Jain, Group General Counsel and Head of Strategy, Everstone Group. Thank you all for your time, support, and guidance. Continuing with the award ceremony now, I'd request you to hand over the awards to the next batch of awardees, please. Justice Bindal, sir, please. We're very sorry about the confusion. We have to keep calling you back. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category is Top Managing Partners. Managing partners are the powerhouse of an organization and can be identified by a flourishing business and a robust workforce. At Forbes India Legal Powerlist 2023, we recognize the phenomenal leadership shown by managing partners that has led to impressive law firm performance. Let's reveal the top managing partners in the above 10 years experience category. Inviting the winners on stage, starting with Asmita Abhijita Nayak, SM Legal Advocates and Consultants. Gautam Tiwari, Probus Legal. Gunita Pava, SNA Law Offices. Let's give a big round of applause to the winners. Joshita Dawar Khemani, LS Dawar and Company. Manisha Singh, Lex Orbis. Rajesh Bhardwaj, IILC. Rohit Kochar, Kochar and Company. Sachin Sharma, KSV Tax Consultants. Vineet Aneja, Classes Law. Can we please join our hands for the winners? Let's congratulate the winners, please. I invite the next set of winners in this category for below 10 years experience. Gaurav Goyal, Goyal and Goyal, formerly JKGA Law Chambers. Harry Chavla, Luthra and Luthra Law Offices. Hemant Singh, Charter Law Chambers. Can we have some applause for the winners? Kshitija Vadatkar Vankhere, Kshitija Vadatkar and Associates. Somesh Tiwari, Vardhaman Chambers. Ujjwal Anand Sharma, Lawman and White LLP. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category is top law firms. An efficient law firm not only builds the foundation for future leaders, it also establishes firm ground rules in serving their clients with ethical practices. Let me invite the winners on stage in the above 10 years experience category. ASP Advocates, Alternate Dispute Resolution, Arbitration Mediation. Classes Law, Corporate and Commercial. Fox Mandal and Associates, Corporate and Commercial. Let's have a round of applause for the winners. Hammurabi and Solomon Partners, Litigation. Intel Advocare, Intellectual Property Rights. Karanjawala and Company, Litigation. Kocher and Company, Joint Venture, M&A, PE and BC. Krida Legal, Sports and Entertainment. Can we congratulate the winners with some applause, please? KSB Tax Consultants, Taxation, Direct and Indirect. LS Dawar and Company, Intellectual Property Rights. Lex Orbis, intellectual property rights. The next winner is Luthra & Luthra Law Offices India, Banking, Finance, Capital Markets and Securities Laws. Can we put our hands together to congratulate the awardees? SNA Law Offices, Alternate Dispute Resolution, Arbitration, Mediation. Singhania and Partners LLP, Alternate Dispute Resolution, Arbitration, Mediation. SM Legal, Advocates and Consultants, Corporate and Commercial. Sujata Chaudhary, IP Attorneys, Intellectual Property Rights. Can we have some applause for the winners? Tattva Legal Hyderabad, Corporate and Commercial. Veritas Legal, Joint Venture, M&A, PE and VC. Zeus Law Associates, Corporate and Commercial. Congratulations all. I invite the next set of winners in this category below 10 years experience. Acom Legal, Joint Venture, M&A, PE and BC. AKN Partners, Banking, Finance, Capital Markets and Securities Laws. Alag and Kapoor Law Offices, Restructuring, Insolvency and Bankruptcy. AMS Legal, Franchising, Licensing Agreements, Distributorship Agreements, Outsourcing Arrangements. Charter Law Chambers, Alternate Dispute Resolution, Arbitration and Mediation. Can we have some applause, please? DLS Law Offices, Alternate Dispute Resolution, Arbitration and Mediation. Lawman and White LLP, Energy, Renewable and Conventional. Lex Favius, Joint Venture, M&A, PE and VC. Raval and Trivedi Associates, Litigation. Saga Legal, Intellectual Property Rights. White and Brief, Advocates and Solicitors, Litigation. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. I would request you to stay on stage for one last time. I invite Karan Kalia, co-founder and CEO of Legitquest, to come up on the stage for handing over a token of appreciation to our honorable judge, Justice Bindal. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Learned Attorney General Shri R. Venkat Ramani for a special address, please.
Almost a decade ago, Karan came and accosted me with a request. That was the time when Legitquest was born. And the journey has been a wonderful journey for him and me too. And we were looking at how a learning machine for lawyers to bring them closer to the system. Now I understand that across the globe, many such attempts have been made, and and we begin to talk about technology-human interface. It's very interesting for me to be with you, looking at what happened about 8-9 years ago, and when you intently listened to Justice Bindal and all that our institutions are able to do to connect people under courts and people under justice system in ways which would not have probably imagined even a couple of years ago. And why should I talk about that? And we are assembled here to celebrate each and every one of you to be recognized in your respective field of accomplishments. Now, I remember when on an earlier occasion I was here talking to you, there are many of you are invisible partners in the march of law and justice in our country. People like us steal the show very easily, very comfortably, and then heard in newspapers, now in YouTube, and sometimes embarrassingly, sometimes for good reasons. And those of you who work in ways which probably even well-paid lawyers may not do, right? I really appreciate how the legal fraternity, the way it has grown in the past 20, 30 years. Karan knows my long association with Professor Madhav Menon, who was my teacher. And I've also almost seen the evolution and the changes, very important changes in the legal education front over this period, and how it makes sense for people today. Probably after another decade, I'm sure Karan will not gray too much by that time. So a decade of Forbes award, Karan can be called the Richard Susskind of India. And because why I just came from in the evening from a book release function when the Center for Trade and Investment of Government of India, so 11, 12 contributors had published a book on investment treaties and the second stage of model investment treaties and all that. And tomorrow morning I'm going to Bombay to talk about law and technology and what we can do about law and think about technology. So in the midst of all these very exciting invitations which come onto my table, I keep telling my own mind that you studied law at a point of time when the world was very different, and now in this office you look at the world very differently. The same, I think, happens to many of you. You came in with a certain knowledge acquisition. Now you are turning out a different knowledge acquisition. So all of you are turning out probably different knowledge acquisitions for the rest of the legal community, both the courts and the lawyers and the consumers of justice. And I suppose maybe a decade later, when the world will look very, very different in terms of a complete fundamental realignment of global relationships, global control, global directions and all that, I wonder how administration of justice will look very different. I think it must look very different. It is important. It looks very different. The anguish, the pain, the burden, and the cost, and the effort that one has to make to be able to secure the benefits of justice compared to what it was about, say, 40, 50 years ago when you got independence, and what it happens today and what it ought to be maybe a decade later. I think it's important for us to move away from that, and therefore if technology can do all that and ease the burden of doing things, tools such as Legitquest will occupy a very important place in the firmament of our justice administration. I appreciate Karan for doing that relentlessly and organizing this event when, as we think, I think it's the last time also I said the same thing, that reaching somewhere in life for each and every one of us, it's a question of fulfillment, and that fulfillment can come to each one of us so differently, but in different ways. But of course, when you reach there somewhere, and then you look back at what you have contributed and how this reaching somewhere and recognition, though in a small measure, it's like a fleeting moment of getting an award here, getting photographs, and in a good place with an ambience and followed by a good dinner. All that may be small, but I think it becomes part and gets embedded in the common memory of each and every one of us and your own individual memory. I think that's the important and the beautiful part of organizing these events like this. And I wish a larger audience of those who are part of doing justice for the consumers of justice in our country and continues to be recognized. And probably if more partners can join Karan in a collective effort like this, I feel very deeply honored by standing before you to say all this. Before I conclude, I don't think I should engage myself in a very long evening conversation talking about so many things, maybe of common interest to all of us. Even some good interest to us in how you look at law today, look at what's happening in our courts, what should not be happening, good things to talk about. And then there are always the human interactions in your own individual ways in the firms where you're working and how the enriching experiences you gather over a period of time. And there are very memorable things to happen to someone else. But before, I don't think I should be going about that. But before I close my remarks for the evening, I personally extend my invitation to each and every one of you for the first National Mediation Conference, which is being organized under the aegis of the Ministry of Law and Justice and the Office of the Attorney General on 3rd of May 2025 at Vigyan Bhavan. It's my personal invitation to each and every one of you. And a couple of things which are connected with that is acceding to my request, the Honorable President has consented to come and do the inaugural address. I told her when I met her yesterday that her presence will be of great encouragement for those who would like to launch on into a mediation engagement, which I'm sure with the increasing attention that each and every one of us can pay to this very important tool of doing justice in few years to come. And she very greatly acknowledged that. And so coinciding with that event would be another launch I thought would be of some relevance. Like last year we had the inauguration of the Arbitration Bar of India, and I proposed to announce on 3rd of May the inauguration of the Mediation Association of India. But those of us who would like to be partners of charting out new courses and new ways of doing justice can actively get yourself engaged in. And two other things which I thought before I conclude my term as Attorney General, I thought India should become an international center, both in the world of arbitration and the world of mediation. And on these lines, I thought I should also ask all of you to be participating in a movement of making India the center of an international arbitration association, which is headquarters in India. What a great thing it will be like. I want India to become the headquarters of an international arbitration association and an international mediation association. With these launches, the next probably the stage will be set for what India can look forward to a New Delhi convention on matters which have been left over to be attended to or controlled by the other parts of the world. I don't want to call them by some name or the other. The other parts of the world, they are West or East or Singapore or Paris or London or UAE, name any one of them. So it's important also for us to notice how in the course of evolution of doing justice through arbitration and mediation, we see a lot of emerging experiments happening across the globe. So we see regional experiments happening. In one of my recent visits to Riyadh and to Dubai, I've been interacting with a lot of law firms and other persons who are institutionalizing the whole process of arbitration and mediation. And with UNCITRAL and the Geneva Convention and the UN Convention, the New York Convention happening for 20, 30 years, what we saw was the European Union and Europe and some Western countries trying to virtually determine what ought to be the contours of arbitration across the rest of the world. It's important, I think, for the world peace and for world good that it should no longer remain in the hands of any particular controlling, supervising authorities or conclaves. It must now become equal regard and equal status centers across the globe. And who can do a leading role to happen for this? India. And India must play this leading role. And I think all of you will be partners in making this leading role happen here. I only wish to say that and say that, Karan, thank you for giving the opportunity of being here and to be able to be part of a wonderful evening today. And let's meet as often as possible. I told Karan and many of you who come and meet me, the office and the doors of Attorney General is always open, 24/7, for receiving any thought, any idea, any initiative, and all those engagements which can make the world of Indian justice system look better and admirable. And I think looking better and being admirable should be the watchwords for all of us to be part of doing justice. And one day when most of you would like to be writing about your experiences, we can join together and say, India turned new chapters, much more different qualitatively in terms of efficiency and in terms of its commitment to doing justice. India turned new chapters. Let us hail the turning of the new chapters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. I would request you to kindly come back on stage to hand over the awards for the next category. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category is Top Individual Lawyer. And the award for the Top Individual Lawyer in the above 10 years experience category goes to Abhikshit Singh, ASP Advocates, Angad Verma, Dua Associates, Anirudh Suresh, Anirudh Associates, Ankit Rajgaria, Karanjawala and Company, Ankur Sangal, Khaitan and Company, Anup Vijay Kulkarni, JSA, Ashish Kumar, SNG and Partners. Asmita Abhijita Nayak, SM Legal Advocates and Consultants. Ativ Kumar Mathur, SNG and Partners. Faisal Sherwani, Luthra and Luthra Law Offices. Gunita Pava, SNA Law Offices. Hardeep Sachdeva, AZB and Partners. K. Shivcharan Reddy, Tattva Legal, Hyderabad. Kalpit Khandelwal, Ekam Legal. Krishna Vijay Singh, Kocher and Company. Kshitija Vadatkar and Associates. Madhavan Srivatsan, Emerald Law Offices. Madhu Shweta, Singhania and Partners, LLP. Mamta Rani Jha, Intel Advocate. Nayantara Sanyal, ALMT Legal. Nishan Datta, DNT Juris, New Delhi. Let's congratulate the winners with some applause. Arijit Chatterjee, Fox Mangal and Associates. Parveen Arora, BTG Advaya. Pooja Chatterjee, King's Tub and Kasiva. Pooja Ramchandani, Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas. Praneet Bagh, individual. Prashant Sivarajan, Lawman and White LLP. Pratik Bedi, Dua Associates. Rahul Beror, Beror and Beror LLP. Rajan D. Gupta, CHRI Legal. Rajat Mathur, BSM and Associates. Let's put our hands together and congratulate the awardees. Rajdat Shekhar Singh, SNA Law Offices. Ripple Hamza, Confair Global Legal. Ritu Bhalla, Luthra and Luthra Law Offices. Rohit Kochar, Kochar and Company. Safir Anand, Anand and Anand. Salil Gulati, Dua Associates. Shashank Singh. Shiv Sapra, Kochar and Company. Can we have a round of applause, please, for all our winners? Sonali Malhotra, SM and Associates, Law Chamber. Soumya Sai Kumar, Gauri Shankar Sai Kumar and Company. Sujoy Bhatia, Chandiok and Mahajan Advocates and Solicitors. Sumesh Diwan, Lex Favius. Tarvinder Singh, Kocher and Company. Let's have some applause, please. Urvi Rathore, you are Legal International Law Firm, Advocates and Legal Consultants. Vijay Singh, SNA Law Offices. Vineet Aneja, Classes Law. Vishnu Nair, Arambh Legal. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. I'd like to call on stage Ms. Pratibha Jain, Group General Counsel and Head of Strategy, Everstone Group, to give out the remaining set of the awards in this category. Ladies and gentlemen, so the awards in the top individual lawyer below 10 years experience goes to Arushi Gupta, Donaso and Partners LLC. Let's show some excitement for the winners. Anand Pratap Singh, SNA Law Offices. Ekta Gupta, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Guneet Singh Sidhu, Chambers of Guneet Singh Sidhu. Kishori Raut, JSA. Kumar Shashwat Singh Sono, SNA Law Offices. Milind Garg, Prakash Legal Advisors. Pranish Goyal, MGCO Legal. Rishabh Kumar, KN Legal. Samriddhi Arora, Independent. Siddharth Marwa, Khaitan and Company. Let's have a round of applause for all the winners. Surat Sharma, RPV Legal. Tushar Agarwal, Chambers of Tushar Agarwal. Ujjwal Anand Sharma, Lawman and White LLP. Vijaya Singh, SNA Law Offices. Yashwant Rai Grover, Intel Advocate. Congratulations to all the winners. The next category is the top in-house lawyer. In no particular order, starting with the awardees, Akshata Abhigya, Nethermind. Mehak Gupta, Infosys Limited. Neeraj Arora, IndiaMart Intermesh Limited. Padmini Modi, Jindal Steel and Power. Samit Gambhir, Uflex Limited. Vandana Bhatia, Ryan India Tax Services Private Limited. Sudipto Mitra, Zeta Suite. Poonam Madan, DLF. Congratulations to all the winners. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, the next and the last category is Top Law Firms Management Professionals. This category recognizes the workforce behind the lawyers, a professional who goes above and beyond standard responsibilities to deliver quality services. It identifies how effectively resources are used and deployed, displaying sustained, intensive cooperation and collaboration across different sectors. It's now time to announce the winners with above 10 years' experience in this category. Let me invite the winners on stage now. Bitika Anand, Legal League Consulting. Nipun K. Bhatia, Legal League Consulting. Pramita Sen, VU Partners. Priyanka Gupta, Kocher and Company. Ritu Grover. Dr. Vivek Das, Pro Consulting Solutions. Congratulations to all the winners. Inviting on stage now winners with below 10 years experience in this category, starting with Abhinav Jaiswal, DSK Legal. Charmi Patel, Rawal and Trivedi Associates LLP. Priyan Garg, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Shubham Malhotra, Law Strings Management. Tejas Khurana, Legal League Consulting. We offer our sincere apologies as we have missed a few names in some of the previous categories of winners. In the top individual lawyer above 10 years experience category, may I invite on stage Sarvesh Kumar Saluja from JSA Legal to accept his award. Meenal Madan, SLP Law, also a winner in the top individual lawyer above 10 years category. Kaveri Srivastav, Kocher and Law, also a winner in the top individual lawyer above 10 years category. In the same category, another name that we missed is of Dharmendra Rana, Soham Legal. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Anant Dung to get his award in the top General Counsel category. In the top law firm above 10 years category, Trust Legal has also won an award. Could somebody come on stage and accept it on their behalf? If somebody is present from their team. Congratulations to all the winners once again. Thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing us with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we've come to the very end of the Forbes India Legal Powerlist 2023 in association with Legitquest. It has been a fantastic evening, and the credit for this goes to each one of you who's taken out the time to join us today for this event. I'd like to thank all the esteemed guests and speakers for their participation. And also a big thanks to all of you for being such a wonderful audience. Request you all to join us for cocktails and dinner.